Caught my husband bragging about his affair with my best friend for 3 years. I immediately kicked him out, took back my $50,000, and left him homeless. I'm in my hallway at 6:47 p.m. Thursday. Holding this chocolate ganache cake. I spent 4 hours creating after work. I can hear Jake and his friends crying in the living room, howling, inebriated, laughing. I left work early, picked up Olivia from daycare, dropped her off at my parents' house, grabbed all the party items from Target, and ran home before him to set up his surprise 32nd birthday party. But he beat me home. 6 mature men are sprawled across my sectional with beer cans everywhere, watching a TV show that makes them cackle like hyenas. Our wedding video. They're viewing our 4-year-old wedding video. This dessert has frozen me in the doorway. James nods to the TV. Look, here it comes. Jake says, oh man, watch this. I see myself in my wedding dress talking to my aunt at the dessert table. Jake and Rachel, my high school best friend, are near the bar. My maid of honor, Rachel. The video shows him leaning in to kiss her. Really kiss her. No peck. His hand covers her waist and more. I was too busy with 220 guests to see this at my wedding. But the video shows it clearly. Jake visits pals. Remember when I kissed Rachel during the reception? She could not resist me that night. Chris is dying laughing. Your wife never suspected a thing. She was too busy with guests. Jake shrugs and says, she's so naive. I'm still standing there with cake in my hands, decorations in my car, and my phone in my back pocket, slowly pulling it out and recording because what the hell is happening? Jake takes another beer drink and continues. Been secretly meeting her for 3 years now. His boys high-five him. Jake says, honestly, I only stay because her dad pays our mortgage, and she does everything around the house like a maid anyway, so why would I leave? James says, 3 years. Man. That's impressive. They all clinked their glasses. Clinked them to rejoice. My hand started shaking after 3 minutes of this. They compared Rachel to me, saying Rachel is more fun, and doesn't complain about finances or garage cleaning. How I'm a live-in home manager who sometimes shares his bed. Jake stated that. In-house manager. I gently backed out of the hallway, put the cake on the kitchen counter, walked outside, and sat in my car in my driveway for 10 minutes, breathing, to avoid committing a criminal. Since Jake's venture failed, and he was unemployed for 10 months, my dad has paid our mortgage for 3 years. My dad writes the check every month because Jake stated he was recovering and needed time. My dad feels Jake is a nice husband, since he acts well at family dinners. I work full-time, handle everything at home, and take care of Olivia, who turned 5. Meal planning, invisible labor, and presumably becoming the punchline of his repulsive friend's jokes while he sleeps with my best friend. 3 years. He's seen Rachel for 3 years. That automobile was where I performed the math. That suggests it began during pregnancy. Jake would pretend he was going to the gym or seeing his friend Ben for drinks, while I had hyperemesis gravidarum and couldn't eat for months. When I was sick and couch-bound, he came home at 10 p.m. Perfume-scented. I believed him when he stated Ben's girlfriend used too much perfume, and got it on him when she hugged him goodbye. Calling my sister Emma from the car. Not even hi. Just started ranting and she goes, what? I say, yeah. So I just found out Jake has been cheating with Rachel for 3 years by walking in on him watching our wedding video with his friends and bragging about it. Emma says, I'm coming over right now. I say, no, because he doesn't know I know yet, and I need to figure this out. She convinced me to send her the video first. Smart. I texted it to her phone and myself from 3 different numbers to be sure I had backups everywhere. I returned inside. Still viewing the wedding video. While doing our first dance, Chris said, dude, you're literally dancing with your wife, while thinking about her best friend. And Jake said, makes it hotter. Honestly. I went from the living room to our bedroom, closed the door, opened his closet, and started pulling clothes off hangers and shoving them in garbage bags. The huge black ones took his shoes, fitness gear, and silly graphic tees he thinks are antique but make him look like a middle school shopaholic. I could hear them laughing outside. I filled 4 trash bags before hearing footsteps. Jake opened the bedroom door and asked, babe, when did you get home? I was standing there with garbage bags full of his belongings. I gazed at him as he asked, what are you doing? Holding a beer. Pizza stained his shirt. This is my husband, whom I've supported financially and emotionally while he messes with my best friend and mocks me to his boys. I add, I came home to surprise you for your birthday. Had your favorite cake and decorations in my car. Revisit. Revisit it. A veritable dia. Instead, I got to hear you tell your friends how you've been meeting Rachel behind my back for 3 years and only stay with me because my dad pays your bills. His face was like a vampire. He stammered and said, "Babe, wait. I can explain that wasn't." I said, "Do not call me babe ever again. I have the whole thing on video." He changed tactics and said it was locker room gossip. He exaggerated to impress his friends. I asked, "So, you weren't kissing Rachel at our wedding reception?" He answered, "That was nothing. Just a drunk mistake 4 years ago. That's it." I played the video on my phone. He claims to have met her for 3 years. He called me gullible, saying my dad pays our mortgage as a joke. I nearly dropped my phone when he grabbed it. I threatened to call the police and remove him if he touched me or my phone. He recanted but began a speech about marriage being hard and making mistakes, but we can overcome this. Pack whatever he needs for the next few days. He's leaving. He can remain with James, Chris, or anyone else, but not here. Nowhere near me or Olivia. He kept negotiating, saying he has nowhere to go, and begging to sleep on the couch, promising not to bother me. I said hour and returned to the bedroom to gather his items. He followed me, stood in the doorway calling, "Please. Just let me explain everything." I turned around and screamed that there is no acceptable answer. That I don't care why, how, or his excuse. He lied to me for 3 years, slept next to me at night, played happy family with our kid, ate meals I cooked, lived in a house my father paid for, and slept around with my best friend, whom I trusted. He claimed Rachel seduced him because he was weak. I laughed in his face and told him he's a grown man who made choices and can own them instead of blaming others. Then my phone rings. Jake's mom, Linda. Leave it on voicemail. She called again immediately. I reply and she says, "Jake just called me very upset, saying you're kicking him out over a misunderstanding and you won't listen to reason." I add, "There's no misunderstanding, Linda. Your son has been cheating on me for 3 years with my best friend, and I have video evidence of him bragging about it to his friends." She sighed. She adds, "All men have their moments, dear. Don't throw away your marriage over boy talk." Just hung up on her. After 3 texts, I disabled her number. Jake stood there and said, "See, even my mom thinks you're overreacting." I lost it. Tell him his mother raised a man who believes cheating is boy banter, lying is okay, and using his wife's family for money while demeaning her is fine. That his mother is the last to judge our marriage. I gave him the garbage bags I'd packed and ordered him to grab the remainder. He took them to his car while I sat on the bed breathing again because adrenaline was shaking me. I questioned him if our marriage was a lie when he returned for more goods. Did he adore me, or was I convenient? This Rachel thing simply got out of hand after he declared he loved me. I asked when he last saw her. He remained silent. He should inform me now if it's recent. He finally revealed they had lunch on Tuesday, 3 days earlier. After seeing Rachel for lunch while I worked, he returned home, ate my dinner, and played with Olivia before bed without saying a thing. I informed him, I want a divorce. He cried. He cried and implored, "Please don't do this. Think about Olivia. We can fix this." I answered, "Olivia deserves a mother who respects herself enough not to stay with a cheating liar and a father who knows actions have consequences." He packed 3 more suitcases. I followed him around the home to make sure he wasn't stealing. I told him, "That's Olivia's for her games, and he can't have it." He argued, "Take it up with your lawyer." Before he left, he turned around in the doorway and said, "You're making a huge mistake. You'll regret this. We're good together." I said, "We were never good together. I was just too busy managing everything to notice you were a lying cheat." Trying to hug me again. Step back. Left finally. I locked the door after him, all locks, deadbolt, and chain. Then I locked every window. Verified twice. I then sat on my kitchen floor staring at that terrible chocolate cake I made for his birthday. 4 hours of baking and decorating with his favorite fondant toppers. At 9:30 p.m., I forked cake from my kitchen floor platter. On Thursday night. My phone is exploding. Jake texts and calls. His mom texts. My brother James texted that I'm too tough. My sister called to check on me. Dad called after Emma told him what occurred. I haven't called Mark, Rachel's fiancé. No, I should. He deserves to know. But I can't handle one more thing tonight. Emma was eventually contacted to fetch Olivia up from our parents tomorrow morning and take her to preschool like usual. Olivia shouldn't see me like this. My folks can watch her over the weekend while I decide. To those wondering, why didn't you just throw the cake at him? I agree, however, that cake was too gorgeous for his face. Not sure what I'm doing. It's possible I handled this wrong. My only knowledge is that I'm sitting here at practically midnight on his birthday party. Instead, I'm Googling divorce lawyers, eating cake alone, and trying to figure out how to tell my 5-year-old daughter that daddy won't live home anymore. Jake arrived around 7 a.m. So update coming, worsened greatly. First update. I barely slept Thursday night. I checked my phone every 20 minutes, because Jake kept texting me. We need to talk. Please don't do this, and I love you, and this is fixable. Near 2 a.m. He turned to I. Deserve a chance to explain myself properly. I didn't answer. Stare at my dad paid ceiling in bed as this man who's been using me thinks he deserves anything. Around 6 a.m. I finally fell asleep. Then 7:15 a.m. Banging on my front door. Strident thumping. My neighbor Megan across the street was grabbing her newspaper and gazing when I grabbed my phone and went to the living room and saw Jake outside in the same clothing as yesterday, knocking on the door and saying, "Open up, we need to talk." Another neighbor stopped to watch his dog stroll. Jake sees me through the window, and yells louder about how I can't reject him, since we're married, and he has rights. I unlocked the door but left the chain lock on, and told him to leave, or I'll contact the cops. His words, "I just want to talk like adults." His foot was in the door gap as he said, "Adults don't cheat on their wives for 3 years, and then show up screaming on their doorstep at 7 a.m., when the whole neighborhood can hear. Shove the foot." I smashed it on his foot, and he yelped and sprang back. I'm yelling at him to leave in 60 seconds, or I'll call 911. Megan across the street pulled out her phone like she was ready to call. Jake noticed her, got back in his car, and rolled down the window, shouting at me for being stubborn and hurting our family. I returned inside shivering from wrath, not terror. The chutzpah of this individual to cause a scene after everything he done. I called my dad to explain. Dad, the calmest guy alive, was angry. He said he's coming over and we're replacing the locks today, without Jake receiving a key. He stated he's also calling the mortgage company to remove Jake's name because he's been paying. My dad arrived an hour later with Mom and Emma. My mom brought breakfast sandwiches from our favorite deli. I broke down when I saw my mom since I'd been holding it together all morning. My kitchen was where I showed them the whole movie. After watching with her hand over her mouth, my mom stated, "That boy is not welcome in this family anymore." My dad was furious, and his hands were shaking. He said, "I trusted him. I helped him. I paid for his life while he disrespected my daughter." Emma intended to drive to Jake's house and cut his tires. Mom had to calm her. Then my phone rings. Rachel called. The crowd fell silent. I gazed at the screen and Emma said, "Do not answer that." I said, "Oh, I'm answering." And I placed it on speaker. Rachel says, "Hey, I know this is awkward, but can we meet somewhere to talk?" I responded, "Talk about what exactly?" She went hesitant, and then added, "Jake called me last night crying saying you kicked him out and I just want to explain my side." I laughed out loud. Told her no side justifies sleeping with your best friend's husband. She gave this whole spiel about how it just occurred, and neither of them wanted for it to go this far, and they tried to stop so many times. But there are true feelings. True sentiments, says. Real feelings like that makes it better. I wondered how she could sit at my kitchen table every weekend for brunch, hold my baby, and ask about my marriage while destroying it. She says, "It's not that simple, and things between me and Mark haven't been great. And Jake understood me in a way Mark doesn't." My mom took the phone and left. Told Rachel she's a disgrace and a bad friend, and should never touch me or this family again. Rachel tried to speak, but my mom hung up. All of us sat startled. Emma asks, "So, are we telling B?" I say, "Yes, absolutely. He deserves to know. But here's the issue. I lack Bo's number. Rachel and I were friends, but I only saw B at group events, and don't follow him on social media because we're not close." Since his Instagram profile is public, Emma wrote him a DM from her account saying, "This is about Rachel and Jake. Please call me. It's urgent." He called her back in 10 minutes. Emma replied and identified herself. Then gave me the phone. I told this man I hardly know that his fiancée had been cheating on him with my spouse for 3 years. Long quiet on the other end. He questioned, "Are you sure?" I said, I have video of Jake bragging about it to his friends. Could I give it to him? I used Emma's Instagram DM. Bo called back 5 minutes later. He put down a deposit on their venue last week for their 4-month wedding to Rachel. He kept asking me how long, and where they'd meet. Which I don't know. I say, I'm so sorry. And I only just found out myself. He says, this is not your fault. Thank you for telling me. He hung up. My mom had us eat breakfast sandwiches even though nobody was hungry. She said, you need food in your system because today is going to be a long day. She was accurate. Around 11 a.m. The locksmith changed all the locks. Jake's mother, Linda, visited him at work. Unannounced visit to my house. My dad answered the door and instructed her to go. She pushed past him into my foyer, saying, I need to speak with my daughter-in-law. I came out of the kitchen and saw her standing with her purse to her breast, looking serious. She said, sweetheart, I know you're hurt. But you're not thinking clearly. I told her Jake lied to everyone, including his daughter, for 3 years while sleeping with my best friend and using my father's money. Not a mistake. He repeated that choice. She says, marriage is about forgiveness and working through hard times. Every couple has rough patches. I asked her if she'd stay with her husband if he cheated on her for 3 years, and she got huffy, saying, that's different, and not the point. My mom then told Linda to leave my house immediately. Right in my entryway. They started. Linda says, my mom raised me to give up too easily on my marriage. My mom says she taught me self-respect and not to be treated like garbage. The locksmith stood with his drill, looking miserable. My dad intervened and physically led Linda out. She turned and said, you're going to regret this, when Olivia grows up without her father. I broke down. Screamed at her that Jake can be Olivia's father, without living here, and lying to me, and that maybe if she'd raised him better, he'd be a great person. She departed. Dad secured the new lock behind her. The rest of Friday morning, I called divorce lawyers. Found a Monday morning meeting buddy. My dad is paying for it because I can't afford a divorce lawyer on my wage. And Jake won't pay for his own. Around 2 p.m. Emma dropped Olivia off at my parents' place after preschool, so I had to fetch her up. It was terrifying because how do you tell your 5-year-old everything is changing? Olivia was having fun playing with her toys, so I told her, Daddy is staying somewhere else for a little while. She asked why, and I explained. Mommy and Daddy need some space right now, but we both love her so much. She seemed comfortable with that. Returned to playing. I know things will grow harder. But kids are resilient. She came home and we made her favorite pasta for dinner, and watched Encanto a million times. She fell asleep on the couch next to me, and I stared at her little face thinking about how I'm helping her too. Thus, she learns that her mother doesn't tolerate mistreatment. Thus, she learns relational boundaries. My phone kept ringing. Jake texting Olivia to see her. Mom texts stating I'm cruel. James texted that Jake is struggling and I should listen. My only text response was to James, telling him his friend Jake brags to him and everyone else about cheating on me will help him deal with the consequences. James can struggle with him if he disagrees. I get 19 texts from Jake on Saturday morning. He sent walls of text about how sorry he is, how he'll do everything, and how I'm his love and Rachel wasn't important. I finally responded, telling him to contact him through my lawyer, and exclusively concerning Olivia. He called immediately, and I didn't answer. He called 6 more. I blocked his number. He called me from random numbers. I'd answer thinking it was the lawyer's office or something urgent and Jake would beg to chat. I blocked 4 numbers Saturday alone. Emma sent me a screenshot Saturday night. Rachel wrote a lengthy Facebook post explaining her struggles, asking for privacy, and emphasizing that people make mistakes, and good friends stick by you. Some mutual friends were encouraging, but others were confused and asked what occurred. Then Mark commented one line, after saying, Rachel, you don't get to play victim when you destroyed our relationship and multiple families. It went off. People seeking explanations. Mark answered yes when asked if Rachel cheated with her best friend's spouse when she was pregnant and raising their child. I didn't request that. I had checked out of Facebook to avoid seeing anything. Emma texted me screenshots, and Emma said everyone we know saw it, and many commented on Jake's Facebook asking if it was genuine. Jake deactivated Facebook completely Saturday night. Rachel's was private. The person on my first post, who suggested the trash was taking itself out, was right. My phone rang with unknown numbers. Finally, my aunt asked if the Facebook thing was true. She stated the whole family is shocked and supports me once I said yes. My cousin, another aunt, and my dad's brother, all called to check on me and tell me they support me, which was sweet but stressful because I had to explain the scenario 19 times. Jake returned to my residence around 9 a.m. Sunday and repeatedly rang the doorbell. I peered through the peephole and saw him carrying roses. I didn't enter. He shouted through the door that he knows I'm in there, and we need to chat. Thank goodness Olivia was asleep and didn't hear this. Since I blocked his number on my phone, I contacted him from my laptop using iMessage, and told him to leave, or I'll call the police for harassment. He texted, "Harassment? Really? Babe? I'm your spouse saving our marriage." Called my dad. He drove over, and confronted Jake in the driveway. I watched from the window, as my dad said, "If he shows up at this house one more time without permission, he'll file for a restraining order himself." Jake tried to argue, but my dad said he's not discussing it. Jake better be grateful he's not getting beat for what he did to his daughter. Emma came over Sunday afternoon, and we meal prepped for the week while Olivia played in the backyard. Emma kept asking if I was okay, and I'm so angry, hurt, and betrayed. She told me I should take time off work, but I need my job, my paycheck, and Olivia's stability. Sunday night, I finally sat down and made a list of everything I need to do. Divorce lawyer Monday. Figure out custody arrangement. Talk to HR about updating my emergency contacts and beneficiaries. Cancel the joint credit card. Separate bank accounts. Tell Olivia's preschool that Jake can't pick her up without my permission. The list is so long and overwhelming that I wanted to cry looking at it. But I'm done crying over Jake. It said, "Mark, can we talk?" I don't know what to talk about, but I said, "Okay." And he asked if he could call me, and I replied, "Yes." Update 2 coming since that phone chat with Mark revealed something I wasn't anticipating, and now there's a whole new situation. That phone call with Mark on Sunday night wrecked me, and I'm still trying to process everything. He called around 10:30 p.m. and apologized for calling so late, but he couldn't stop thinking about everything and needed to talk to someone who understood. I told him I get it and asked how he was doing. He said he confronted Rachel on Friday night after I sent him the video. She denied it at first. Mark persisted, and she broke down and admitted they'd been seeing each other, but insisted it was only a few times. I asked him if he believed that, and he said, no. Then he went through her phone. Rachel left it on their kitchen counter while taking a shower, so he picked it up and went through everything. Her passcode is his birthday, so it wasn't hard. He found months of Instagram DMs between her and Jake. As I suspected, but here's what made me feel sick. They weren't just hooking up, Jake saying he thinks about Rachel constantly, and wishes he could wake up next to her every morning. Rachel saying she feels more herself with Jake than she ever has with Mark. While I was making Jake's breakfast, doing his laundry, and raising our daughter, and he was texting another woman about leaving me. Mark said there were messages from when I was pregnant with Olivia. Rachel told Jake she was jealous watching him play Happy Family. Jake said he wished he had a baby with Rachel instead. Mark asked me if I knew about Jake's Instagram account under a fake name to message Rachel without anyone seeing. I had no idea what he was talking about, so Mark sent me screenshots through Instagram DM. Jake created a fake account with a random guy's photo as the profile picture, and a generic name like James Peterson or something. That's how they communicated most of the time, so if anyone saw their phones, it wouldn't look suspicious. Mark only found it because Rachel saved it in her close friends list or something technical. Mark went through everything with me for an hour on the phone, and told me Rachel had been lying to him for months about where she was going, saying she had work events or girls' nights when she was meeting Jake at this hotel 30 minutes outside town. They always went to room 347, which they mentioned in multiple messages like it was their special place. I wanted to shout and tell Mark that this wasn't just adultery, but a hidden relationship with plans, routines, and their own world alongside ours. Jake told me 3 years, but I don't know more. Mark found the earliest Instagram DM from March 2023, right after Olivia turned 2. When Jake's job was failing and he was spiraling about money and I was working overtime to keep us afloat. I asked Mark what he would do, and he said he ended things with Rachel and told her to leave their apartment. He asked me if Jake would try to manipulate his way back in, and I said yes. He's already shown up at my house twice, and called from 6 different numbers. Mark goes, yeah. Excuse me. Jake told Rachel I always forgive him. Like this is a pattern. Like he's done stuff before. And I've let it slide. I asked Mark if Rachel said anything else about that, and he said not really, but it was clear from their messages that Jake thought I was manageable. We talked for almost 3 hours, and by the end, we were exhausted and angry. Mark said he's glad we connected because, at least we're not going through this alone. I told him I'm here if he needs to talk again, and he said the same. I believed him every late night at the office, every long gym session, every weekend he said he was helping James move or meeting Chris for a basketball game. How many times did he come home and kiss me and play with Olivia after spending the afternoon with Rachel in room 347 of some random hotel? Monday morning, I had to get Olivia ready for preschool, and myself ready for work on 3 hours of sleep. I dropped Olivia off, and went straight to Franca's office for my 9 a.m. appointment. According to my dad's research, she's one of the best divorce attorneys in the area. Her office is downtown, and I sat in the waiting room, filling out intake forms, trying not to cry. Franca called me back at 9:15, and we sat in her office for over an hour going over everything. I showed her the Jake and his friends video, said Mark found Instagram messages, and explained the mortgage situation with my dad paying. She took notes and said, "This is actually a pretty straightforward case, since we have clear evidence of infidelity and the financial situation favors me." Franca said that's reasonable given the circumstances, and asked if Jake will fight for custody. I said, "Honestly, I don't know what Jake will do at this point because the man I thought I knew doesn't exist." She outlined next steps. Thanks for watching. I manhobbit of time. She estimated that filing for divorce this week, serving Jake the papers, starting discovery, and arranging temporary custody and support could take 6 months to a year, depending on Jake's cooperation. I left her office feeling weird, like this is really happening. Olivia will grow up in a split household. I went to work after that and tried to focus, but my coworker Annabelle kept asking if I was okay because I looked terrible. I told her during lunch that I'm divorcing. And she was shocked because Jake and I always seemed happy at company events. Nobody warns you that you may appear happy, while slowly decaying within. I made it through the workday, got up Olivia from preschool, and stopped at the grocery store for food for the week. I looked up as we walked through the produce section, and saw Rachel standing by the apples like it was a normal Monday afternoon. We both froze. Olivia was sitting in the cart, playing with her stuffed bunny, oblivious to the tension. Rachel opened her mouth to say something, and I turned my cart around and walked the other way. Actually followed me through the store, saying, "Please wait. I want to talk for 5 minutes." By the cereal aisle, she caught up and stopped in front of my cart, saying, "Please." Olivia turned to Rachel and said, "Hi, Aunt Rachel. Why is Mama mad?" I urged Olivia to close her eyes and play with Bunny for a minute, then glanced at Rachel and said, "You need to leave me alone right now." She said, "I'm sorry." "Okay, I'm sorry, but Jake and I fell in love without planning it, and it's been torture seeing you not know." She became quiet when I asked whether it was torture enough to end. I responded yes. Continued cruelty on everyone was your choice. You could have told me. You could have broken up with Mark. You could have done anything other than lie for 3 years. She started crying in the cereal aisle, saying she knows she messed up and hates herself and lost everything. I told her to hate herself that she didn't lose everything. She tossed everything away. She said Jake really loves me, and he's devastated right now, and maybe I should give him another chance because everyone makes mistakes. I laughed, and asked her if she's seriously standing here defending the man who destroyed both our lives while crying about losing him. She said, "It's complicated and I wouldn't understand the connection they have." I told her I understand everything. 2 selfish people found each other, and decided their wants were more important than everyone else's feelings. Rachel wiped her eyes and said she hopes I can forgive her someday because she misses her best friend. I told her we stopped being best friends the second she kissed my husband at my wedding, and lost any right to my friendship when she kept lying to me for years. I pushed my cart past her and finished shopping while she stood there crying. After getting home, Olivia asked why Aunt Rachel was sad, and I told her that grown-ups argue and Aunt Rachel did something that hurt Mommy, so we're not going to see her anymore. Olivia seemed okay with that answer, but I know she'll ask more questions. I returned to work Tuesday, and felt like I was just going through the motions, answering emails, filing paperwork, talking to clients, while my life was imploding. Jake texted me from another number Tuesday afternoon, "Can we meet somewhere neutral to discuss Olivia's custody?" I replied that his lawyer should contact mine. He said he doesn't have a lawyer, and can't afford one, and I said, "That sounds like a HIM problem." He called immediately from that number, and I answered. He started talking about how I'm vindictive and using Olivia as a weapon, and he has rights as her father. I told him should have considered his rights before cheating. I questioned him directly whether he and Rachel were intending to leave us and be together. He stated, "I'm not being fair," and treating him too hard. After quieting, he asked, "Where did you hear that?" I told him Mark found everything on Rachel's phone. All the Instagram messages. All their plans. All their discussions about leaving us. Jake tried to say they were just venting or fantasizing, but I asked him if he thinks I'm stupid enough to believe that. He said I'm twisting everything to make him look worse. I said he made himself look bad by cheating on his wife for 3 years, and planning a secret future with her best friend. He said I don't understand how hard things were for him when his business failed, and I wasn't emotionally supportive enough. So now it's my fault he cheated because I wasn't supportive enough while I was working full-time, raising our daughter, managing a household, and dealing with his depression spiral. He says, "No courtroom needed. We can work this out ourselves." I answered, "No. We really can't because I don't trust a single thing he says." He yelled about me being impossible, and I hung up. He's blocked 5 phone numbers, and I'm sure he'll find a 6th. Wednesday morning, my dad called and said the mortgage company confirmed Jake's name was removed from everything, and my dad is now the sole payer. If Jake tries to claim ownership, he'll have legal proof he never contributed. On Wednesday night, Olivia asked when Daddy would come home. I had to sit her down and explain that he would live elsewhere, but she would still see him. She asked if it was because of her. And I nearly broke down. I told her, "No baby, it has nothing to do with you. Sometimes grown-up relationships change, but Mommy and Daddy love you so much." She seemed to accept that, but then she asked if Daddy left because I was mean to him. I wanted to scream because Jake said something to her. I said, "No darling. Mommy wasn't mean. Daddy made some choices that hurt Mommy, and we're going to live separately, but it's not your fault." She cried a little, and I held her, and watched Bluey until she fell asleep on my lap. Thursday morning, Franca called to say the divorce papers could be filed and served. She asked where Jake was staying, and I said probably with James. She said she'd hire a process server to find him. Thursday afternoon, Olivia's preschool director called to say Jake showed up early to check out Olivia and they wouldn't release her because I'd updated the pickup list on Monday to require my written permission. Jake argued with them, until they threatened to call the police, and he left. I called Jake immediately on FaceTime using Olivia's iPad since he's not blocked there. He answered and I went off. I told him he doesn't get to show up at Olivia's school causing problems and scaring the staff. He said he has a right to see his daughter and I'm keeping her from him. I told him he can see Olivia when we have a legal custody arrangement through the court, and until then, he said I'm being unreasonable and vindictive and trying to turn Olivia against him. I said the only person turning Olivia against anyone is him, by showing up at her school and getting escorted out. He tried to argue more, and I ended the call. Friday, Jake showed up at my work, making everything worse. Update 3 coming because when he showed up at my office with his mom, it made the biggest scene and security had to get involved, and now his whole family is losing it. Last update. Friday afternoon, I'm at my desk billing for a client case when my coworker Annabelle comes speedwalking over looking panicked. "There's a man in the lobby demanding to see you, and he has an older woman with him and they won't leave." I told Annabelle to phone building security and I'd handle it. She said, "Are you sure?" And I'm like, "Absolutely not, but I'm doing it anyway." Walked out to the lobby and saw Jake in khakis, and a button-down holding a job interview, and Linda in a full pants suit holding a legal case. Our receptionist looked uncomfortable. Jake says, "Thank God, we need to talk right now." And I tell him to leave my workplace immediately. Linda says, "Now dear, we're not leaving until you hear us out because this has gone on long enough and you're being unreasonable." I tell the receptionist to call security. Jake says, "That's not necessary." And I said, "You don't get 5 minutes. You receive nothing. You're pestering me at work." Linda pulls out her phone and shows me a voice memo. She plays it, and Jake sobs and says he can't live without me and Olivia, that he's falling apart and his mom is frightened he'll hurt himself. Her response to my question about playing a recording of her adult son crying to get me to take him back was, "It's not manipulation. It's showing you his suffering from your acts. My deeds." I laughed so hard the receptionist jumped, telling Linda that Jake is in pain because of his choices and consequences. Jake tried to hold my hand, but I snatched it back. He said, "Please come outside and chat to me for 10 minutes. I asked him, "What part of I have nothing to say to you does he not understand?" The speaker said, We have a daughter and must resolve this as adults. He said. You're really going to throw away 3 years of marriage, without even trying? I informed him we're using lawyers, and the judicial system, to resolve our issues. I responded. You threw it away when you stuck your tongue down my best friend's throat at our wedding reception and then kept screwing her for 3 years. The receptionist gasped. Linda says. There's no need for that kind of language. I told her she doesn't need to be here since this is between me and Jake. As Jake's mother, she has every right to defend her son when he's being mistreated. Security arrived. 2 men in uniforms asked if there was a problem, and I said yes. These people need to leave the building. They're harassing me. Jake tried to argue with security that he's my husband, and can talk to me, but security said not on private property when she's asking you to leave. Linda started ranting about how ridiculous this is, and that she's never seen anyone act so coldly toward their henders. Jake is attempting to tell security we're going through a hard patch, but we're working it out. I told security. No. That was a lie. I don't have a restraining order yet, but security took it seriously, and told Jake and Linda to leave or they'll contact the police. Jake said, I love you, with pitiful puppy dog eyes. Please don't do this. I said. If he loved me, he wouldn't have cheated on me for 3 years. Humiliated me in front of his friends. And used my family's money while planning a future with someone else. Linda said. He made a mistake. I replied. A mistake is forgetting to. A mistake is not a 3-year Instagram and hotel scheme. Security practically escorted them out. Jake was still talking to me over his shoulder while being taken to the exit, and Linda was threatening to phone someone I don't know. After they went, my boss came out of his office and asked if I was okay and needed to take the day off. I told him I'm fine and sorry for the disruption, and he said it's not my fault, and if those people show up again, I should call the police immediately, not wait for security. Sat back down at my desk shaking, not from fear, but from rage at Jake and his mother's audacity to show up at my workplace in an intervention, like I'm the problem. Got through the rest of the workday. I picked up Olivia from my parents' house, where she'd been staying after preschool, and drove home. At a red light, I saw 23 text messages from Jake from 2 new numbers. Linda, James, Jake's aunt, who I've met twice, and others saying I embarrassed Jake today and I'm being cruel, and I need to think about Olivia and give Jake a chance to explain. I only responded to James, telling him that if he or anyone from Jake's family contacts me again, I'll file harassment charges against them. Franca called Saturday morning. The divorce papers were served Friday afternoon at Mark's apartment, where Jake has been staying. She asked about the workplace incident, and I told her everything. She said that's helpful for our case, shows a pattern of harassment and disregard for boundaries. I asked Franca about custody, and she said we have a strong case for primary physical custody, with supervised visitation based on Jake's behavior, the school incident, and the workplace harassment. I felt better after she said we'd push for a parenting coordinator to oversee exchanges so I didn't have to deal with Jake directly. The thought of seeing Jake every week for custody swaps was making me sick. Saturday afternoon, my dad, Mom, and Emma sat in my backyard while Olivia played on her swing set. My dad told his lawyer about the mortgage problem, and if Jake tries to claim any stake in the house, we have proof he never paid a cent. My mom inquired how I'm feeling, and I answered, I'm angry, wounded, and relieved. I didn't understand how much stress I was under managing Jake's moods and keeping him happy while doing everything else. Even with the chaos, the house feels lighter without him. Emma said she's proud of me for not caving, that a lot of women would have caved by now with all the pressure, showing up, and family involvement. I told her I'm not caving because Jake will know he can manipulate me forever, and I'm done being manageable. Sunday, Olivia asked when she'll see Daddy again, and I told her we're working out a schedule. I told her, Daddy made some choices that hurt Mommy, and we can't live together anymore. She accepted that and played with her dolls again. Monday morning, Franca called to say Jake finally hired a lawyer, who wasn't great but was cheap and willing to take payments. His lawyer suggested whether we'd rather mediate than go to court. Franca asked what I wanted to do, and I said, I want to go to court. I want a judge to hear the facts and rule because I don't trust Jake to keep our private agreement. Franca said, that's probably smart given everything. I was giving Olivia a bath Tuesday night when my phone rang from a number I didn't recognize. I usually don't answer those, but something made me pick up and it was Mark. He asked if I had time to talk, and I said, sure, give me a few minutes. I got Olivia out of the bath, settled in with a show, and called him back. He said Rachel moved out of her parents' house, and into an apartment downtown, and has been trying to. He blocked her everywhere, but she keeps reaching out through mutual friends. I asked how he's doing and he said some days are fine and some days he's so upset he can't function. I told him I know it. We vented for almost an hour, and Mark said, "You know what's crazy is they probably still think they're going to end up together. That once the dust settles, we'll both move on, and they can just start their relationship openly. Over my dead body, will I ever accept Jake and Rachel together?" Mark said, "Same." I told him, "After we divorce, Jake can do whatever he wants." I had to attend Olivia's preschool for a parent meeting about her behavior on Wednesday morning. I told her teacher that we're separating and things are chaotic at home, and she was understanding. But she suggested play therapy for Olivia to process her feelings. Franca called me Thursday to say Jake's lawyer filed a motion for temporary custody pending the divorce. Jake wants 50/50 physical custody and child support since I make more money. I laughed on the phone with my lawyer. I asked if he's serious, and she said, "Unfortunately, yes. We'll fight it. That's impossible with the evidence we have." But it shows Jake's delusions. He thinks he can cheat on me for 3 years, humiliate me, use my family's money, harass me at work and Olivia's school, and then demand 50/50 custody and money from me. Friday morning, 3 weeks after this nightmare began, I dropped Olivia off at my parents' house and met Franca at the courthouse for our first hearing, a temporary orders hearing to establish custody and support until the divorce is final. Jake was there with his lawyer looking miserable. We had to sit on opposite sides of the courtroom, and he kept trying to make eye contact with me. I just stared straight ahead. His mom was in the back row glaring at. The judge read both our papers, and questioned Jake's counsel why he thinks he gets 50/50 custody, given he has an unpredictable housing situation, no regular income, and a history of showing up at the child's school, without permission. Franca calmly presented the video evidence to the judge, who watched it in court with the sound on. I watched Jake's face turn red as his voice echoed through the courtroom, saying he only stays for the mortgage and free housekeeping. The judge was upset. In response to Jake's lawyer's request to clarify, Jake stood up and said it was taken out of context, and he was intoxicated and exaggerated. The judge replied, "Drunk or not? Those are serious statements that call into question his judgment and character." Franca presented evidence of Jake showing up at my workplace with his mother, after being repeatedly asked to stop contact, the school incident, and the multiple phone numbers after being blocked. The judge looked more annoyed with each piece of evidence. The judge ruled that I get primary physical custody immediately, and that Jake gets supervised visitation every other Saturday for 4 hours at a family visitation center with a court-appointed supervisor. Jake looked like he'd been slapped. His lawyer tried to argue, but the judge shut him down, saying, "These are temporary orders, and if Jake can demonstrate stability and appropriate behavior, we'll revisit in 3 months." We left the courthouse, and Jake tried to approach me in the parking lot. I pulled out my phone and started recording, saying loudly, "You are violating the judge's order from 5 minutes ago by approaching me right now." He left immediately, called my dad from the car, and told him, and he started crying happy tears. He said he's proud of me and sorry Jake was a disappointment. But he's glad I'm protecting myself and Olivia. Picked up Olivia that afternoon and went to the park. Just the two of us watched her play on the swings and thought about how different our lives will be now. Single parenting while working full-time, Jake's supervised visits, eventually co-parenting if he gets his act together. But we'll be okay. We'll be free from his manipulation, lying, and using us. I'm done being the woman who does everything, and asks for nothing, manageable, and receiving crumbs and calling it love. Thank you to everyone who said, "I deserve better." You were correct. I'm 32 years old with a 5-year-old daughter, and a divorce in progress. I've never felt more powerful in my life because I chose me. I chose self-respect. You were right that Jake would try to manipulate his way back in. But at least I was ready for it. I ate the whole chocolate cake I baked for his birthday over the first weekend, and it was great. I wanted to safeguard my daughter from learning that staying with a garbage person is okay. My husband plotted to seize my grandfather's legacy behind my back. I revealed his affair to the lawyer. Now they were both cut out of the will. On Thanksgiving, my man displayed my husband's mistress. I'm Megan, and I lost the most important person in my life 4 months ago. I believed that my husband Dylan would support me during my grief after my grandfather George passed away following a protracted illness. There were a lot of things I was mistaken about. I was reared by my granddad. He took on the roles of father, mother, teacher, and best friend after my parents passed away in an accident when I was 8 years old. He escorted me down the aisle when I married Dylan 7 years ago, helped me with my homework at the kitchen table, and taught me how to play chess on rainy afternoons. I tried to spend as much time as I could with him when the doctors informed us he might only have 2 months left. Dylan looked encouraging at the time, holding my hand when I was in the hospital, handing me tissues when I started crying, and complimenting me on my strength. Now that I'm looking back, I see the signs I overlooked. The way Dylan began to inquire about his grandfather's financial situation, the way he had casually brought up the estate's worth over dinner, and the growing number of late meetings he was attending at his father's company. But while I sorted through my grandfather's decades worth of possessions, I was drowning in sadness and getting ready to live without the man who had molded my entire life. I assumed my emotional state was the reason for the distance I felt from Dylan. I assumed he was diverting my attention by allowing me time to grieve. A week ago, while sorting my grandfather's study and getting ready to settle the estate, I discovered something that made my stomach turn. Financial records reveal that in the weeks leading up to his grandfather's passing, Dylan had gotten in touch with his wealth manager several times to ask about asset allocation, inheritance transfer deadlines, and computations. The emails that Dylan sent to someone named Ava Collins about waiting it out, and once the estate settles, were then discovered by me on our shared laptop. My hands trembled as I looked through our phone logs and saw texts that my mother-in-law, Carolyn, had sent to Dylan. She is too overcome with grief to see any opportune moments. When you're free, Ava's family's fortune would perfectly match yours, and she's perfect, intelligent, and well-connected. Tears filled my eyes, blurring the words. As I sat next to my grandfather's hospital bed, holding his hand as he passed away, and crying during his burial, they were organizing this. It was their intention to exploit me. But then I recalled something my grandfather had said to me when he was still coherent, during one of our final talks. Grief makes you vulnerable, Megan, my love. You must exercise the utmost caution at such time. Just as sharks can detect blood, predators may detect vulnerability. Don't make critical decisions while you're grieving. And don't be hurried by anyone. At that point, they attack. I wiped away my tears, shut down the laptop, and decided I would follow my grandfather's advice rather than confront Dylan when I was still emotionally wounded. In my opinion, there are 3 steps ahead. The following day I engaged James Baker, a private investigator. 4 days later, James received his first report via encrypted email. Initial findings, you were right, was the subject line. I didn't open it till Dylan had left for work. For 3 months, Dylan had been seeing Ava Collins. A month prior to the grandfather's death, the affair began. Intimate dinners, hotel meetings, and Dylan's hand on her little back as they entered a wine bar I had never been to were all captured on camera by James. However, it was the timestamps that gave me a physical ache. I couldn't bear to watch my grandfather suffer alone, so I called Dylan sobbing from the hospital and begged him to join me for dinner with Ava that night. He had mentioned that he had an urgent customer meeting. Dylan informed me he wanted time to contemplate everything and went to stay with his folks the same weekend he checked into the motel. Ava was 27 years old, from a wealthy family, and worked in wealth management. James's research revealed that Carolyn had introduced them at a charity function that I had missed in order to spend a particularly difficult episode with my grandfather. At a number of these encounters, Carolyn was seen grinning approvingly and acting as a matchmaker while I grieved. The pictures of the dinner parties Carolyn had thrown, what she described as private family get-togethers, were the worst because I was allegedly too distraught to interact with others. These were indeed auditions. Ava was pretending to be Dylan's fiancée, talking casually with his sister Sarah, joking with his father Michael, and trying on my life like it was a dress in a dressing room. For hours I sat with these pictures, feeling a hard, cold crystal form in the place where pain had been residing. Then I called Sophia Turner, the estate lawyer my grandfather had employed in his last weeks. Sophia spoke in a kind yet businesslike tone. Megan. This week I was going to give you a call. Are you prepared to go over the trust paperwork? I'm ready, I said. However, I must first comprehend something. To what extent is this inheritance protected? A pause occurred. Why don't you visit us tomorrow? I believe we ought to speak face to face. Sophia's office was in the heart of the city, with clean lines and glass. With the dexterity of someone presenting proof, she spread out the estate papers on her desk. She started by saying, "Your grandfather was a very strategic man, particularly in his last weeks. I now own the $9 million estate, which included real estate, assets, commercial ventures, and a family trust that had grown over 3 generations. However, this is what you must comprehend. Sophia added, slipping another document in my direction. Your grandfather was approached by someone else with a separate attorney approximately 6 weeks prior to his death. A post-nuptial agreement that would have given Dylan 40% of any inheritance you received was something I attempted to convince him to sign. My blood froze. What? According to the attorney, it was to shield you from having to handle everything by yourself. That Dylan may assist in bearing the load because of his experience in finance. Dylan continued bringing up your grandfather's serious illness during hospital visits, putting pressure on him when he was at his weakest. Was it signed by him? Sophia grinned. It wasn't a pretty face either. Your grandfather called me after dismissing the attorney. She took out the trust documents and said, quote, "They think I'm dying and stupid. They're half right. He spent his last weeks of lucidity restructuring everything to protect you. This inheritance cannot be considered marital property under any circumstances. You are the only beneficiary of an irrevocable trust. If the marriage is dissolved for good reason within the allotted 3 years, the entire estate is protected by the divorce within 3 years clause. Additionally, there is a particular sentence that we refer to as the vulture clause." What is that? Dylan receives nothing in the event that you divorce for adultery within the allotted time. In addition, any advantages he receives from estate-related funds must be returned. Your grandfather took great care to shield you from anyone who could attempt to take advantage of your sorrow. Grandfather's affection was evident in every word as I gazed at the documents. He was aware of his suspicions. Sophia made a kind correction. He told me that during a hospital visit he saw Dylan using his phone to calculate something. Even nevertheless, the youngster appeared to be calculating inheritance funds prior to the body becoming cold. He made the decision to include additional safeguards at that point. With copies of everything and a fresh sense of direction, I walked out of Sophia's office. I started recording everything that night, even though Dylan believed I was too depressed to handle money matters. Every discussion in which Dylan or Carolyn urged me to swiftly settle the estate. Every recommendation that I shouldn't put too much pressure on myself to make financial decisions at this time. Dylan arranged all of the meetings with the estate lawyers he had hired without my knowledge. I took a screenshot of his and Ava's texts. Plans for after everything is resolved, discussions over the timetable, and conjectures regarding the amount of the inheritance. Not only had Dylan been lying about the affair, but I also found out that he had been lying about attending bereavement therapy sessions. The late evenings at work and the dinner dates that were billed to our joint account were spent with Ava. The week after my grandfather's burial, he had even stolen $16,000 out of our joint funds, claiming it was for estate lawyer bills. According to James's documents, he and Ava had taken a weekend trip there. I opened fresh personal accounts while maintaining our combined ones. I moved all of the estate's assets into safe havens that Dylan was unable to access. While I waited and seemed to be there for his grieving wife, I kept track of every dime he spent on his affair. 5 weeks following the funeral, Carolyn gave a call. She spoke in a fakely sympathetic sweet voice. "Sweetheart Megan. Although I am aware that you are still grieving without George, family is crucial throughout the holidays, and Thanksgiving is quickly approaching. Do you believe that's what he would have wanted? Bringing everyone together." I lowered my voice, exhausted. "Carolyn. I'm not sure whether I'm prepared for a large crowd. I hope it's okay with you, but you have to come. However, I've invited Ava Collins, a pretty young lady. She doesn't have family around for the holidays and is new to the area. Your grandfather detested the idea of anyone being by themselves, don't you know? The use of grandfather's generosity as an excuse for this brutality was so obvious that it was almost humorous. I managed. That's extremely considerate of you. Fantastic. See you both at 4 o'clock then." I sat motionless after hanging up, realizing the full extent of Carolyn's endeavor. At their family Thanksgiving, she planned to have me see my husband's mistress play home. She anticipated that while they paraded my substitute in front of everyone, I would sit there feeling vulnerable and grieving. She believed she had me cornered. She was unaware that she had just given me the ideal platform. The following week was spent getting ready. I went to my grandfather's grave and told him everything I knew about the manipulation, the affair, and my scheme. There, I swear, I sensed his warmth, that comforting familiarity that always made me feel secure. I muttered to his headstone. "I learned from the best. I'm 3 steps ahead, like you taught me." I took great care in what I wore. Still in sorrow, the black dress is powerful and exquisite. I would wear the pearl necklace that had belonged to my grandmother and my grandfather's old watch. They were attempting to steal the inheritance, and both are now mine from the estate. I gave my best friend Natalie and sister Olivia a call. Unless I give you a call by 10 p.m. I instructed them to come get me on Thanksgiving. They made a commitment right away after hearing something in my voice, even though I didn't fully explain everything. I went over the estate documents one last time the night before Thanksgiving, making sure to commit the important clauses to memory. I then rehearsed my speech in front of the mirror, focusing on maintaining my composure. The morning of Thanksgiving came clear and frigid. Dylan paid attention in the theatrical manner he had come to use since the death of his grandfather. He kissed my forehead, brought me coffee in bed and assured me that my grandfather would be pleased with my strength. I questioned whether he trusted his own deceptions. It was precisely 4 o'clock when we got at Carolyn's house. The apartment was lavishly furnished, with glistening china, gorgeous fall arrangements, and enough food for 30 guests, even though only 12 were arriving, as if nothing had occurred and we weren't purportedly in sorrow as a family. Wearing a high-end gown, Carolyn greeted us at the door with a dazzling grin. "Megan, you look very skinny, my love. Do you eat? Grief is quite taxing on the body." Every syllable oozed the illusory worry. I had known most of the folks in the living room for 7 years. Michael appeared uneasy in his chair. Both Sarah and her spouse Tom are smiling sympathetically at me. Grandfather's younger brother, Uncle Tom, was more irate than I had ever seen him. And my cousin-in-law Claire, who looked at me and gave me a barely noticeable nod of agreement. However, a young woman I had only seen in surveillance photos was seated next to Carolyn in the place of honor. Ava Collins looked just like her, wearing a cream-colored sweater. Wealthy, well-educated, polished, and totally unaware of her function as a weapon. Her attitude changed to one of rehearsed, acceptable sorrow for a guy with a bereaved wife when she noticed Dylan. I watched as my husband pretended to meet Ava for the first time. "Dylan," Carolyn cried out, "come meet Ava. I've told her so much about the family." He was skilled at deceiving. That's what I'd give him. His head tilted in attention, his warm handshake lasted just long enough, and his startled smile. Ava's voice was open and welcoming as she said, "Yes, I moved here about 8 months ago for work." "Ava. What a pleasure. Mother mentioned you were new to the area." Carolyn has been very friendly. I've heard amazing things about everyone from her. I remained silent, portraying the distraught widow in the best possible way. Allow them to interpret the quiet as grief. Allow them to think that I was too weak to see what was taking place in front of me. At 6 o'clock, dinner was called. Carolyn had used the delicacy of a sledgehammer to arrange the seats. I was at the far end of the table, sandwiched between Uncle Tom, who was already on his second glass of wine and ebullient, and Claire, who silently supported me by squeezing my hand beneath the table, and Dylan, who was just across from Ava. Predictable ground was covered throughout the conversation. Jennifer's children's activities, Richard's recent golf outings, and the family's holiday plans. But like someone reading off a CV, Carolyn kept directing the conversation back to Ava and emphasizing her qualifications. Over the appetizers, Carolyn revealed that Ava had earned an MBA from a highly recognized university. She is employed in money management as well. Incredibly useful for those navigating intricate estates. I understood the implication. Ideal set of abilities for handling my inheritance. I met Ava's eyes and murmured softly, "That sounds fascinating." Managing an estate can be extremely sensitive, particularly when people are grieving and at their most vulnerable. Ava gave a pitying smile. "Indeed it is. In my line of work, trust is crucial because of this. Customers must believe that their advisor is looking out for their best interests, not some secret objective." The irony was delicious. Uncle Tom sounded as if he were laughing, coughing. Carolyn made a push. Additionally, Ava comes from a lovely family. Her father also works in finance. Ava straightened a little and responded, "Yes. He manages a portfolio. In fact, I learned a lot from him about working with customers through challenging times." "How considerate," I whispered. Particularly in his final years, when he was at his most vulnerable, my grandfather was extremely picky about who he trusted with his money. Dylan shuffled in his seat as he continued, "That's when you find out who people really are." Carolyn's grin grew strained. As the main course was served, the discourse grew more bizarre. Unknowingly describing her own predicament, the value of honesty, the perils of hidden motives, and the tendency for people to lie about their circumstances, Ava continued to make remarks. Once I dealt with a client who misrepresented their relationship status. When the truth was out, Ava's statement during the turkey course caused a great deal of trouble. That kind of dishonesty can ruin everything in my line of work. Dylan became motionless. Carolyn was clearly figuring out how to reroute. Uncle Tom, however, who had been drinking steadily and witnessing all of this with increasing indignation, finally lost it. What does this remind me of? His tone pierced the courteous conversation. 2 weeks before to his passing, George told me something. There was silence at the table. Claimed to be concerned about Megan being surrounded by vultures. Carolyn's face turned white when he said, "Some people marry for love and others marry for eventual inheritance." Said he'd made damn sure to protect her. In an attempt to get George to sign documents as he was dying, Tom poked a finger at Dylan and said, "Tom, perhaps we should." He told me about a lawyer, that boy there. You know what my brother did? He fired that lawyer right away and declared, "I may be dying, but I'm not stupid." The silence was complete. She stood with her wine glass during dessert, which was pumpkin pie, which was grandfather's favorite, which made this moment even more agonizing. I know this is Megan's first Thanksgiving without dear George. I raised my glass a little. To grandfather's wisdom. Carolyn was obviously panicking now, but she had stuck to her plan. She gestured to Ava, which is why I wanted Dylan to get to know her. She understands family legacy, financial responsibility, the kind of partnership someone in his position needs, and someone he should know better, especially now that circumstances are changing. Her voice was loud, commanding attention. And grief changes people. Sometimes marriages don't survive such profound loss. People grow apart, discover they need different things. Uncle Tom's face turned purple with anger, but I calmly put down my fork and took a sip of water. I looked up, and my voice was perfectly calm. No tears, no shaking, just ice-cold clarity. The implication hung in the air like smoke, and Sarah gasped. Michael looked shocked, and it was obvious that Carolyn hadn't told him about this plan. Speaking of things we should know, let's talk about the estate documents. Carolyn's triumphant smile wavered, and I went on in measured tones as though I were talking about the weather. Grandfather left me everything, including $9 million in properties, investments, and family trust. The interesting part, Carolyn, is that Grandpa reorganized everything in his last weeks, while Dylan believed he was too sick to make any changes. The room had gone deathly quiet, and I stood, perfectly composed, and addressed everyone as if I were making a business case. I reached into my purse and took out a folder I had carefully planned for this moment. Certified copies from Sophia Turner, the estate attorney grandfather hired after he fired the one Dylan brought in. Should we go over the protection clauses together? For those who are curious, Dylan has been having an affair with Ava for 3 months. It began a month prior to my grandfather's death and continued through his passing, the funeral, and my entire period of mourning. Carolyn planned this, telling Ava that I wouldn't be around for very long after the inheritance was resolved. We were together 2 nights ago. He lied to both of us. I took out James's surveillance photos. I hired a private investigator who documented everything. Did Dylan tell you we were separated? That I was too distraught to be a real wife? That he'd been sleeping in the guest room? Ava's expression was clear enough. Grandfather's estate documents include very specific protections. I went back to the folder. Dinners, hotels, the weekend trip Dylan took with my money 1 week after his grandfather's funeral, claiming it was for estate attorney fees. Dylan started to stand, but I held up my hand. I'm not finished. Let's talk about money since that's what this is really about. There is also what Sophia refers to as the vulture clause, which states that if I divorce due to adultery within 3 years of receiving the inheritance, the cheating spouse will not receive any of it and will be required to return any benefits received from estate-related funds. The inheritance is in an irrevocable trust and cannot be considered marital property under any circumstances. I looked at Dylan. Dylan's face had turned gray. I turned to Carolyn to tell her about the $16,000 you stole from our joint savings for your romantic getaway. The dinners, the gifts you purchased, Ava using our joint account, the financial infidelity, and the post-nuptial agreement you and Dylan attempted to have signed while grandfather was dying. Grandfather knew exactly what you were doing, which is why he changed lawyers and added the protection clauses. I took out another document. He even left a letter with the estate papers. Would you like me to read it? Carolyn opened her mouth, but nothing came out. That was the one that would have given Dylan 40% of the inheritance. It reads, "During my death someone attempted to exploit you. If you are reading this, I prevented them from doing so. They underestimate your strength. You have my admiration." My voice cracked a little as I said his name, the only emotion I had displayed. I then composed myself. For those who are wondering what will happen next, divorce papers will be filed on Monday morning. I keep everything my grandfather left me, including our home, which was bought with trust funds and titled only in my name in accordance with trust requirements. Dylan receives nothing from the inheritance, but he is allowed to keep his portion of our pre-inheritance savings, which is approximately $8,000. I looked at Ava and said, I don't entirely blame you. I turned to Carolyn. You saw my grief as an opportunity. You believed that seeing my grandfather die made me weak. Carolyn is very convincing, and Dylan is a great liar, but consider if he could use his wife's grief over losing the man who raised her as a pretext for an affair. What does that tell you about his character? Ava's eyes welled up with tears. Uncle Tom stood abruptly, lifting his glass. Grandfather was more of a father to me than anyone. You went to his funeral and held my hand while I grieved. You tried to steal my inheritance during the darkest period of my life. Then I looked at Dylan. I thanked the people who had been kind to me over the years and told them I would miss them. Then I took one last look at Carolyn, who knew what you were in his last weeks, which is why he protected me. Michael found his voice for the first time that night. Carolyn, please sit down. To George, who is a better judge of character than any of us. I'm so sorry. I had no idea he was lying about everything. I believe you, I said honestly. But you should ask yourself why Carolyn was so eager to end her son's marriage, and why Dylan was so willing to let her do it. You've done enough. I walked toward the door with my head held high. Ava called out behind me. Wait. I turned to see her standing there, her face pale but determined. My phone rang at 7 the following morning, and it was an unknown number. Megan's voice was trembling, and she said, I hope it's okay that I'm calling. I got your number from the investigator's card you left on the table. It's fine. What can I do for you? I ended. Then I left them to deal with the wreckage in the chilly November night. I confronted Dylan last night after you left, and he confessed everything. She took a trembling breath, and then Carolyn called. What did she say? That I'd ruined everything by getting emotional, that I was too weak, just like you, and that I'd never find another man as good as Dylan. Ava laughed, but it sounded almost like tears, and I realized that she didn't care about either Dylan's or my happiness. We spoke for 15 minutes, during which Ava informed me that she was returning to her hometown and that the experience had taught her what she had been missing. She simply wanted to control the money and win, I said quietly. She was going to use both of us to accomplish this, and she even suggested that I invest in Dylan's business endeavors once the inheritance arrived. Ava wasn't the enemy, she was just another of Carolyn's victims, and the divorce went exactly as Sophia had predicted. It was odd to bond with my husband's mistress over how we'd both been manipulated during the darkest period of my life, but I found myself advising her to trust her instincts and not let other people define her worth. I kept the house, the inheritance, everything that was important, and Dylan had to borrow money from his parents to return the $25,000. The divorce was final in 80 days, and I ran into Sarah at the coffee shop my grandfather used to take me to every Sunday morning. Dylan didn't argue about anything. The evidence was overwhelming, and the estate documents were unchangeable. She gave me a quick embrace and said, I'm very sorry, Megan. I know you didn't. How is everyone? She sighed. I didn't know about any of it. Dylan returned to live with his parents. He is quite unhappy. I believe he's now coming to terms with what he lost. And although it sounded painful, Sarah and Carolyn did giggle. No one is believing into her claims that you used legal documents to trap Dylan and that you were cold and cunning all the time. This is especially true after Ava wrote a letter to a number of family friends outlining everything before she left town. About 5 weeks ago, Ava left, but not before meeting with a few of the women who attended Thanksgiving dinner. Told the entire tale to them. How she felt taken advantage of by both of them, how Dylan lied, and how her mother exploited her. I was filled with pride for Ava. Admitting that you had been duped required a great deal of bravery. Sarah went on. Your Uncle Tom has been amazing. He revealed the true events of Christmas to the entire extended family. He said that what she did was unethical, manipulating your grief in such a way. Most people spent the holiday with him instead of coming to Mom's. She's furious. And Michael, Dad was mortified by the whole thing. He threatened to leave if Mom didn't get help. They're in intensive marriage counseling now. Dylan arrived at my residence 4 months after the divorce was finalized. The grandfather's trust won. He appeared awful, older, leaner, and worn out. He said, I don't deserve to be here. But there's something I need you to know. I listened, but I didn't invite him in. I've attended actual therapy. Not the kind my mother recommended. And I've come to a realization. He hesitated. I'm a coward. I gave in to my mother's manipulation and destroyed the greatest item I've ever owned. I took advantage of your sorrow. At your grandfather's funeral, I held you as you sobbed and considered money. I am a monster. You're telling me this, but why? Because I know what I lost, and I want you to know that. Ava wasn't much better. It was not about the money. Regarding me, your grandfather was correct. I am a vulture. I apologize as well. He hadn't been so honest in years. Finally I said, thank you for saying that. He gave a nod, turned to go, and then turned around. You were amazing that night, for what it's worth. It's the strongest self-control I've ever witnessed. I sat thinking about forgiveness, closure, and the odd way life repeats itself for a long time after he departed. I was seeing a great man named Lucas a year later. I had met him at a foundation function. He was an estate planning lawyer. His father had also passed away recently. He had a unique perspective on grief that most others do not. On the anniversary of our grandfather's passing, we were to his grave. Like every week, I brought flowers. Lucas muttered, I wish I could have met him. You would have pleased him. You are truthful. That was the most important thing to him. I informed my grandfather about the foundation I had established with a portion of the inheritance, which aims to safeguard vulnerable individuals from unscrupulous family members during times of bereavement and to provide financial literacy. I told him about Lucas and how he had protected me from those who would have taken advantage of my suffering. Everyone believed that I was weak because of grief. Lucas asked if I ever felt bad about the public altercation. I told the headstone, you knew it would make me stronger. Thank you for protecting me even after you were gone. No, I replied. Carolyn pretended to be compassionate while I was grieving. She received just what she was due. Her public manipulation is matched by her public exposure. I reflected on the news I had heard. Thanks to her escape, Ava was doing well in her hometown. Dylan was attempting to create something sincere while instructing financial literacy seminars. Michael and Carolyn had split up. At last he had confronted her. I said that grieving doesn't make you weak. More to myself than to my granddad or Lucas. It exposes the true selves of everyone, including you. Grandfather was aware of that. And it wasn't simply the inheritance that was his last gift. Lucas held my hand and whispered softly. To George's wisdom. To those who love us enough to protect us. Even when they're gone. It was demonstrating to me that I was strong enough to defend it and myself from anyone who would try to take advantage of me. As we made our way back to the car, I sensed my grandfather's presence as I always did at his grave. Not gone, but different. Still teaching, protecting, and loving me. While some people believe that getting even is the best form of retaliation, I discovered that the best kind is surviving, thriving, and paying tribute to those who truly loved you. After 3 years of trying to conceive, my husband slapped me in front of 40 guests. When I announced my pregnancy, his vasectomy secret shattered me. Ryan and I tried for 3 years to conceive. After 3 years of negative tests, we worried if I was sick. Last month, I missed my period. I couldn't believe the first 3, so I took 4 in one sitting. I cried on the bathroom floor till my sister Sophia called to calm me down after those 2 pink lines emerged. She advised me to notify everyone and make it special. Avoid shouting it at supper. Party. Invite everyone important. Make this a story we can tell our kid. Yes, I did that. 6 weeks later, my loved ones filled my home. By the appetizer table were my parents. Sophia continued looking at me excitedly from across the room. Ryan's parents flew in from Arizona, and his younger brother Luke arrived early to help me place chairs and the present table. Ryan, my charming spouse of 7 years, greeted and made people laugh as usual. Watching him from the kitchen doorway warmed my heart. Tonight I would make him the happiest guy alive. I tapped my wine glass with a fork, and the room quieted. About 30 faces looked at me. My mom was crying before she knew. Ryan crossed the crowd and stood beside me, sliding his arm around my waist. Totally unaware of what I was about to say, he stared at me with warm, eager eyes. Thank you all for coming, I shakily said. I assure you, it's worth it. I smiled at Ryan. Our baby is coming. Impregnant. The room exploded. Mom yelled. My dad clapped so fiercely I thought he damaged his hands. Sophia jumped up and down saying, I knew it. Despite knowing. WT meant. The room was filled with love as everyone hugged and cried. I looked to Ryan for a lift, twist, or romance. Instead, he had frozen. His arm fell from my waist. Face was absolutely white. Ryan. Reached for him. It came when baby. Aren't you excited? We're finally going to be parents. The face slap that sent me tumbling onto the present table. The pain was quick and blinding. Like a hot skillet was shoved against my flesh. The song played for 3 more seconds until termination. Nothing. Just silence and the ringing in my ear where his hand had struck. I couldn't recognize my hubby from the floor. He had a terrible face, a heaving chest, and fists at his sides. He shouted, You cheating whore! You really thought you could pass off someone else's baby as mine? I couldn't speak. My cheek was on fire and my brain couldn't process it. Ryan, what are you talking about? I succeeded. I would never cheat on you. He chuckled, sounding broken. Stop lying. He screamed, neck veins protruding, spit flying. You can't be pregnant with my baby, Olivia. I had a vasectomy 5 years ago before we even got married. I can't have babies. His words impacted me harder than his hand. Vasectomy 5 years ago. He let me grieve over negative tests for 3 years, knowing it was impossible. His voice grew louder. So, whose is it? Who have you been sleeping with behind my back? How long? The room was silence. With tears in her eyes, my mother covered her mouth. My father looked like he wanted to kill but couldn't move. And then someone kneeled beside me, soft hands on my shoulders, helping me sit up and brushing glass off my clothing. I saw Luke, pale with astonishment, staring at his brother like a monster. A furious Luke asked, What the hell is wrong with you? You just hit your pregnant wife in front of everyone. He lifted me, and shielded me from Ryan. And for Major, Ryan paced like a caged animal, stroking his hair. 3 years I let you make me feel guilty for not having a baby. And this whole time, you were spreading your legs for someone else. He turned to the audience, arms wide, asking everyone to see me. Look at her. Look at her standing there, pretending to be confused. She knows exactly what she did. She knows exactly whose baby that is. My spouse accused me of infidelity in front of my family. Worse, Ryan had proof of a vasectomy I never knew about. His belief was that I could not get pregnant without sleeping with someone else. I requested paternity testing. Returning would take 10 days. 10 days till I could prove my innocence. I had no idea those 10 days would be my worst. While I waited for science to save me, my loved ones would turn against me. All partygoers left without saying goodbye. They grabbed their coats and left one by one, eyes closed, mouths shut. My parents died last. My father embraced me so hard it ached and said, I'll kill him if you want me to. I assumed it was a misunderstanding and shook my head. I turned around to see Ryan going toward our bedroom when the door closed. Ryan, I said. Voice was smaller than desired. Please. Just listen to me. I don't know how to explain this. But I haven't been with anyone else. You're the only man I've been with in 7 years. There has to be another explanation. He chuckled without humor. It was this chilly, lifeless sound that made me sick. Another reason you got pregnant by a man who can't make babies? He approached me. I recoiled. I shrank from my husband. That registered on his face. His eyes fluttered for a moment. Perhaps guilt or realization of his actions. It was replaced by a hard, angry mask. I didn't have anything. No explanation, no defense, just my word, which he no longer believed. Then let's do a paternity test, I add. Let's prove it scientifically, because when that test comes back showing you're the father, you're going to have to live with how you treated me tonight. You're going to have to look me in the eyes knowing you hit me and called me those things and humiliated me in front of everyone I love. His face shifted. Possible doubt or worry. I let him remain quiet for a while because I needed him to feel his actions. Finally. Fine. He said. First thing tomorrow. We shared a bus stop in the clinic waiting area. Ryan sat 4 chairs away with his arms crossed and his jaw so hard I could feel his muscles moving. He'd look at me every few minutes, and turn away like I made him sick. He made me want to shout. I wanted to seize his face and make him look at me. Really look at me. And believe me. Not wanting to cry in public, I sat with my hands folded in my lap, staring at the wall. Ryan refused to be in the same room as they drew my blood, so the nurse called my name first and I went alone. She then instructed me to wait 7 to 10 business days. I sighed deeply. That meant 7 to 10 days of suffering. Nodding and thanking her, I returned to the waiting room on unfamiliar legs. The family texts began on day 2. His mom went first. I always knew you were a. Now my whole family knows it. 2. His sister arrived an hour later. His aunt wrote, "You disgust me. I hope you lose that baby." She urged Ryan not to marry me. How she saw trash in me from the start. I deceived everyone with my nice girl act. Now the mask was off. His cousin emailed me a mid-fall party shot with the message, "Cheaters always get what they deserve." I read messages on my bed till tears obscured my phone screen. These people hugged me on holidays. I received birthday cards. I was informed I was family. They were calling me names I'd never heard before, and threatening my unborn child. My phone was off because I couldn't take it. Sophia arrived that afternoon to find me asleep. While I cried, she climbed in next to me like we were kids again and held me. "You must leave him," she whispered. My mother called that night as well. "He hit you, Olivia. In front of witnesses. You could press charges. You could take him for everything. As did my dad. All my family members who reached out did. I couldn't leave him. Sue him. Make him pay. Not yet. Since the test would prove my innocence, everything would return to normal. It must." I lay awake that night with my hand on my stomach, trying to connect with my growing life. My only emotion was doubt. If Ryan was right? What if vasectomy prevented it? What if something happened I couldn't recall? It made me sick, but the thought kept coming. My mind replayed every night for 3 months. Every moment with Ryan and every moment alone made no sense. Knowing I hadn't cheated. It was in my bones. If Ryan couldn't have kids, whose baby was this? Luke brought a bag of takeout to my door on day 4. "Figured you weren't eating," he said. His voice and eyes were gentle and concerned. I hadn't showered for 2 days. Gentling former. I was wearing the same sweatpants I slept in and had tangled hair on top. Luke didn't care that I was messy. He just stood there on my porch, waiting patiently for me to let him in. And I did. We sat at the kitchen table, and Luke unpacked containers of Lane and fried rice, and orange chicken. He didn't ask me what happened. He didn't ask me to explain myself or defend myself or prove anything. He just handed me a fork and said, "Eat something please." So, I did. Small bites at first because I had zero appetite. But the food was warm and the company was warmer, and slowly I started to feel almost human again. Luke talked about stupid things. A movie he'd seen last week. A coworker who kept microwaving fish in the office and stinking up the whole place. His neighbor's dog that barked at 3:00 the morning every single night. He filled the silence with easy conversation that didn't require anything from me except to listen. And when I finally started crying, which I knew I would, he didn't panic or pull away. He just moved his chair closer, and put his arm around my shoulders, and let me fall apart. "I didn't do anything wrong," I said between sobs. "I know you probably think I did. But I swear, Luke, I have never been with anyone except your brother. I don't know how this happened. I don't understand any of this." He rubbed slow circles on my back and shook his head. "I believe you," he said quietly. "I don't know what's going on, but I know you're not that kind of person. Anyone who spent 5 minutes with you knows that." I cried harder because after 4 days of being treated like a criminal, someone finally saw me, someone finally believed me without demanding proof. Luke stayed for 2 more hours. He washed the dishes even though I told him not to. He made sure I had his number saved in my phone, in case I needed anything. And when he left, he hugged me at the door and told me to call him anytime, day or night, if everything got too heavy. I watched him drive away and felt something I hadn't felt in days. Hope. Like Dell. And son. Like Seth. Someone was actually on my side, and not trying to tell me what to do, or berating me left and right. I survived the week from hell. Ryan's family calling me every name. Sophia begging me to leave him. Ryan looking through me like I was already gone. The only person who didn't treat me like a criminal was Luke. He checked on me every day. Brought me food when I couldn't eat. Told me Ryan was wrong for what he did. But I held on because the test results were finally here. This was my proof. My vindication. Except when I opened that envelope, I didn't find salvation. I found something that made everything 1,000 times worse. 3 more days passed before the envelope arrived. Luke checked on me a few times and brought food when he could, But mostly I was alone in a house where my husband lived 20 feet away, and acted like I didn't exist. Ryan had been locked in the guest room since the night of the party. He'd leave for work before I woke up. He'd come home after I'd already gone to bed. The only sign he was still living there was the coffee mug in the sink every morning, and the sound of the guest room door clicking shut every night. We existed in the same house like ghosts who couldn't see each other. Sometimes, I'd stand outside the guest room door with my hand raised, ready to knock, ready to try one more time. But I never did. What was the point? He'd made up his mind about me. The only thing that would change it was proof. And proof was coming. When the mail truck finally pulled up on day 7, I was standing at the window like I'd been doing every afternoon. My heart jumped into my throat the second I saw the white envelope in the mailman's hand. Clinic logo in the corner, my name printed on the front. My entire future folded up, inside a single piece of paper. I ran outside in my bare feet, not caring that the concrete was cold, not caring that I was still in my pajamas. I grabbed the envelope from his hands before he could put it in the box. He gave me a strange look, but I didn't care. I didn't care about anything except what was inside. I held it against my chest and felt my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. This was it. This was finally it. 7 days of hell were about to end. I was about to be vindicated. I called Luke first. I don't know why. Maybe he was the only one who believed me. Perhaps I needed a defender when I finally proved everyone wrong. His response came on the second ring. I said, "The results came," with hope in my voice. "They're here, Luke. I'm holding them right now." He said he'd be there in 5 minutes, and to wait before opening. I agreed to have witnesses. I wanted everyone to see my acquittal. I knocked on the guest room door. No reply. I knocked harder this time. I called Ryan. Through the door. "The results are here. Come out. I want you to see this with your own eyes." I patted the wood and heard movement. Silence after footsteps and bed creaking. Knocked 3 times. "I'm not going away. This affects both of us. And you're going to be here when I open it." Silence. Eventually the lock clicked. Ryan stared at me blankly as the door opened. He'd lost weight last week. His pale face and dark circles under his eyes indicated he hadn't slept. I felt sorry for him briefly. Then I remembered the slap. He called me names I remembered. I remembered his room-wide attack on me. Sympathy departed. He was silent. He went past me to the kitchen and sat at the table with his arms crossed, waiting. I placed the envelope in the middle of the table between us after him. Neither of us touched it. We stared at it like it would explode. Luke arrived 5 minutes later. I let him in when his car pulled into the driveway. He appeared nervous, surprising me. His eyes kept moving between the envelope on the table and my face. "You okay?" he whispered. Since I was fine, I nodded. I was ready. I was finally going to prove that I hadn't done anything wrong. He followed me into the kitchen and froze when Luke sat down. The brothers stared at each other. Something I couldn't read happened between them. Luke took out a chair and sat next to me, not Ryan. It was obvious. "You haven't opened it yet," Luke said. Shaking my head. I wanted witnesses. To avoid accusations that I tampered with anything, switched the results, forged something, or whatever. I wanted you both to watch me open it. I addressed Ryan directly with that last statement. He just sat there with his arms crossed and jaw tight, staring at the envelope like he was trying to burn it. Luke crossed the table and touched me. I felt his warm palm against my cold fingers. "Whatever happens," he whispered. "I'm here, okay? No matter what that paper says. I'm not going anywhere." I squeezed his hand and thanked him for being my only support during this nightmare. For the only person who believed me when everyone else had found me guilty. Something dark flickered across Ryan's face as he stared at our hands. He tightened his jaw further, his nostrils flared. "Seriously?" He laughed without humor. "Just ice. I'm sitting right here, and you're holding hands with my brother. Should I even bother reading those results, or do I already have my answer?" I pulled my hand away from Luke's and stood up so fast my chair scraped the floor. It was loud in the quiet kitchen. "Don't you dare," I said, louder than expected. "Don't you dare twist this into something it's not. Your brother is the only person who's been kind to me while you've been treating me like garbage. He's been bringing me food because I can't eat. He's been checking on me, because you won't even look at me. So, don't you stand there and act like I'm doing something wrong by accepting basic human kindness from the only person who's offered it." Rolling his eyes, "Ryan. Olivia, open the envelope. I don't have all day to hear your excuses." I inhaled and picked up the envelope. It seemed like my entire marriage was pressed into that piece of paper. I felt a rush in my chest looking at Ryan. Confidence. Certainty. Knowing I hadn't cheated. I knew I'd been alone. Whatever was in this envelope would prove it. He had to look me in the eyes and apologize for everything he'd done. I kept that image in mind as I slid my finger under the seal. The paper tearing was unimaginably loud. I carefully unfolded the single sheet inside, savoring it. The end. My vindication. I glanced at the top words. Medical terms, reference numbers, my name, Ryan's, and results. Read them once. My brain didn't process what I saw. Read them again. Though identical, the words made no sense. A third reading made the paper shake in my hands. No, no, no. This was wrong. Must be wrong. There must have been a lab error. Something. Anything. Because what I read was impossible. Ryan demanded. What does it say? His voice broke my brain fog. Read it out loud. I want to hear you say it. I said nothing. Throat closed. My lungs failed. The room was tilting sideways, so I grabbed the table edge to stay upright. Olivia, Luke said, sounding muffled and underwater. What does it say? I looked up at my husband, the man I'd loved for 7 years, built a life with, and who was waiting for me to confirm everything he already knew about me. It was impossible to stop my tears. It says, "You're not the father hung between us." Heavy. Final. Devastating. Ryan's expression remained. Not a little surprise. He just sat there with his arms crossed, like he'd expected this and known I was what he accused me of being. And there it is, he said slowly. His voice was almost peaceful, like a storm had finally subsided. The proof. You've been cheating on me this whole time, and now you can't hide it anymore. He slowly stood up and put both hands on the table, leaning toward me so I could see his anger. So, who is it? Huh? Who's the lucky guy? Someone from work? Some random guy you met at a bar? An ex-boyfriend you never got over? He shouted. Tell me, Olivia. I deserve to know whose baby you're carrying in my house. Whose baby you tried to trick me into raising as my own. I don't know, I cried. Words were broken and desperate. I don't understand. I haven't been with anyone else. Ryan. I swear on my life, I haven't been with anyone else. There has to be a mistake. The lab made an error. We need to take another test. We need to. His fist hit the table so hard that the envelope jumped, and I flinched. The test isn't wrong, he screamed. Full volume, neck veins bulging like party night. Science doesn't lie, Olivia. DNA doesn't lie. The only liar in this room is you. He pointed his finger at me, shaking for rage. You've been lying to me for months, maybe years. And now you're standing there crying like you're the victim. Like I'm the bad guy for being angry that my wife got pregnant by another man. I didn't do this. I yelled. Something broke me. Rage erupted from fear, confusion, and desperation. I don't know how this happened, but I didn't do this. I have never been with anyone except you, not once in 7 years. I don't understand what's happening. But I know I didn't cheat. Please believe me, Ryan. I grabbed his arm. Desperate to see him. Actually see me. To look past his anger and see his wife, who loved him. The woman he could trust. Please believe me. Please. I'm begging you. The force of his push made me stumble backward. My hip hit the counter, causing side pain. Luke jumped up and caught me before I fell, holding me. Don't touch me, Ryan snarled. His face was twisted into something unfamiliar. Pure disgust, hatred. Don't ever touch me again. You make me sick. Looking at you right now makes me physically sick. I can't even stand to be in the same room as you. What was Y2? What was Y2? As Luke held me, his eyes narrowed. And you, my own brother. Sitting here holding her hand, comforting her. Being her shoulder to cry on while my marriage falls apart. I thought he was going to swing as he approached Luke. Did you know about this? Did you know she was sleeping around behind my back? Have you two been laughing at me this whole time? Luke's face bled. His arms encircled me almost protectively. Just I didn't know anything, he said. Though his voice was steady, I could feel his heart beating against my back. I swear to you, Ryan. I just came to support her when the results came in. That's all. I had no idea. Ryan lingered on his brother's face, searching for something. Then he laughed. My blood ran cold at that horrible laugh. Support her, right? Well, congratulations. She's all yours now. You can have her. I'm done. He stormed to the guest room. I heard clothes being thrown, drawers being pulled open, and hangers falling. Luke let go of me, and I stood in the kitchen, frozen, crying, and shaking so hard I thought my bones would break. This wasn't happening. It couldn't happen. I was sure the test would save me, that science would prove my innocence and faithfulness. Instead, the test destroyed everything. It hadn't even answered. I was told Ryan wasn't the father. I wasn't told who. Never explained how this was possible. I was left in my kitchen with my life in pieces and no idea how to fix it. Ryan returned 5 minutes later with 2 suitcases. He ignored me as he approached the front door. He had a stone face. He stared straight ahead like I was invisible. Ryan, wait, I pleaded, chasing him. Grabbing the back of his shirt, he spun so fast I fell backward. Don't touch me, he gritted. What part of that don't you understand? I waffled, tears streaming my eyes. Please, we can resolve this. We can take another test. Something's wrong. I didn't cheat, Ryan. There must be an explanation. He stared at me for a long time. His eyes flickered briefly. Maybe doubt, sadness, or the ghost of his former self. It was replaced by a cold, hard mask. It doesn't make sense that I didn't see what you were sooner. My mother and family were right about you. I should have listened to them from the start. He grabbed his suitcases and opened the door. Until I decide on the house. I'm with Adam. Don't call, text, or contact me. You don't exist anymore. The door slammed behind him, shaking the pictures on the wall. Then his car started. I was alone after he left. I sobbed on the kitchen floor and thought I would break into 1,000 pieces. I pushed Luke away as he knelt beside me and tried to hug me. Comfort wasn't welcome. I didn't want kindness. I wanted answers because I didn't cheat. I knew I'd been alone. I never let another man touch me in 7 years of marriage. How was this possible? I carried a baby without my husband's consent. Knowing the guilt, I stared at the results. Ryan left. I was forbidden to explain. How was this possible? I carried a baby without my husband's consent. Knowing the guilt, I stared at the results. Ryan left. I was forbidden to explain. I had no idea Sophia would ask me a life-changing question. I should have asked myself weeks earlier. Before dawn, I called Sophia. She answered the first ring like she'd been at the phone all night. Results came back, I said, crying raw in my voice. Ryan's not the father. She arrived in an hour. I let her in and gave her the paper silently. After reading it twice, her face paled. She set it on the kitchen table and looked at me with an unreadable expression. Sit down, she said. We need to talk through this. I sat at the table across from her. The table Ryan slammed his fist on, right where Luke held my hand. The exact place where my entire life had fallen apart less than 12 hours ago. Sophia pushed the results aside, and folded her hands in front of her. I need you to walk me through everything, not the party before that. When do you think you conceived? I stared at her. What does that matter? The test says Ryan isn't the father. That's the only thing that matters. Just answer the question, Olivia. When do you think it happened? I tried to focus. My brain felt like it was full of static. I don't know exactly. Ryan and I were together a lot during that window. We had a whole system. Ovulation tracking, temperature charts, scheduled nights. It could have been any of those times. Sophia shook her head. You're about 11 weeks along. That means conception happened roughly 9 weeks ago, maybe 10. She leaned forward. Think harder. Is there any night during that time that stands out? Anything that felt different or strange? I closed my eyes and tried to go back. All those nights of trying so hard blurred together. The same routine, the same hope, the same disappointment month after month, until the one test that finally came back positive. But then something floated up from the back of my mind. A night I hadn't thought about since it happened. A night that was different from all the others. There was one night, I said slowly. My eyes were still closed, reaching for details I'd never bothered to examine before. About 9 or 10 weeks ago, I woke up because Ryan was shaking me gently. Then I felt him kissing my neck. I paused, remembering. I asked if he was in the mood, and he just hummed like a yes. And I remember wanting a baby so badly, I went along with it. Sophia's voice was steady. What else do you remember? I tried to pull more from the fog. It was completely dark. We have blackout curtains, because Ryan's a light sleeper. I couldn't see anything, not even an outline. I paused. Something was shifting in my chest. Something uncomfortable. He never actually said anything. Not one word the whole time. Usually, Ryan would whisper to me, tell me he loved me, asked if I was okay. But that night, it was just the hum. And when it was over, he just rolled away and went to sleep. Or I thought he did. I was so tired. I passed out again right after. Sophia was quiet for a long moment. I opened my eyes, and found her staring at me with an expression that made me dizzy. When she spoke again, her voice was careful, gentle, like she was trying not to break something fragile. Olivia, I need you to really think about what I'm about to ask you. I felt my whole body tense. Okay. She reached across the table and took my hands. Her fingers were cold. That night, the darkness, the silence, the way he didn't speak, just hummed. She squeezed my hands. Are you absolutely certain it was Ryan? I yanked my hands back like she'd burned me. What kind of question is that? Of course. It was Ryan. I was in my own bed. In my own house. Who else would it have been? But even as the words came out, something cold started crawling up my spine. Sophia didn't look away. You said it was pitch black. You said he never spoke. Not one word. Just a hum that could have come from anyone. She sat. How do you know it was him? Because it had to be him, I said. But my voice shook. He was there when I woke up in the morning. Nobody else could have gotten into our house. What you're suggesting is insane, Sophia. Completely insane. Sophia spoke calmly despite her pale face. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm asking you to consider something. A possibility that would explain why you're pregnant with a baby that isn't Ryan's, even though you swear you never cheated. My chair fell over when I stood up fast. I had to move. I needed to leave this conversation. I needed my sister to stop saying things that were closing my walls. No. I said, backing away from the table. That's not possible. I would have known. I would have felt that something was wrong. I would have. Should I have? The room was dark. No word was spoken. Just one low hum. His hands didn't touch me like Ryan's. Rougher, faster, and less careful with me. My excuse was that he was half asleep. Exhaustion altered people. Love didn't always require gentle intimacy. What if it wasn't love? What if it wasn't Ryan? Oh God. I grabbed the kitchen counter to stand after my back hit it. Sophia. Oh my God. She got up from her chair and ran to catch me when my legs gave out. Her arms supported me as my body shook. Breathe, she said into my hair. Just breathe. We don't know anything for sure yet. This is just a possibility. We need to think about this clearly. I couldn't think. If Sophia was right, an intruder broke into my home while I slept. A stranger entered my bed at night. My body was used while I thought it was my husband. I was so desperate for a baby that I never questioned the silence. Never wondered why darkness felt different. Never stopped to confirm my husband was touching me. Who? I gasped. I barely swallowed the word. Who would do that? Who has access to our house at night? Sophia froze. Her arms encircled me. She then said something that froze my blood. I was hit by the answer to, who has a key to your house, Olivia? Luke alone had one. Luke had a key. Ryan gave him one 2 years ago, when we needed someone to water the plants while on vacation. Never requested it back. Everything from the week raced through my mind. Everyone turned against me. But he was kind. He was sure I hadn't cheated. Entering my door uninvited. Couch sitting too close. Patting my knee. My marriage falling apart may be best. Being present when I opened the results. Holding my hand as I read the words that ended my life. No, I said, but pieces moved as I spoke. Terrible pieces. Disliked pieces. Not Luke. He wouldn't. He's Ryan's brother. He's been helping me. He's been, I said. Always ready to help. Nothing surprised him. He knew how it would end. Sophia backed up and looked at me. We need to find out for sure. Another test. One that compares your baby's DNA to Luke's. My hands were shaking so much I couldn't stand. And if it's him, if the test comes back positive, what do I do then, Sophia? What do I do if Ryan's own brother did this to me? It wasn't Ryan. I struggled to breathe. After realizing, in the dark, someone entered my bedroom. I never knew who entered my bed. I believed I was trying to conceive with my husband. Luke exploited me. Every visit, kind word, and time he said Ryan didn't deserve me, he knew. He was aware all along. Now I had to convince Ryan. He ignored his phone. He considered me the villain. I knew his lodging. I wouldn't let him lie anymore. Sophia didn't respond. Neither did I. But one thing was certain. Ryan needed this news. He needed to know his brother's actions. I grabbed my phone and called him to voicemail. I called again. Same thing. 5 times more. I tried. Calls going nowhere. Each ring increases my desperation. He blocked or ignored me. I wasn't getting through. He's staying with Adam, I told Sophia. That's where I'm going. She tried to stop me. He advised me to wait for proof. He warned me that hysterical accusations against his brother would worsen things. I couldn't wait. Ryan thought I betrayed him every second. Luke got away with it again. Before Sophia could respond, I grabbed my keys and ran to my car. Drive time to Adam's apartment was 12 minutes. I practiced my speech every time. My strategy for getting Ryan to listen. How I would convince him his brother did something unthinkable. I could barely turn off the ignition when I pulled into the parking lot because my hands were shaking. Adam lived on the 3rd floor. I took the stairs 2 at a time and pounded the door until my knuckles hurt. No reply. I pounded again. I yelled through the wood. Ryan, your presence is known. Open the door. I understood. I know what happened. Silence, then steps. Ryan stood there, staring at me like a ghost he was trying to outrun when the door opened. He had red eyes. His clothes wrinkled. Looked exhausted from days of sleeplessness. Go away, Olivia. Sounded flat. Dead. I don't want to hear any more lies. I rushed into the apartment before he could stop me. Adam looked uneasy on the couch. He was completely ignored. It wasn't me. As I faced Ryan, I never cheated on you. But someone who had access to our house got me pregnant. Someone entered our bedroom at night when I couldn't see anything. Ryan's jaw tightened. What are you talking about? I explained. Someone shook me the night I woke up. Kiss on my neck. A hum instead of words. Absolute darkness. That nothing felt right. But I was desperate for a baby, and didn't question it. How they never spoke, not once. I only heard one hum when I asked if he was moody. Ryan's expression changed as I spoke. The anger was still there, but it was headed elsewhere. Someone else. Who has our house key? I asked. Besides us. Who else can enter? I saw him realize, widen his eyes, and curl his hands into fists at his sides. Luke. He whispered. The name sounded poisonous. I gave Luke a key 2 years ago. Nodded. Though tears were falling, I didn't wipe them away. Ryan, he's helped all week, arriving without invitation, bringing me food, telling me you didn't deserve me, and holding my hand when I opened those results. My voice broke. He knew. He knew the whole time because he did it. Ryan fell silent. Chest heaving. Face turned red from pale. His voice was barely controlled when he spoke. Get in the car. We silently drove to Luke's apartment. Ryan's steering wheel knuckles were white. I saw muscles jumping under his skin from his clenched jaw. I didn't know his plan when we arrived. I was afraid to learn. Luke's East Side building was nice. We pulled into the parking lot, and Ryan got out before I took off my seatbelt. I chased him as he stormed the entrance. He didn't buzz, no call. After waiting for someone, he caught the door before it closed. The elevator took us to floor 4. Ryan fist pounded the door. A few seconds passed without action. The lock clicked, the door opened to reveal Luke. He wasn't surprised by us. That caught my attention first. His face showed no shock, confusion, or panic. He stood calmly in the doorway, like he'd been waiting for this moment. Hey, he said. Like we'd just dropped by. His voice was steady and casual. Ryan pushed him back into the apartment by the shirt. I want the truth, he growled. Luke said. Tell me what you did to my wife. He didn't argue, but he let Ryan push him until his back hit the wall. He then faced me. Past his brother. Something about his eyes made me crawl. He felt intense hunger and possession. Like he was looking at his property. Olivia. He whispered. I wanted to vomit when he said my name. I've been waiting so long to finally tell you everything. Luke stared at us for what seemed like an eternity in that doorway. Ryan demanded. No panic, no guilt. Just this calm expression that made my skin crawl. I held my breath for denials, excuses, or anything to make this seem like a terrible mistake. He didn't dispute it. He smiled, and his next words proved he wasn't drunk or weak. This was planned. Obsession. Everything was this. Luke appeared completely different as his mouth corners curled upward. Not the considerate brother who brought takeout. Not the gentle voice that assured me everything would be fine. This slow, deliberate smile was wrong. The smile someone wears when they finally say a secret after years. You might want to let go of me, Ryan, Luke said. He spoke calmly, as if Ryan wasn't pinning him to the wall with murderous intent. This will be a long conversation, so sit down. Ryan tightened his grip on Luke's shirt. His grip bunched and strained the fabric. His neck vein was pulsing, and his breathing was labored. Luke spoke easily. Avoided pushing Ryan. The man stood against the wall, looking more relaxed than he should be. His eyes passed Ryan and fell on me. I wanted to look away, but couldn't. Something about his gaze anchored me. He looked at me like a lion at a gazelle. I was his prey from the moment we met, and he wanted me. Fine, Luke whispered. Even when answering, his eyes never left mine. Ryan, I'll tell you everything, but first, I'm not sorry. What I did was the best decision I ever made. My chest felt like someone was sitting on it. Every breath was hard. My legs weren't reliable anymore, so I pressed my back against the wall. Hollow was their feeling. Separated from myself, Ryan hit Luke against the wall hard enough to rattle a frame. Talk. Luke giggled. Having your spare key gave me so much power. Power I've been wanting for a long time. I loved that I had access to your house. Your life. He shook his head. Your wife. He said wife like he was eating something sweet. Dinner was rising in my throat. Ryan's body stiffened. Arm muscles strained against his shirt. I could hear his teeth grinding in his clenched jaw. I'd been tracking Olivia's ovulation schedule for months, so I knew what I was doing. That night, Luke said. She talked about how badly she wanted a baby at every family gathering, and cried about you two trying so long that she was losing hope. I couldn't have my sweet, precious Olivia feel that devastated. Every word hit me like a punch. He observed and learned from me when I was weakest. Luke continued. Then something interesting happened. He sounded almost happy. You didn't tell her about your vasectomy. She thought something was wrong with her body while you sat there knowing you'd made sure she couldn't have your baby. He laughed softly. That's when I realized the universe was telling me something. Unlike you, I wanted to be a dad. Olivia deserved the baby she'd been crying over for 3 years. Luke continued. I waited for the perfect night. I knew your bedroom layout. Know about blackout curtains. I knew Ryan slept poorly after night poker games. Just slip in around 3 a.m. Get in bed. Wake you up husband style. He looked at me again, and his expression softened into something that made me want to scream. Tenderness. Affection. Like he was remembering a romantic moment we'd shared. You were so sweet that night, Olivia. So eager. You made a happy sigh when I kissed your neck. I almost broke character, and told you the truth when you asked if I was moody. I couldn't do anything but stand there and listen to him describe the worst thing that had ever happened to me. But I stayed quiet. Luke continued. Just hum a yes, and let you believe what you wanted to believe. After that, when you curled up against me in the dark, I held you for almost an hour, listening to you breathe and feeling your heartbeat against my chest. It was the happiest I'd ever been. Ryan pulled one hand from Luke's shirt, and made a fist. You sick piece of garbage. Ryan spat through gritted teeth. You violated my wife, in my house, in my bed. Luke's eyes finally moved to his brother. She was never really yours, Ryan. You don't get it. From our first meeting at your engagement party, I knew she was meant for me. But you arrived first. You always arrived first. Higher grades, better job, better everything. I watched you take her for granted for 4 years. 4 years of seeing you ignore her as she tried to be a good wife. 4 years knowing I could love her better than you ever would. I covered my mouth to keep from crying. He'd been watching me for 4 years, looking at me like this, wanting me like this, and I never knew. Ryan's fist hit Luke's jaw so hard it echoed off the walls. Luke's head snapped to the side, and blood oozed from his mouth. But he didn't fall, cry out, or defend himself. He just turned his head slowly, and looked at his brother with the same calm expression. That felt good, right? Luke said. Hit me again. Break my nose. Remove my teeth. Not a thing changes. He spat blood on the floor. That baby Olivia is carrying is my baby, my child, and the only family I've ever made. Hate me all you want. But you can't undo that. You can't take that from me. I slid down the wall until I was sitting on the floor. My legs had given out. Sophia wrapped her arms around me as I tried to disappear and stop hearing his voice. After Ryan released him, Luke stepped away from the wall and wiped his chin with his hand. Those were my best days. Sitting with you in your kitchen, Olivia, holding your hand, telling you I believed you when everyone else called you a liar. Watching you look at me like I was the only one who cared. Ryan moved between us when he approached me. I must help. I comforted you. You needed me while your husband treated you like garbage. Every tear you shed on my shoulder proved my point. You should have joined me earlier. My teeth were chattering from shaking. Every moment from the past 2 weeks was replaying in my head. But it looked different now. His arm around me on the couch, his hand on my knee, the way he always sat too close. The way he looked at me when he thought I wasn't paying attention. I thought he was kind, supportive, and brother. Olivia, Luke said my name softly, almost lovingly. Look at me, please. I didn't want to, but something in his voice made me lift my head. He was standing a few feet away with Ryan blocking his path, but his eyes found mine easily, and what I saw in them terrified me more than anything else. We can ditch this mess tonight. Go somewhere new. He thought I might say yes after violating me in the most intimate way, and he was asking me to run away with him. You're insane, I whispered, my words broken. You're completely insane. His expression changed, from hope to confusion, to frustration. Genuinely loving man. A father for your child. A fresh start, without those who betrayed you. Why stay here with someone who hit you in front of 40 people? I barely saw Ryan's fist hit Luke's face again, and this time he fell hard to the floor. Ryan was on top of him immediately, punching him repeatedly with a sickening thud. Ryan screamed. You don't get to talk to her. Tears fell from his face. Nobody can say her name. Understand me? Do you comprehend your actions? Luke just lay there, taking the beating with that horrible smile on his bloody face. I sat on the floor of my brother-in-law's apartment watching my husband beat him bloody. All I could think about was that even if Ryan killed him right now, it wouldn't erase what Luke had done to me or reverse that night. I was vindicated. Ryan finally knew the truth. I wasn't a cheater or a liar. I was a victim. But being a victim felt like being hollowed out from the inside. Ryan stopped hitting him. Luke was still conscious, smiling through swollen lips and bloody teeth, looking past Ryan at me. It was worth it. He slurred. Every second, every punch, because Olivia, you were mine for one perfect night. That night, we called the police, who took Luke away in handcuffs while he smiled at me through the car's back window. The cop nodded and wrote things down and told me I was brave for speaking up, but brave didn't fix anything. Luke's actions were hard to prove in court. He never broke in because he had a key. I never said no because I thought he was my husband. The lawyer called it a he said, she said situation. Ryan and Sophia heard everything Luke told us, but it didn't matter. Luke took a deal. A small charge of being in our house without permission. 6 months of checking in with an officer and paying a fine. No jail. Nothing that would follow him forever like that night would follow me. Ryan and I tried to fix things. We went to a counselor for 3 weeks and talked about trust, pain, and getting better. But every time I looked at him, I saw the party, the slap, and the way he called me a cheater in front of everyone I loved, before considering any other answer. Even though he knows the truth now, he hit me, shamed me in front of 40 people, and let his family send me texts wishing bad things on my baby. Those 2 weeks of hell still happened. I filed for divorce. He didn't fight it. The stress took everything from me. 2 weeks after the divorce, I woke up in the middle of the night with unbearable pain. Sophia drove me to the hospital, where the doctor told me I lost the baby. I hated myself for feeling relieved, because that baby was innocent, and didn't ask to be made. But every time I thought about carrying Luke's child, and imagining looking into his eyes or smile, I couldn't breathe. Now the baby was gone. And I didn't have to choose. The guilt from feeling relieved will probably last forever. But for now, I must start over away from everyone. I found my roommate in my bedroom with my boyfriend. He's mine too, she smirked. I gathered evidence. And pressed her in charges. Finally, she was arrested. Roommate Emily has dubbed my boyfriend Ethan our boyfriend for 2 months. I thought it was a joke. I'm terrified. I dated Ethan for 4 months. He visits every 2 weeks for 4 or 5 days but attends university 1.5 hours away. My roommates agreed first. He cleans, cooks, and maintains. Perfect man. Emily was discarded October. Then everything changed. Started tiny. Emily waited in the kitchen as Ethan served dinner for me and housemates, out of politeness. Sweet man. My ex couldn't. Lucky you. She eagerly awaited his response. She watched his strength fixing, installing hooks, and moving furniture. So strong, my dude must be. Ethan fled to my room when uneasy. Jokes about our boyfriend followed. Ethan gave me coffee and Emily exclaimed, "Aw, our boyfriend is so thoughtful. He did grocery." I said, "Look at our boyfriend being helpful. Nothing amusing. Relax, it's just a joke. We're basically sisters, so we share everything, right? We pals. We share a fridge, not boyfriends." Behavior rose. She followed. Safety comes from location sharing apps. If we didn't react to Emily's, "Where are you guys? Can I join?" text, she'd show up. Emily claimed to meet us at movies, restaurants, and a romantic park walk. She entered my bedroom without knocking, so we locked it. She smiled if we forgot, just wanted to say hi to our boyfriend. Midterms prompted a small roommate party. Drunk. I called Ethan. Emily snatched my phone. Her strength beats mine. She informed him her sex life. "Make sure you hit it deep," she joked when he paused. "What? Can't handle girl talk about our boyfriend?" Ethan visited less. He scarcely left my room when he came. Emily was at my door. Sometimes I heard her breathing. The breaking point was last week. Ethan surprised me in class on our 4-month anniversary. Lily texted, "Your boyfriend's here, but something weird is happening." I hurried home to find Emily in my bedroom, wearing my lingerie, sitting on my bed with Ethan backed against the wall, scared. "What the hell?" Emily stood slowly. My red lace set too small. "I was just showing our boyfriend what he's missing when you're not around." "Get out. Get out," he yelled. "It's my apartment too." And he didn't seem to mind. "Did you, Ethan? I told you to leave me alone," he said. "I was waiting for Sophie, and you just came in wearing that. You didn't lock the door." That's basically an invitation. Emily is on the lease, but I called our landlord that night. I cannot evict her. I was told by campus security it's a roommate quarrel without violence. 2 days prior, Ethan refused to visit. "She scares me. So she wore your underwear last time. What's next?" I understood. But it hurt. Emily damaged my relationship yesterday, while using my laptop in my room. We shot intimate, non-explicit images. "Get away from my computer. Our partner looks fantastic in these. Made copies for myself. Please excuse me." Illegal. Calling the police. "What proof?" "They're on my phone. Might have taken them anywhere. Maybe Ethan sent them to me. Perhaps we have something special. He would never." Which person would people trust? Crazy furious girlfriend or roommate who received photos? Then I saw something else on my lid. Unwritten draft to Ethan. Leaving him. Shouting nasty things. Emily wrote, "Don't worry. I didn't send it yet. But I could. I know your password. You should change it from your birthday." I changed my passwords that night. Despite a message under my bedroom door this morning, I texted Ethan at 2:30 a.m. "Locks won't stop me from our boyfriend. Check your phone." I didn't text. Was asleep. I carried my phone all night. Ethan texted back. "Who is C? Her reason for coming? What's up, Sophie?" Emily's car is gone from the lot. It takes 1.5 hours to reach Ethan's university. She left 2 hours ago. I don't know what she's telling him. I'm shivering as I call Ethan again, 4th time to voicemail. Emily had been at his campus for at least 20 minutes, and I don't know what she's telling him or doing. I wander from the kitchen to the living room and back, checking the location app every few seconds. Emily's dot is still on Ethan's dorm building. Airflow is constricted and my chest is tight. I call again and get voicemail. He's either ignoring my calls, or Emily broke his phone. No decision helps me. At midday, Lily comes out of her room in her jammies and sees me pacing in the living room. I must seem furious. Feeling wild. Explaining what's happening. I'm not sure the fast-flowing words make sense. Fake text. 2. Emily departed 2 hours ago. No reaction from Ethan. Sitting on the couch, Lily says Emily has been acting suspiciously, talking about Ethan and looking through my possessions in class. Her stomach drops. Lily knew but didn't tell me. Last week, Lily saw Emily walking through my wardrobe, holding up my things, and staring in the mirror. She considered speaking but didn't want to make trouble. Drama? This isn't the worst drama. I choose immediately. I'm driving to Ethan's institution 1.5 hours away, even though I have an exam tomorrow. I don't care about exams. Ethan must be reached before Emily does more damage. I'm so grateful Lily offers to help me that I nearly cry. I'm too scared to drive alone. My shaking hands make it hard to focus. We both thought Emily was weird and lonely after her split, but reading Lily's notes proves it. This is worse than roommate craziness, and riskier. First text from Ethan an hour into trip. I grab my phone so fast I almost drop it when it buzzes. My heart stops at the message. Your roommate is here, and she's telling my RA, you sent her to check on me because you're worried about my mental health. This is ridiculous. Where are you? Emily says I sent her. I reread everything. She proves it with that false text. She makes me look like the worried girlfriend or the dominating girlfriend who sends others to check on her guy while she looks like the concerned friend. Type back with shaking hands. I text immediately to say Emily sent that message from my phone without authorization. I'm headed there. Ethan texts and watches the screen. 3 dots appear, disappear, then return. His reaction is finally there. Emily's calmness scares me because she wears my underwear, duplicates my photos, and stays calm even when she makes the worst mistakes. Lily suggests we stop at a gas station to record everything on my phone. She says we need evidence if this gets to court. Legal issue. I hadn't thought that. Lily is right. Take the next exit, and park at a petrol station. I screenshot Emily's morning position at Ethan's college, the bogus text with a 2:30 morning timestamp, and Emily calling our lover Ethan in prior texts as Lily buys coffee. Evidence fills my photo album. After returning, Lily helps me put coffee in a folder, and put today's date in case. We arrive at Ethan's campus around dusk, but I hardly see the orange and pink sky. My palms shake again as we park outside his dorm. Ethan texts that Emily is in the common area talking to his roommate Ryan like she's my agent to discuss our connection. An official? Like I consented. As I sent her. Feeling sick. Lily touches my arm and asks if I'm ready. I'm not. But we leave the car. Emily and Ryan are sitting on a couch and laughing like old friends. Emily has makeup, a sweater, and down hair. She appears regular and nice. Ryan laughs at her comment. When I arrive, Emily stops smiling. Emily has thin lips and steely eyes. She appears unfazed and upset. I showed up. Her voice blasts across the room. She stands slowly and grins sharply. Sophie, I'm delighted you made it. Don't we need an honest talk with Ethan? We planned this jointly, she says we. A girl at the window talks to her friend. I sweat and feel everyone gazing. There is no us. Leave now. I spoke slowly despite shivering. Emmy tilted her head like I said something funny. Ethan seemed delighted to see me when I arrived. We discussed all your issues well, she says. He understands now. Ethan blushes and retreats, appearing ill and uncomfortable. Ryan looks bewildered. Ethan says, I asked you to leave about 6 times, Emily. You kept stating you concerned about Sophie, and needed to check on her. Ryan crosses his arms, and nods. She arrived almost an hour ago. She seemed normal, so I thought she was your friend. But every time we asked her to leave, she altered the subject, or said she needed 5 more minutes. Ryan has lost his welcoming smile, and is inspecting Emily more attentively. Lily pulls up her phone screen and chats, while swiping screenshots. Emily watches them for months using their GPS app. She enters Sophie's room unlawfully. She faked a 2:30 a.m. text from Sophie's phone. Lily swipes and gives him more unusual text photos. Emily's restaurant and movie appearances sequence. Ryan's eyes enlarge, and his body language alters. He walks away from Emily, and stares at her like a new person, breaking Emily's calm. Everyone is making this so big. I wanted Ethan to know Sophie moans about him when he's away. She constantly wishes he went to this school instead of 1.5 hours away. She finds you clinging. She faces Ethan, and says, she actually sent me here to break up with you because she's too scared to do it herself. Ethan pales. She faces Ethan. She faces Ethan. I grab my phone and check email using my shaking hands. Look at this. Emily typed this as myself on my laptop. I never wrote this. Ethan reads my phone and glances up at Emily. You actually sat at her computer and wrote a fake breakup email. His voice turns harder. Ryan opens his mouth while reading over his shoulder. The residential advisor enters looking serious, tall and with brown hair pressed back. She has a staff badge. I say, what's up? Lily shows the RA her phone with screenshots. Ethan shows her a fake email. Ryan verifies that Emily resisted multiple attempts to leave. She listens seriously, and faces Emily. "You must exit this building immediately," Emily wailed. "I have every right to attend a friend's campus. You can't make me leave for a conversation." RA pulls out radio. Campus security responds soon. RA tells what happened while showing Lily's phone. One cop invites Emily outside. Emily yells and blushes. "Sophie is pushing everyone against me because she can't tolerate Ethan liking me more." Emily worried and kindly asked about Ethan's classes and housemates. Then his biology professor, university, library work schedule, and gym time. "Sophie never told her about my regimen, so she must have read our messages." His voice cracks. Security guards write faster. Back inside, Ryan says he'll leave us alone and goes to the library. Ethan sits on his bed with his head in his hands. "She sat on the couch and told me you'd been crying and talking about breaking up. She said you sent her to check on me because you were too upset to come." His eyes are on me. "She almost convinced me. I felt odd when she mentioned my timetable. She knew I had chemistry labs on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and knew my lunch place near the scientific building. How could she know?" His eyes are sweaty. His stomach drops. I check my settings on my phone. Ethan helps me reset my passwords, social media, email, everything. A chilling email login history shows Emily's IP address logins for 3 weeks. She reads my emails for a month. Ethan finds more proof in my cloud. Emily browsed my private photos for me and Ethan. I claim she's everywhere. My voice is distant. I check my email login history. Emily reads everything for weeks. Ethan accesses the design in my photo storage. She frequently copied my private photos to her device. Hands shake so badly I almost lose my phone. We check my social media, and find she's signed in, reading my personal messages to loved ones. She knows my life. Every discussion, plan, and private idea shared with trusted people. Ryan knocks on the door after leaving the library. After Ethan lets him in, Ryan sees us on the bed with phones and laptops and looks serious as we show him what we found. He snaps images of his phone's login and access history, and says we must capture everything before Emily hides or destroys evidence. When Lily texts to check on us, I tell her what we found. She immediately says she's felt watched, like someone was looking through her stuff when she wasn't home. She'll check her accounts now. Ethan finds a non-created record in my cloud storage showing his class schedule by day and time. 2 months after Emily was abandoned, the document details his campus library job shifts, friends and roommates, gym and dining hall trips, favorite coffee shop, and normal orders. Ryan reads over Ethan's shoulder and says, "This is serious stalking behavior, not just a roommate being weird or jealous." He advises us to report this level of surveillance and plotting to university police immediately. It's almost midnight. But I'm too scared to wait in the morning. Ryan suggests sleeping on the couches in the common area to stay on campus with people and security. Ethan agrees quickly, and Lily texts that she's sleeping at her girlfriend's house tonight because she feels unsafe at the flat. Ryan takes us down to the common area where several students are studying late. A security guard walks through every hour, making the space feel safer. Ethan and I share a couch while Lily uses the other. Ryan brings bottled drinks and blankets from his room. No sleep. Ethan finally admits to being afraid since the lingerie incident. He didn't make me choose between him and my living condition, because he knew I couldn't afford to break my lease or move out. He keeps thinking about Emily coming to his door, or following him around campus, making it hard to sleep and study. He feels bad for not being more clear about his anxiety, but he didn't want me to think he was theatrical. I argue he wasn't exaggerating, and I should have taken it more seriously from the start. We spent hours analyzing the warning signs we ignored or rationalized away. The breathing outside my door, the constant location checking, and how Emily integrated herself into every area of our relationship, made Ethan stop seeing me, because he was afraid of what Emily would do next. Ryan sleeps in a chair nearby, but Ethan and I watch the sun rise through the windows. Students move to early classes, or the dining hall as morning light floods the common area. I'm exhausted but anxious about the future, so I call my older sister Megan for advice. I explain Emily drove here uninvited, and the stalker proof we got yesterday and last night. Megan listens, and is quiet after I finish. She asks if I've called police, and I say we're going this morning. Megan says she's driving down and will arrive in a few hours. She says stalkers increase when their target sets limits or withdraws. Obsession with surveillance and information collection usually worsens without help. She urges me not to return to the apartment alone, and to wait in public until she arrives. Hearing her voice and knowing she's coming soothes me. After Ethan wakes Lily up, we drink campus cafe coffee. Emily worried and kindly asked about Ethan's classes and housemates, then his biology professor, university library work schedule, and gym time. We go to Ethan's room, and Ryan will testify since he saw Emily refuse to go yesterday and heard her threaten. We walk across campus to the Administration Building Police Department, where Officer Flynn O'Brien interviews us in a small room. Sophie never told her my regimen because we rarely talk about it. While Megan takes notes, I narrate the scenario from the start to avoid forgetting anything. Officer O'Brien listens and asks about dates and times. The login history and surveillance document Emily made are requested. Ryan recounts Emily's resistance to leave despite multiple pleas yesterday. Ethan describes how Emily's behavior has worried him and hindered his ability to operate. After we finish, Officer O'Brien says that while one event may not be enough for criminal charges, a 2-month pattern of behavior could support a restraining order. Stalking cases are difficult to prosecute, but our proof, especially the digital footprint revealing unauthorized access to my accounts in the surveillance file, is strong. He advises us to save every text, email, and message, document when Emily appears, and try to collect photographs or videos to enhance the case. Officer O'Brien copies our evidence, and says he'll work with my university police, since Emily and I live in the same jurisdiction. He gives me his number and tells me to call immediately, if Emily calls, or shows up. He also advised me to notify school housing about my living situation because sharing an apartment with someone like this is unsafe. I leave the police station happy we disclosed everything but frightened. Megan puts her arm around my shoulders, and says I did the right thing by involving authorities, even though it's scary. Ethan appears exhausted and anxious. My life can't end because of Emily. Lily texts that she checked her apartment and Emily hasn't returned, but some of her things have moved. Megan insists on returning to the flat with me for a few days to keep me safe. Ethan wants to go but has courses. So he'll stay at university and will video talk nightly. The 1.5-hour drive back feels long. Lily welcomes us at the apartment parking lot, and we enter it. The living room's picture frame and TV remote have moved, indicating someone was in our place. When we enter my room, I see someone inside despite locking it. My door has a simple paper-clip pickable push-button lock. My dresser drawers open slightly. My desk papers are mixed. My closet door isn't latched. My stomach drops as I look for missing stuff. The birthday sweater from Ethan and our boxed photos are gone. Emily stole my journal about our relationship and intimate thoughts, like she's collecting evidence of our relationship or trying to seize our belongings. Lily's scarf and book, which Emily may claim were borrowed or shared, are also missing. Emily's physical invasion of my life and privacy hurts more. Megan immediately says, "We're changing the lock on my bedroom door right now." We drive to a hardware store and buy a keyed lock. My phone automatically backs up images and messages to a cloud account Emily doesn't know about, and Megan uses her own email to create it, so Emily can't find it or access it even if she gets into my devices again. We changed my passwords to long random phrases Megan writes down and puts in her phone and use two-factor authentication, so Emily can't log in without my phone codes, even if she obtains them. Megan is on the couch in the living room, and Lily is in her room. Around midnight, I hear hallway footsteps outside my door. Heavy footsteps pause at my door, then the beating begins. Emily smacks her hands at my door, shaking it. She shouts that I'm irrational and theatrical. I shouldn't be a victim, she just wanted to borrow some items. Her beating increases, and she keeps turning the doorknob. She shouts that I can't shut her out of her flat. In the hallway, Megan tells Emily to stop and go to her room in seconds. Emily shouts back that Megan has no business here and should leave, kicks the door, and Megan calls the police with the address. Emily must hear this because she screams that I'll regret this, and set everyone against her. As Emily leaves her room, Lily tells her to calm down, but Emily calls Lily a traitor and orders her to shut up. The next 15 minutes felt like hours. I shut myself in my room and hear Emily pacing the corridor. Her mutterings are lost on me. Fridge is humming. We relax in my closed room while Megan brews tea. I hear Emily on the phone in her room. Her voice penetrates thin barriers. Her voice is rising as she speaks. She accuses me of stealing her guy. I'm turning everyone against her, she says. She claims I'm lying to get her in trouble. More agitated, her voice rises. She claims Ethan loves her, and I'm jealous. Megan shakes her head as I glance. We sleep little that night. Megan scheduled my campus counselor appointment for the next morning. In the Student Health Center, Violet Mitchell works in a soft-lit office with comfortable chairs. She listens without interrupting, as I recount everything. After I finish, she adds Emily's doing something serious. Erotomania and compulsive attachment are her terms. She says some people obsess over unavailable others. She claims fantasy and control are involved, not love. She believes stalkers typically think their victims desire them despite rejection. Violet helps me plan safety. She records everything on paper. She suggests I take different routes to class, so Emily can't predict me. She provides me campus security and emergency contact numbers. She advises me to inform my teachers. She helps me find safe persons in university buildings for aid. When victims create boundaries, stalking worsens, she says. She says Emily may escalate now that cops are involved. Though that scares me, Violet thinks it's vital to prepare. I get weekly appointments, and her emergency contact info. She suggests calling anytime if I feel unsafe. The college legal assistance office is my next stop after Violet. Sarah Miller joins me in a small conference room. Student harassment victims receive free legal aid from her. Every document I show her is thoroughly reviewed. She takes notes and asks date, time questions. She believes I have a strong case for a civil restraining order. The process will take weeks, she says. First, we request an interim order. A judge decides if it's permanent at a court hearing. Sarah says a restraining order won't remove Emily from our residence immediately. The lease complicates that. But the order forbids Emily from contacting or approaching me. She informs me many stalkers break restraining orders. She advises me to document and report every transgression. Each offense can lead to charges, she said. Sarah helps me finish the paperwork immediately. She explains each section and ensures I include all relevant information. She says we'll file tomorrow and serve Emily with the temporary order in a few days. Lily closes my door that night. Tired and afraid, she is. She refuses to live here. She's breaking her lease early and moving off campus with her girlfriend. She regrets leaving me but doesn't trust Emily. I assure her I comprehend. I'm glad she's leaving. This shouldn't affect her. I can meet Lily for coffee anytime since she'll be around. If needed, she will testify for the restraining order hearing. Packing begins that night. I hear my phone buzz in class 3 days later. Sarah texts that Emily has received the TRO. Stomach drops. Emily will be outraged. The permanent order court date is 2 weeks away. In 2 weeks, I must explain everything to Emily in court. 2 weeks of waiting, and wondering what Emily will do. I leave class early, and return home. Miss Lily is gone. Her room is empty. We share walls and a kitchen in this apartment with Emily, who can't come close me. I can't concentrate while I study alone. The court date, and seeing Emily keep coming to mind. Telling a judge about the lingerie incident, stalking, and everything else. My phone buzzes again. Ethan has asked if I'm okay. He praises me after I inform him about the restraining order. He hopes he could be here. But he has exams. We video call that night, and seeing his face calms me, but I'm still afraid. 2 weeks feels long. The next day, my phone is full of notifications. When Emily posts 3 times since last night on social media, my stomach drops. Just vague messages about phony pals and betrayers when you need them most. She writes about how some individuals can't handle the truth, and turn everyone against them instead of fixing themselves. She shares a quote on loyalty, and how true friends endure. All who know us will know who she references. As I read the comments, my hands shake as others ask if she's okay, offer encouragement, and say they're here for her. She's already creating a victim narrative. I put my phone down and try to prepare for class, but my mind keeps going. Today, Emily is altering her tale to make herself seem victimized. I wonder how many will believe her before hearing my side. 3 individuals had asked about Emily and me, by lunchtime. My biology classmate sends a long text, alleging Emily told her I was envious and bossy about her friendship with Ethan. Another friend asks if I'm attempting to kick Emily out for nothing. Another person said I lied to seek attention. Reading these messages makes me sick, because Emily is spreading lies, and some people believe them. Write comments for 1 hour, citing proof and screenshots. When proof is presented, some apologies instantly. Others remain silent, making me question if they trust Emily more than me. After I tell them everything, my close friends support me. But I still feel isolated knowing that some people believe I'm insane. Lily emails me that Emily has been posting in group chats, playing the victim and claiming I overreacted to innocent jokes. I'm frustrated because some people will always believe Emily's story despite my evidence. Ethan calls me that night with a new, tight voice. He says he had a panic attack in economics class today because someone who looked like Emily passed by. He had to leave class due to breathlessness. His lecturer now feels he's skimming crucial stuff. He can't study when he's anxious about Emily returning, therefore his grades are slipping. I talk to him for 2 hours, and tell him the restraining order will help, and that she can't come near him legally. But I can hear his worry that won't go away. His daily class itineraries vary, and he checks the parking lot before leaving his room. It's hard to sleep because he thinks someone is outside his door. We feel more apart now. Like we're drowning separately instead of together. I despise Emily's damage to him, us, and our beautiful relationship before she decided we belonged to her. We resolved to chat every night and stay strong, but after we hang up, I cry because I don't know how much stress our relationship can handle. I notice anything incorrect when I go home from afternoon class a week before court. My bedroom door opens. Really open, not just unlocked. I locked it this morning using my key. My pulse races when I enter, and discover my room utterly destroyed. Dresser drawers open, clothes everywhere. Papers on the floor at my desk. My closet was bare with hangers gone. I run to my workstation and find my laptop charger gone. My grandmother's necklace and 2 Ethan rings are missing from my jewelry box. My Ethan and I photos are vanished from my wall. You can't keep what's meant to be shared. Emily's scrawled letter on my bed shakes me as I take phone photos of the debris and note before touching anything else. This is worse than previously because Emily destroyed my lock, entered my space, and stole my possessions. Officer Carter, who knows our case, arrives within 20 minutes and I show him everything, shaking my voice as I detail what's taken in the note. The message is clear and scary, and I know it's illegal. He slowly walks through my room, taking photos from multiple angles, and making detailed notes about each stolen or damaged item. He examines my door lock and finds scratches around the keyhole where Emily must have picked or forced it. He carefully packs and labels the message as evidence, indicating a major temporary restraining order breach. Officer Carter remains patient and meticulous throughout the hour-long process, noting every detail. I show him my phone images of me wearing my grandmother's necklace, and he records the laptop charger type and serial number from my purchase. We wait for Emily with Officer Carter at my flat. He stands in the living room to watch the entrance door. He says this violation, and the burglary charges boost my case for the permanent restraining order. Emily comes in with shopping bags and seems shocked when she sees Officer Carter. He identifies himself and tells her she's detained for restraining order violation and burglary. Emily panics and screams at me, saying I ruined her life, that I'm selfish and nasty and can't share, and that Ethan would have chosen her if I hadn't poisoned everyone against her. Officer Carter moves quickly and professionally as Emily's eyes widen and she retreats toward the door. Officer Carter arrests her as she shouts and cries, and mascara runs as he reads her rights. With Emily's consent, other cops search her room and find my laptop charger and several wall photos she took. Emily cries and yells about how unjust this is as they bag everything as evidence. I'm devastated when Michaela calls me the next day to tell Emily posted bail. I wanted her to stay in jail until the court hearing, but her parents paid to release her. Michaela says the judge added rules that ban Emily from returning to our flat, and require her to officially arrange for police monitoring to retrieve her items. This is fantastic for me because I won't see Emily about the unit without police. Emily warns me she may retaliate in other ways while on bail, so I must stay vigilant and document everything. Knowing Emily can't legally return here makes me feel better. But I'm worried about her next move. People who breach restraining orders usually do it again, and Emily has shown she doesn't care about legal consequences when she wants something. Next morning, my landlord, John Adams, and I discuss my options at his office. This middle-aged man with sympathetic eyes listens as I describe everything, showing him police reports, restraining orders, and photos of my ransacked room. He shakes his head, saying he had no idea it was so bad. John carefully reviews the lease, and notes that violating a lease usually costs 2 months' rent, but he's willing to make an exception due to the criminal charges and restraining order. I cry with relief since I can escape and find refuge before the lease expires without punishment due to my safety and confirmed illegal activity. Since Emily is legally excluded, he'll try to obliterate her identity. John sympathizes, saying he has a college-aged daughter, and would want help in a similar situation. He offers me 30 days to find a new place, and move out, and he'll handle the paperwork. We drive around campus on Saturday to look at homes, but most are too pricey for me since I shared rent 3 times. Megan can move into a simple studio apartment 15 minutes from college with good locks and key card access. Since my safety is more important than money, Megan calls our parents immediately to explain. My mom calls back within an hour to offer to cover the rent difference each month. She seems terrified and upset about everything, but she only wants me safe. Because I don't want to beg for money but need to escape that flat, we put down a deposit that day, and the landlord lets me move in next weekend. Having a plan and a safe place to go helps me breathe again. 2 weeks after filing, the permanent restraining order hearing is on schedule. I wake up scared because I have to testify about everything to a judge. Michaela informs me what to anticipate in the courthouse. My hands shake as we wait in the hallway outside the courtroom. Emily sits at a table with her lawyer, a sharp-looking woman in an expensive suit, when they call us in. Emily doesn't look at me, but her jaw is clenched. Older woman judge is harsh but fair. Michaela charts Emily's behavior with images, text messages, police reports, and witness accounts. I testify about the lingerie incident, getting home to a looted room, and Emily's phony text from my phone. Emily's lawyer says she was a worried friend in turmoil. She claims, I overreacted to roommate disputes, and that Emily's mental illness makes her a victim. But the evidence is too powerful. Officer Carter's break-in and arrest testimony seems credible. The judge reclines and checks the final documents before speaking, staring at Emily and then at me, based on repeated police complaints, witness testimony, and boundary violations. She grants a 3-year permanent restraining order. The judge says Emily must stay 500 YDs from me, avoid Ethan, and avoid our campuses and other frequented locations. Any disobedience will result in instant arrest and criminal proceedings. For the first time in weeks, my body relaxes, like I broke the surface after holding my breath underwater. Emily looks at me with pure loathing while the judge talks, as if trying to recall my face or send me a message. So happy the order is in place, but afraid because that expression tells me this isn't over in her mind. Michaela gently touches my arm, and suggests leaving by the side exit to avoid hallway conflict. While Emily sits with her lawyer, we gather our papers, and leave. The following weekend, Megan arrives early Saturday morning with boxes and cleaning supplies. Lily and her girlfriend meet us at my new studio apartment, and Ethan drives 1.5 hours to assist me move. Leaving the old apartment takes most of the day. Good thing Emily isn't there. But I can tell she's been in my room again because things are rearranged and a few things are missing. Like a hair clip and desk portrait. I don't care anymore. I want out. We drive Megan's car and the truck to the studio in 2 trips. The new place is tiny compared to my others. My landlady installed a deadbolt and chain lock at my request, and I sit on the floor and breathe after unpacking the last box and setting up my bed. The door and window locks are good, but the bathroom is so small I can touch both walls. Key cards are needed to enter the building. Ethan sits next to me and hugs my shoulders. I can breathe deeply without worrying about who might walk through my door for the first time in months. My locked environment with eye control feels like actual safety since this started. Lily buys pizza for everyone and we eat on the floor since I don't have furniture. The first month in the new apartment is uneventful until Emily breaks the restraining order twice, first in Tuesday morning class. Megan promises to help me find cheap thrift shop stuff next weekend. As I cross campus to the science building, I find her passively watching me from the bike racks 40 feet away. After freezing, I capture her photo with my phone. She leaves, but I call campus police immediately. Officer Carter confirms that 40 feet is inside 500 feet. The second violation occurs 2 weeks later when I receive a friend request from an unfamiliar account and visit its profile, which is false. The 3-day-old account, which has no postings, has a profile picture of Ethan Emily stolen from my laptop. I capture and send Officer Carter everything before blocking the account. He warns Emily's lawyer that further infractions could result in jail time instead of probation. Ethan is too afraid to visit my new house, so we have 3 or 4 video conversations a week. He fears Emily is watching my apartment, and will follow him if he visits. I share his fears, but distance makes it hard. We've gone from spending weekends together to watching movies together, so our calls are now about our concerns and needs. Ethan says Emily entering his room startled him more than ever, and he still has trouble sleeping. Although the distance is rough, we're communicating better than when he was visiting regularly. We plan for safer times, places we want to visit, and other relationship issues we couldn't focus on before. Even though we're 1.5 hours away, his honesty about our fears brings us closer. Violet and I meet monthly for stalker trauma therapy. She helps me do activities to realize I didn't cause it, and couldn't have predicted Emily's behavior. I blamed myself for not setting boundaries sooner, not taking early warning signs seriously, and being too polite, and making Emily think we were closer. Violet says stalkers gently test boundaries and make victims doubt themselves. She rages. Emily turned a nice thing into fear. I had no idea that a roommate's joke about our relationship would lead to a break-in and identity theft. I'm furious that she made Ethan terrified to visit me and read my texts, emails, and photos. Violet teaches me that anger is normal, and that I have a right to be furious about what occurred. She helps me manage my rage without making me feel weak. Each session is exhausting, but I feel lighter and more in charge of my story. Michaela calls me 3 months after the restraining order concerning Emily's criminal case. Emily agreed to probation instead of jail time for breaking the restraining order and burglarizing my room. She must see an obsessive-compulsive therapist twice a week, and her probation officer every 2 weeks to prove compliance. Most importantly, she pledged to switch universities next term. Michaela says the prosecution pushed for the transfer requirement since Emily on my campus might easily break the restraining order again, even accidentally. I'm relieved not to testify in a criminal trial, but Michaela tells me that plea deals don't mean responsibility or change of mind. Emily may have agreed to these restrictions to avoid jail, not because she realizes her error. I must watch for and report questionable activity. The plea deal doesn't affect the restraining order, and violations are serious. I almost cry when Michaela tells me I won't have to worry about running into Emily between courses, or at school events, or taking alternate routes to avoid her next semester, because Emily will be on a different campus. Violet warns me in our next therapy appointment that stalking victims frequently remain hypervigilant. She claims my brain has been on alert for months, ready for the next transgression or conflict. She's right. I still look over my shoulder on my way to class and get excited when I notice Emily's build or hair color. Last week, I worried when I saw a girl in Emily's jacket, but realized it wasn't her. Despite Emily being hours away, my body reacts like I'm in danger. Violet says this is typical, and will fade with therapy. She teaches me grounding strategies to utilize when I panic, reminding me I'm secure and the threat is over. We'll feel safe enough to visit my new flat for a weekend in early spring. We make breakfast in my tiny kitchen, and watch movies on my laptop. We go around my neighborhood without fear of being followed or unexpectedly invited. Standing next to him without anxiety is unusual. We discuss his graduate school applications, and my next semester plans. We discuss visiting his family over summer break, and potentially traveling somewhere new. Every time we're together, I realize how much strain I've been carrying, and how much I've been bracing for something horrible. Ethan expects Emily to arrive everywhere, but she doesn't. No one rings my door, or leaves strange messages. We reconnect over the weekend, and remember why we work together. We plan for Ethan to return in 2 weeks after he leaves Sunday night. Without Emily's shadow, we're building again. Weekly coffee dates with Lily are held halfway between our apartments. She apologizes again for not alerting me about Emily's behavior early on. But I repeat, I don't blame her. I lived with Emily and saw her every day, but I didn't know her infatuation was hazardous until it was out of hand. Lily feels bad for not protecting me as a friend, and is concerned since what transpired. I tell her she documented Emily's actions, accompanied me to Ethan's campus, testified at the restraining order court, and helped me move. Their actions counted. We discuss how we both learned the painful lesson that looks don't necessarily indicate danger. Emily appeared natural, focused, and not threatening after her separation. We normalized alarming behaviors because the rise was gradual. We bond after overcoming something scary. Lily was one of the few who experienced those months. I attend a campus stalking and harassment support group every other week in a counseling center room. 6 or 7 women and 2 males are present. I felt less alone after hearing other accounts. Stalkers first appeared normal to several victims. One woman recalls an ex-boyfriend who seemed heartbroken but accepting after their breakup, then appeared everywhere. A guy discusses a pupil who became obsessive following a group assignment, making them rethink their opinions. All group members feel the guilt of, I should have known sooner, or I should have been more firm about boundaries earlier. The facilitator reminds us that stalkers are skillful manipulators who test boundaries slowly. They make victims mistrust reality and instincts. Recognizing patterns afterward shows we're learning and mending, not failing to protect ourselves. Hearing others' experiences and recoveries gives me hope that I'll feel normal again, and that hypervigilance and terror will vanish. Instead than worrying about Emily reading my emails or following my location, I submit assignments on time again, checking them twice. My biology professor accepts late lab reports without punishment, after clarifying the problem earlier in the semester. My advisor says I'm on schedule for my degree, and I can sit in the library without checking my phone every 5 minutes to see whether Emily has bypassed my new security settings. Opening my laptop no longer shakes my hands. Ethan surprises me 3 weeks before our anniversary, by arranging a hotel in a location we've never been, 4 hours away, where no one knows us and Emily won't be there. We drive there on Friday afternoons with the windows down and music. First time in months. I feel like a college student on a trip with her lover. We spend the evening exploring downtown stores and restaurants, without looking over my shoulder from the motel room. The server at a modest Italian restaurant doesn't inquire why I keep my phone face down or stiffen up when someone comes past our seat during dinner. Ethan hugs me that night in the hotel room, as we discuss how close we were to breaking up, and how Emily almost destroyed our relationship. He's proud of how I got the restraining order, moved out, and kept going when it seemed impossible. I apologize that he felt insecure in his dorm, due to my roommate's preoccupation. We promised to cease acting out of fear, and trust our relationship to handle the rest. I overhear 2 girls discussing a stalker arrested last semester while in line at the campus coffee shop. Before realizing they're not discussing my issue, my stomach sank. Later that week, Lily texts me that a mutual friend told her, Emily is going to therapy twice a week for probation and enrolling at a 3-hour-away university for the spring semester. It's strange, because I should be glad she's getting help yet worry that therapy won't address what made her obsess on Ethan. I keep my location sharing off save for a few trusted friends and check my bedroom door lock every night before bed. Violet reminds me throughout our session that Emily's rehabilitation isn't my duty, and that I may wish she gets better while protecting myself and setting limits. Megan calls me on a Tuesday afternoon, pleased and emotional, to inform me she finished her psychology degree and got into a trauma treatment program. Since assisting me through the stalking issue, she wants to deal with people who've had similar safety and trust violations. That watching me negotiate the judicial system and recovery showed her how much individuals need champions who understand. I wouldn't wish it on anyone, but Megan says I was stronger than I imagined, that most people don't identify stalking until it's deadly, and that I stopped Emily before it became worse. We spoke about her autumn graduate program, and how I might help her with stalking prevention and victim support research. I went to my morning class 6 months after Emily relocated to her new institution without looking behind me or searching crowds for her face. In the library, or dining hall, I don't startle when someone approaches from behind due to less shoulder tension. Because mending isn't linear. I still see Violet every other week, and feel concerned when Emily follows me everywhere. But most days I feel normal. Like a student fretting about exams and schoolwork. I can drink coffee with friends without my ex-roommate observing my apartment or location. I don't need to record every interaction for evidence. Ethan phones to say he's admitted to a doctoral program, at an institution 30 minutes from mine and will move there. I tell him I want to cook supper for him in my apartment without worrying about breaking in, walk without looking for followers, and live together without trauma. Since the day I laughed off Emily calling Ethan, our boyfriend, a joke, I've changed. Kindness and accommodation don't mean accepting weird conduct. I discovered that setting boundaries isn't nasty or dramatic, but vital for safety. Even when campus security ignored my concerns, I learned to document everything and build a case until people took me seriously. I learned that protecting myself isn't selfish, and that I don't owe somebody access to my space or relationship just because we share an apartment or they're struggling. Instead of avoiding conflict by rationalizing my uneasiness, I learned to trust my intuition. My studio apartment is perfect. I can control who enters, and when, and every object is mine and hasn't been touched, borrowed, or stolen. To feel comfortable at night, I added posters, plants, and images of trusted people and placed a chain lock. We cook in my tiny kitchen on weekends, without worrying about someone walking in without knocking or listening outside. We laugh at everyday things when Lily comes over for movie evenings instead of discussing safety or conduct. My relationship with Ethan is stronger than before Emily left because we talked about fear, boundaries, and trust, and chose each other when it would have been easier to go. I have a support system that respects my space and decisions, who understands safety isn't paranoia, and boundaries aren't punishment. In 6 months, I wasn't sure I'd feel this joyful and proud of myself for surviving. My husband married me to get closer to my sister. You're just a placeholder, he said. I exposed his infidelity, and left him to carry the stigma forever. He announced it at his company's Christmas party, after drinking whiskey and pretending for years. We were standing at the bar when his colleague Mark said how fortunate he was to have such a lovely wife. Yes, you should see her sister. My husband Ryan spoke, wavering slightly. Now that's the true prize. This is only a consolation. Mark laughed nervously. I stood there with my cocktail, feeling my entire world shift. What have you just said? I asked. Ryan glanced to me as if he had forgotten I was present. It's nothing, baby. For intentionit. This is just man chat. However, Mark was already backing away, mumbling about finding his wife. You stated I was a consolation prize. You're being sensitive. You said you wished you had married Rachel. He shrugged. Actually shrugged. Cannot marry your wife's sister. That isn't how it works. So you married me instead. Somebody had to marry you first. He said it as if it were obvious, like it was part of a plan. 5 years. 5 years of marriage. And he told me I was the link to my younger sister. We need to leave. I claimed the celebration was just getting begun. We are leaving immediately. In the car, he attempted to backtrack. I did not mean it as it sounded. How did you intend it? Rachel is lovely. It's common knowledge. You already know it. But I selected you because you were unable to choose her. That is not. Look, Rachel was 18 when I met you both that summer at your parents' house. You were 23. This made more sense. What makes more sense? He sighed, as if I was having difficulty dating you. She was too young. Your parents would have panicked out. But you were flawless. Same family, same genetics, but more appropriate. Same genetics. As if I were a placeholder with the correct DNA. Have you ever loved me? I asked. Of course, I love you. You are my wife. That is not an answer. What would you like me to say? That I never realized how attractive your sister is? That is something I have never wondered. What if? Everyone wonders. This is not about their wife's sister. Not for 5 years. We drove in silence till we arrived home. I went directly to our bedroom, and began bringing out suitcases. What are you doing now? He asked from the doorway. How does it look like? You are overreacting. So I think your sister appealing. So? What? I married you. I have children with you. He grabbed my arm. Stop being so theatrical. You cannot leave over this. Where will you go if you follow me? Your parents? They will inquire why. What are you going to tell them? That I think Rachel is pretty? They'll say you're acting childish. I will tell them the truth, that you admitted to marrying me as a consolation prize. I had been drinking. Drunken remarks reflect sober ideas. My telephone rang. It was Rachel. Hey, are you all right? Mark's wife has just called me. Said something strange happened at Ryan's party. I put her on speaker. I am fine. She claimed Ryan was talking about me. Something about wishing. I do not know. She wouldn't say exactly. Ryan's face became pallid. Rachel, what did she tell you? I asked. Ryan just said something inappropriate about marrying the wrong sister. Is this true? I looked at Ryan. Why don't you ask him? Ryan? Rachel's voice was sharper now. What have you said? Nothing. It was taken out of context. What context makes that acceptable? Rachel asked. You are married to my sister. You have 2 children. What's wrong with you? Ryan remarked abruptly. Everyone always adores you. At every family gathering. Every dinner. Rachel is a model. An influencer. And the ultimate person. And I'm trapped with this. He said. What am I stuck with? I said. Complete the sentence. He spoke calmly to someone who will never measure up. Rachel gasped into the phone. You are a fragment of. My sister is worth 10 of you. She's intelligent, kind, and humorous. She is the one who helped you get your job. She is the one who supported you after your father died. Rachel, she is raising your children almost entirely on her own, and you are stuck. Ryan started. No, don't ever contact me again. Do not look at me. Don't attend family events. You are disgusting. She paused. Megan, do you need a place to stay? I'm packed right now. Come here. The kids can use the spare room. Rachel, this is not your problem. Ryan explained. It became my concern when you included me in your filthy fantasies. Rachel shot back. What else are you doing? Stare at my photographs? Compare us. Pretend she is me. Stop. Ryan stated. No, I want to know. How long have you been pretending that my sister is me? Since the wedding? Since the honeymoon? Each time you. Stop. Ryan shouted. I am hanging up. Rachel stated. Megan, I'll leave the door unlocked. Ryan, I'm informing everyone. Mom, Dad, cousins, and everyone. They should understand what type of man you are. She hung up. Ryan stared at me. It is your fault. Is it my fault? You needed to make a big issue about it. She now hates me. Your entire family will despise me. You did it. You stated that you married me to be close to my sister. I never said it exactly. You claimed I was a consolation prize. You stated you were stuck with me. You claimed I'd never measure up. And it's true. He exploded. You are ordinary. You are boring. You are not special. Rachel illuminates every area. You simply exist in them. I stopped packing. I looked at him. Really? I looked at him for the first time in years. Thinning hair, soft middle, and angry small eyes. Would you like to know the truth? Yes, I do. I've known for 2 years that you'd settled for me. I felt it whenever you suggested I try Rachel's workout program. You would always wonder why I couldn't dress more like her. Every family dinner, you trailed her around the room, rarely looking at me. I normalized it because I believed that was what marriage entailed. Making peace with being the second choice. But hearing you say it aloud to a coworker, confessing you're stuck with me, broke something I can't repair. His face became absolutely white. He opened his mouth and nothing came out. I returned to packing, folding garments with shaky hands. He just stood there watching me empty our closet into suitcases, as if he couldn't believe it. I said, guest room. Without looking at him. Sleep there tonight? I need to complete this. For once. He did not protest. I heard his footsteps recede down the corridor. I heard the guest room door close. The silence felt heavy but also clean. Like if I could finally breathe freely without his presence hanging on me. My phone rang exactly 7 minutes later. Rachel's name popped up on the screen. And I responded immediately. Mom and Dad are driving up tomorrow morning, she added, her voice filled with rage. I already called them. I told them everything Mark's wife told me. And they're coming first thing. You won't have to explain alone. The relief was so strong that I had to sit on the edge of the bed. Thank you. I said. She said she loved me before hanging up, to continue calling family members. I spent the remainder of the night roaming around our bedroom, as if I were haunting it. After I finished, he took out his phone. I'm calling him right now, my father explained. His voice sounded cool and controlled, which was even worse than if he had yelled. He put the phone on speaker, so that everyone could hear. Ryan responded on the second ring, seeming apprehensive. My father didn't waste time on pleasantries. You're not welcome at family events anymore, he told me. Christmas, Thanksgiving, birthdays, nothing. You will communicate through lawyers from now on. You do not call my daughter, unless it is concerning the children. You do not show up at family events. You made your decision during the party, and now you must deal with the repercussions. Ryan attempted to interrupt. But my father simply hung up. My mother reached over and grabbed my hand, and Rachel sat beside me, looking fierce and protective. My phone started vibrating before my father had even laid it down. Ryan's name flashed on the screen repeatedly. I let it ring 3 times before the text started pouring in. Your father threatened me. This is ridiculous. You must dismiss him. I am still your husband. We can figure things out if you don't make everything too dramatic. Each mail criticized me for making such a big fuss. As if his disclosure at the party was my fault for having feelings about it. I took screenshots of each one and forwarded them to Rachel without saying anything. She read them, and her expression hardened. He's digging his own grave, she remarked calmly. My mother urged that I turn off my phone for the night, but I wanted to know what Ryan would say. The texts continued for another 20 minutes, increasing harsher as I did not react. You are turning everyone against me. Regardless, your family has always loved you more. Rachel is undoubtedly overjoyed to finally have something to write about. Rachel burst out laughing at the last one. Does he think I'll be posting about his midlife crisis on Instagram? She asked no one in particular. The doorbell rang at 7, and Rachel went to answer it. Marissa stood there with 2 bottles of wine and a bag of Chinese takeout, looking concerned. As she entered, Sarah informed me that she had heard from her husband, who works with Ryan. I thought you could use some companionship in actual meals. She hugged me tightly, and I remembered I hadn't eaten since morning. Rachel got plates, while Marissa poured wine and told us what was going on in the area. Mark's wife had been extremely loud about what she witnessed at the party. So it appears that half of our street was aware of what transpired. She told at least 5 others during yoga this morning. Marissa stated, "Everyone is talking about how Ryan called you a consolation prize right in front of his co-workers." Marissa appeared enraged on my behalf. Mark's wife, who used to work as a public defender, claimed she'd never been so uncomfortable at a work event. My parents had departed by then. But Rachel remained at the table with us, eating fried rice, and periodically checking her phone. Ryan attempted to call her twice, but she simply declined both calls without looking bothered. When the kids came out of the spare room asking for dinner, I realized I hadn't fed them properly since I had been so preoccupied with everything else. Rachel reheated chicken nuggets as I sat down at her kitchen table. My kid asked when we were coming home, and I knew I couldn't keep telling her we were just visiting. Rachel pulled up a chair and assisted me in finding the appropriate phrases. Sometimes adults realize they need to live in different homes for a spell. I told them gently. This does not imply that someone did anything improper. Rachel said, "You're going to spend some time here with me and Mommy. And you'll still see Daddy, just at different times." My son inquired whether this was because Daddy was sad before, and I had to explain that it was about grown-up issues unrelated to them. Rachel was better at this than I was, keeping her voice upbeat and natural while my throat kept closing up. They took it better than I expected, and returned to their medications after eating. Ryan's parents called while I was tucking the kids into their air mattresses. Kids are weirdly resilient sometimes. Rachel took my phone before I could reach for it, and answered it myself. "She's not ready to talk to you yet," Rachel stated firmly. There was noisy talking on the other line, but Rachel's look remained unchanged. "I understand how unhappy you are, but your son publicly humiliated his wife at a company party." Rachel listened for a minute, then raised her eyebrows. Ryan's mother was crying in the background, saying she raised him better than this, with a high and trembling voice. Rachel informed them that I would call when I was ready, not before, and then hung up. "They wanted to come over and discuss this," Rachel explained. I told them emphatically not. My hands were shaking, and I was relieved she had intervened. I wasn't prepared to hear whatever explanations they had made for their son. Henry called at 9 a.m. I apologize for the late hour. Marissa informed me what had transpired, and I wanted to provide some legal insight. He continued. I put him on speaker so Rachel could hear too. Henry indicated that Ryan's public statement about marrying me as a consolation prize could be relevant in divorce proceedings, particularly in cases involving emotional abuse. His firm had connections to several good family law attorneys if I wanted a referral. "The fact that he said these things in front of witnesses at a work event makes it documented," says Henry. "It's not just your word against his." I felt something shift in my chest, hearing him lay it out so practically. This wasn't just hurt feelings or a bad marriage. This was something with legal weight. Henry gave me 3 names to call and told me not to wait. "The sooner you establish representation, the better." Rachel was already writing down the names and numbers before I could even process what was going on. Jamaica's office was downtown, in a building with marble floors and expensive art, and I met with her 2 days later, leaving the kids with Rachel. Jamaica was about 50 years old, with gray hair cut and sharp, direct eyes that didn't miss anything. She asked me to tell her everything from the beginning, and I walked through the entire night, from the Christmas party to Ryan's texts to my father's call. When I finished, she leaned back in her chair. "His words constitute a pattern of emotional abuse," she said, without any softening. "The consolation prize comment. The comparisons to your sister. The admission that he married you to get closer to her." She tapped her pen against her notepad. "Are there any additional examples from your marriage? Things you might have disregarded as jokes? Or typical marital conflict?" Sitting in Jamaica's office with her looking at me so directly, I started remembering things I'd pushed down or explained away. And Ryan suggested I try Rachel's workout routine because she looked so toned. Him asking why I couldn't dress more like Rachel when we had events to attend. The joke he made about our kids getting lucky with genetics, implying they could have turned out like me instead. Each memory felt like waking up from fog, seeing patterns I'd been living inside without recognizing them as wrong. There was the time he showed me Rachel's Instagram, and said he wished I'd put that much effort into my appearance. The Christmas 2 years ago, when he spent the whole day at my parents' house following Rachel around with his eyes while I tried to pretend I didn't notice. His suggestion that we vacation where Rachel was traveling so we could meet up with her. Like that was a normal thing to want. Jamaica wrote everything down, And her face got harder with each example. "This is textbook emotional abuse through comparison," she said when I finished. "He's been undermining your self-worth systematically." I felt sick realizing how much I'd normalized. How many times I'd told myself I was being sensitive or jealous. Ryan showed up at Rachel's apartment unannounced 2 days after I moved in. I was making lunch for the kids when the doorbell rang and Rachel went to answer it. I heard his voice immediately. "I need to see my kids." Rachel's response was calm but firm. "You need to arrange visits through proper channels now. You don't just show up expecting access." I moved to where I could see the doorway. Ryan looked terrible, unshaven and rumpled, but I couldn't feel sorry for him anymore. "Let me in," he demanded. "This is between me and my wife." Rachel actually laughed. "Your wife is my sister and you're not coming in here." The confrontation escalated fast. Ryan accused Rachel of poisoning me against him, his voice getting louder. "You've always wanted this," he said. "You've always been jealous that I chose her over you." Rachel's laugh was genuine and cutting. "You managed to poison her against you all by yourself at that Christmas party. I didn't have to do anything." She crossed her arms and blocked the doorway more completely. "You stood in front of your coworkers and called her a consolation prize. You told her she'll never measure up. That's all you." Ryan tried to push past her, but Rachel held her ground. The kids appeared behind me asking what was happening, and I turned them back toward the spare room. "Go watch your show," I told them. "Daddy's just leaving." Ezekiel contacted me straight that evening after Ryan left. His voice had that fake nice tone guys use when they're trying to smooth things over. "Boys will be boys," he started. Ryan had too much to drink, and said some things he didn't mean. I felt wrath replace the numbness I'd been feeling. Ryan was sober enough to articulate 5 years of settling for second best. I told him he was sober enough to explain his whole strategy of dating me because Rachel was too young. He meant every word. After 10. Ryan was sober enough to explain people. Ezekiel tried the reasonable approach next, suggesting we all sit down and talk this through like adults. I told him talking time was over, and hung up before he could respond. Rachel high-fived me from across the room. 3 days later, I drove back to the house while Ryan was at work to get more clothes and toys for the kids. Walking through the front door felt wrong, like I was trespassing in someone else's home instead of the place I'd lived for 5 years. The living room still had our family photos on the walls, and the couch we'd picked out together. But everything looked different now, like props in a play about someone else's life. I moved through each room, gathering things for the kids, opening closets and drawers I'd organized myself, touching furniture we'd saved up to buy. The kitchen had the coffee maker Ryan used every morning, and my favorite mugs still sitting in the dish rack. I packed the kids' winter coats from the hall closet, and grabbed their favorite stuffed animals from their beds. My daughter's room had drawings taped to the walls, and my son's had his collection of toy cars lined up on the shelf. I took photos of their rooms on my phone so I could try to make Rachel's spare room feel more like home for them. In our bedroom, I started pulling clothes from my side of the closet, and that's when I noticed Ryan's nightstand drawer was slightly open. I knew I shouldn't look, but I pulled it open anyway. Inside was his old leather journal from college that I'd seen him write in years ago, but thought he'd stopped using. The first page I opened to was dated 2 months after we started dating. He'd written about a family barbecue at my parents' house where Rachel wore a sundress, and how he couldn't stop watching her. The entry said she was the one that got away, and I was good enough for now until he could figure out a better plan. I sat down hard on the bed and kept reading. Page after page of entries about Rachel, mixed in with entries about me, and the contrast was brutal. When he wrote about Rachel, he used words like captivating, and magnetic, and perfect. When he wrote about me, he used words like practical, and safe, and acceptable. There was an entry from the week he proposed to me where he talked about how marrying me was the smart choice, since it kept him linked to Rachel, and my parents liked him. He actually worked out a strategy for how being my husband would provide him more access to family functions where Rachel would be. I took photos of every page with my phone, my hands shaking so hard I had to retake several shots. This wasn't just drunk talk at a Christmas party. This was 5 years of calculated settling, written down in his own handwriting. I shoved the journal back in the drawer, and finished packing as fast as I could. Desperate to get out of that house. Sunday dinner at my parents' house felt more like a war meeting than a family meal. Rachel came with me for support, and my parents had already set the table with extra food like they were preparing for a long discussion. My father barely let me sit down before he started talking about taking Ryan for everything in the divorce. My mother agreed, saying I deserved every penny after what he'd done. I tried to explain that I just wanted out and fair custody of the kids, but my father kept interrupting with ideas about how to maximize my settlement. Rachel backed me up, reminding them that dragging things out would be harder on the kids. My mother cried through most of dinner, apologizing for not seeing what Ryan was really like. My father wanted to know every detail of what Ryan had said at the party, and I had to repeat it all again. By the time dessert came around, I felt exhausted from rehashing everything. My parents meant well, but their anger was overwhelming when I just wanted to move forward quietly. Back at Rachel's apartment that night, my phone started ringing from a number I didn't recognize. I answered and heard Ryan's voice immediately. He was calling from different numbers, because I'd blocked his cell. The voicemail he left was apologetic, begging me to talk to him. An hour later, another call came from a different number, and this voicemail was angry, accusing me of turning everyone against him. Then another call, another number, back to apologetic. Jamaica told me to save every single voicemail and text for documentation. She said the pattern of harassment would matter in court, especially the way he kept changing between sorry and hostile. I started a folder on my phone just for Ryan's messages, and it filled up fast. Marissa stopped by Rachel's place with coffee and news from the neighborhood. She'd heard through Mark's wife that several people at Ryan's company had complained to HR about his comments at the Christmas party. Apparently, Ryan had a reputation at work for talking about Rachel in ways that made people uncomfortable. Mark got pulled into HR to give a statement about what he'd witnessed, and other coworkers came forward with their own stories. One woman said Ryan had shown her Rachel's social media photos and made inappropriate comments. Another said he'd compared his wife unfavorably to his sister-in-law at multiple company events. Marissa said the whole office was talking about it, and Ryan's boss was not happy. I felt sick knowing his obsession with Rachel had been so obvious to his coworkers while I'd been at home thinking our marriage was normal. The kids needed help processing everything, so I enrolled them in temporary counseling through their school. The counselor was kind and experienced with children of divorce. After their first session, she told me they were doing okay overall, but my son kept asking if Daddy stopped loving Mommy. That question broke my heart because I didn't know how to explain that Daddy never loved Mommy the way he should have. The counselor said it was normal for kids to worry the parent who left might stop loving them, too. She gave me scripts for how to reassure them that both parents loved them even though we couldn't live together anymore. My daughter seemed to be handling things better, but she'd started having nightmares about our family breaking apart. Ryan's mother reached out through Rachel, asking if we could meet for coffee without Ryan knowing. I didn't want to, but Rachel said she'd sounded genuinely devastated on the phone. Against my better judgment, I agreed to meet her at a coffee shop near Rachel's apartment. I figured I owed her nothing, but maybe hearing her out would give me some closure. The coffee shop meeting was harder than I expected. Ryan's mother was already crying when I walked in. Her eyes red and puffy like she'd been crying for days. We hadn't even ordered coffee yet, and she was apologizing through tears. She said she'd suspected Ryan had an unhealthy interest in Rachel, but convinced herself marriage and kids would fix it. I ordered us both coffee while she composed herself enough to talk. She told me about noticing little things over the years, like how Ryan's eyes would follow Rachel at family gatherings, or how he'd find excuses to sit near her at holiday dinners. She'd mentioned it to Ezekiel once, and he told her she was imagining things. I listened while she cried and apologized, feeling oddly detached from the whole conversation. Then Ryan's mother told me something that made everything worse. She said Ezekiel had pushed Ryan to marry me quickly because he thought I was stable and would settle him down. Her exact words were that Ezekiel saw me as good wife material, who would keep Ryan on track. She apologized for not speaking up when she noticed Ryan staring at Rachel during our wedding reception. She apologized for not warning me when she overheard Ryan talking about Rachel to his brother. She apologized for all the times she stayed quiet because she wanted to believe her son was better than his behavior showed. I thanked her for telling me, and left the coffee shop feeling even more betrayed than before. I made an appointment with Callista Brooks, a therapist who works with people dealing with betrayal in relationships. Her office was calm and comfortable with soft lighting and tissues on every surface. Our first session was mostly me, crying while she listened, and took notes. I told her everything from the Christmas party confession, to finding Ryan's journal to learning his own mother knew something was wrong. Callista didn't try to minimize anything or rush me through my feelings. She said, "Discovering your marriage was built on being someone's second choice, was genuinely traumatic. And I needed to let myself grieve." She explained that I wasn't just grieving the end of my marriage, but also grieving the marriage I thought I had for 5 years. By the end of the session, I felt exhausted, but also validated in a way I hadn't felt since this whole nightmare started. Callista gave me homework to start journaling about my feelings, and we scheduled weekly appointments going forward. 2 weeks after starting therapy, I got an email from Jamaica with an attachment labeled counterpetition. Ryan had filed his own divorce paperwork, claiming we had problems we couldn't fix, and asking for equal custody of the kids. I sat at Rachel's kitchen table staring at the document while she made coffee. Jamaica called an hour later, explaining this was normal, that most divorces involved both sides filing papers, but we needed to respond by documenting Ryan's pattern of putting me down and comparing me to Rachel. She asked me to write down every instance I could remember of him making me feel less than. I started a list that evening and filled 3 pages before I had to stop because my hand was shaking. The kids were scheduled for their first overnight at the house with Ryan the following Friday. I packed their bags twice, unpacking and repacking because I kept forgetting things, or second-guessing what they needed. Rachel found me sitting on the floor of her spare room surrounded by stuffed animals and clothes. She helped me finish packing and reminded me Ryan had taken care of them before. That one night wouldn't hurt them. But when I dropped them off Friday evening, watching them walk into the house with their little backpacks, I felt sick. I drove back to Rachel's apartment and paced for 3 hours straight. Rachel tried to distract me with a movie, but I couldn't sit still. I checked my phone every 5 minutes, even though I knew Ryan wouldn't call unless something was wrong. I barely slept that night, lying awake, imagining worst-case situations. When I picked them up Saturday morning, they seemed happy and normal. My daughter showed me a drawing she made, and my son talked about the pancakes Ryan made for breakfast. But then my daughter asked why we couldn't all live together if Daddy promised to be nicer. I told her sometimes grown-ups need to live separately, even when they love their kids very much. But the question stayed with me all weekend. On Monday, Rachel showed me a message she got from someone claiming to be Ryan's friend. The message said she was breaking up a family by being too hot, that she should be ashamed of herself for coming between a husband and wife. Rachel screenshot the whole thing, and posted it with a long caption about how men who blame women for their own bad behavior are showing exactly why they can't be trusted. She talked about how Ryan made his choices, and his words at that Christmas party were his responsibility, not hers. The post started getting shared within hours. I saw it had hundreds of comments by Tuesday morning, and felt worried about all the attention. Rachel came home from a photo shoot, and found me scrolling through the responses. I told her I was scared this would make everything worse, that Ryan would get angry about being exposed like this. She sat down next to me and grabbed my phone, closing the app. She reminded me Ryan made this public when he said those things at his work party in front of his colleagues. She wasn't going to hide what he did just to protect his reputation when he clearly didn't care about mine. I had my weekly appointment with Callista on Wednesday, and spent most of the session talking about the kids. I told her I was scared Ryan would compare them to any children Rachel might have someday, that he'd make them feel like backup options the way he made me feel. Callista listened and then asked me what I could control in this situation. I said nothing, that I couldn't control what Ryan said or did. She nodded and explained that I was right. I couldn't control Ryan's behavior. But I could model good self-worth for my kids. I could show them what it looked like to value yourself, and demand respect. She gave me homework to practice positive self-talk when the kids were around to let them see me being kind to myself. Jamaica filed our response to Ryan's petition on Thursday morning. She included detailed records of Ryan's pattern of comparing me to Rachel, using examples from the list I'd written, plus testimony from family members who witnessed his behavior over the years. Ryan's attorney called Jamaica that afternoon, and she put him on speaker so I could hear. He called our response inflammatory and exaggerated, said we were painting Ryan as some kind of villain when he was just a man going through a divorce. Jamaica told him emotional abuse through constant negative comparisons was documented and real. Then hung up. I sat in her office, feeling angry that Ryan's lawyer could dismiss years of hurt like it was nothing. Marissa texted me Friday, inviting me to her place for girls' night. She said Rachel was coming, and a few other friends, that I needed to laugh and remember who I was outside of this divorce mess. I almost said no because I was tired, but Rachel convinced me to go. We showed up at Marissa's house with wine and found her living room full of women I'd known for years but barely seen since my marriage. They hugged me and told me they'd heard what happened, that they were sorry I was going through this. We ate snacks and drank wine, and someone told a story about their own terrible ex that had us all crying from laughter. Marissa's friend from work did impressions of bad dates she'd been on. And I laughed so hard. My stomach hurt. They reminded me I was funny when I told a story about the kids, that I was smart when I explained a graphic design project, That I was interesting beyond just being Ryan's wife. I drove home that night feeling lighter than I had in weeks. My phone buzzed at 2:00 the morning with an email notification. I grabbed it thinking something was wrong with the kids. But it was from Ryan. The subject line said, "Please read." And the message was long, filling my entire screen when I opened it. He apologized for everything. Said he'd been awful and he knew it now. He begged for another chance. Promised he'd go to therapy, and never mentioned Rachel again. But as I read through the email, I counted 3 separate times he referenced how beautiful Rachel was. How he understood why I felt compared to her. How hard it must be having such a gorgeous sister. He didn't even see what he was doing. Couldn't write an apology without bringing her up. I forwarded the email to Jamaica without responding. The court assigned us a mediator the following week to work out custody arrangements. Her name was Lena Chase, and she had an office downtown with toys in the corner and family photos on her desk. She shook both our hands when we arrived, and explained her job was to help us figure out what worked best for the kids, not to take sides in our marriage problems. Ryan and I sat in chairs across from each other, while Lena asked questions about our work schedules and the kids' routines. She was calm and practical, writing notes while we talked. When we got to discussing holidays, Ryan suggested the kids spend Christmas with him at his parents' house like normal. I looked at him across that office and said nothing was normal anymore, that we needed to split holidays fairly now. Lena nodded and started explaining how alternating years worked for major holidays. Ryan's face crumpled right there, across from me. His shoulders started shaking, and tears ran down his cheeks while Lena sat quietly with her pen hovering over her notepad. He pressed his hands against his eyes, and made these awful choking sounds that might have moved me 2 months ago. Lena let him cry for maybe 30 seconds before she spoke again, her voice still calm and measured. She told him she understood this was difficult, but she needed to point something out. "Love requires respect," she said, and his public confession at that Christmas party showed a basic lack of respect for his wife. She asked him if he could see that, and he nodded while wiping his face with his sleeve. I sat there watching him fall apart, and felt absolutely nothing except tired. We finished the session with a basic schedule outline, and I drove back to Rachel's apartment feeling like I'd been awake for 3 days straight. The kids were playing in the living room when I walked in, and my son looked up at me with these worried eyes. He asked if I'd seen Daddy, and I told him yes. We'd had a meeting about schedules. My daughter climbed into my lap and asked if Daddy was sad because of them. The question hit me like a punch to the stomach. I held her close and explained very carefully that grown-up problems are never ever the fault of children. That Mommy and Daddy both love them more than anything. She hugged me tight, and whispered that she loves me the most in the whole world. And I had to excuse myself to the bathroom where I cried so hard I had to run water so the kids wouldn't hear. Rachel knocked on the door after a few minutes and asked if I was okay. I splashed cold water on my face, and came out to find her, making the kids grilled cheese sandwiches. She told me she had something to ask me later, when the kids were in bed. That night, after I got them settled in the spare room, Rachel poured us both wine and told me about a work event coming up where she was honored for her marketing success. She wanted me to come with her. Said it would be good for me to get out and do something that wasn't about the divorce. I almost said no, because going to Rachel's glamorous work event sounded exhausting. But she gave me this look that said she really wanted me there. I agreed and she hugged me. Then started talking about what I should wear, and how excited she was for me to meet some of her colleagues. The event was at this nice hotel downtown with a big ballroom and people in cocktail dresses everywhere. Rachel looked amazing in a silver dress that caught the light, and I watched her work the room like she was born to do it. She introduced me to people as her sister, and they actually seemed interested in talking to me. A woman from a tech startup asked about my work, and I mentioned graphic design. And suddenly, we were having this whole conversation about branding and visual identity. Another guy wanted to know if I did freelance work and gave me his card. I realized standing there in that ballroom that I'd been defining myself through Ryan's view of me for so long that I'd forgotten I had my own skills and interests. People weren't comparing me to Rachel. They were just talking to me like I was interesting on my own. Jamaica called 3 days later to tell me Ryan's attorney had sent over a settlement proposal. She walked me through it over the phone, and I kept waiting for the catch, but it was actually fair. 50/50 custody with alternating holidays. Assets split down the middle. College funds for the kids protected and shared. Jamaica said in her professional opinion. We should accept it, and move forward rather than dragging things out in court. I told her I'd think about it and call her back. I spent that night going over the proposal at Rachel's kitchen table, reading each line carefully. It wasn't about winning or losing anymore. It was just about ending this chapter so I could start figuring out what came next. I called Jamaica the next morning and told her to accept the terms. She scheduled a time for me to come sign everything at her office. My hand shook when I picked up the pen, and Jamaica put the settlement agreement in front of me with little sticky tabs marking where I needed to sign. I went through each page slowly, my signature getting messier as I went because my hand wouldn't stop trembling. Jamaica witnessed everything and made copies, then shook my hand and told me she was proud of how I'd handled all this. I walked out of her office feeling strange and empty, like I just closed a door on 5 years of my life. My next therapy session with Callista focused on processing what she called anticipatory grief. She explained that I was mourning not just the end of my marriage, but the loss of 5 years that were built on Ryan's fantasy of someone else. I told her it felt like wasted time, and she stopped me right there. "Those years gave you your children," she said. "And they taught you exactly what you won't accept going forward. That's not wasted. That's information." She gave me homework about listing my boundaries for future relationships. And I left her office feeling slightly less hollow. Marissa called that weekend, with news that Ryan's company had quietly moved him to a different department. She'd heard from a friend who worked there that the HR investigation into his workplace behavior had turned up multiple complaints. Several women reported feeling uncomfortable with how he talked about women in general and Rachel specifically. I thanked Marissa for telling me, and felt a grim satisfaction that there were actual consequences for once. I started looking at apartments the following week, scrolling through listings on my phone during the kids' bedtime. Rachel offered to help with the deposit, but my parents insisted on covering it as a fresh start gift. I found a place in a neighborhood near good schools with a park just 2 blocks away. It was small, but it was mine with 2 bedrooms so the kids could each have their own space. The landlord showed me around, and I could picture our life there. Something separate from Ryan and all his comparisons. I filled out the application that same day. The lease approval came through faster than expected, and suddenly I was signing paperwork for my own apartment, my first place living independently since college. After receiving the keys, I sat in the empty living room, looking at the bare walls and clean carpet, and felt a strange mix of terror and genuine excitement about what was to come. 3 weeks later, moving day arrived, and I loaded boxes into Rachel's borrowed SUV while the kids bounced around, asking if they could choose their own wall colors. My son wanted his room to be blue like the ocean, while my daughter insisted on purple with glow and the dark stars on the ceiling. We spent the first afternoon unpacking clothes and books, and the kids raced between their new rooms, comparing closet sizes and window views. My son dragged his favorite dinosaur bedspread onto his mattress, and announced that this felt like a camping adventure, which made me laugh and cry at the same time. Rachel showed up with pizza, and helped us assemble furniture from boxes, her electric screwdriver making quick work of bed frames, while I sorted kitchen supplies. By nighttime, the apartment still looked half empty, but it was ours. There was no other voice in my head about paint colors or furniture placement. Ryan texted me on Friday, asking for the new address, and the time he should pick up the kids for his first custody weekend. I sent him the information with no extra words, keeping everything factual and brief. And he arrived exactly on time Saturday morning, standing in the hallway outside my door instead of trying to come inside. The kids grabbed their overnight bags and hugged me goodbye, while Ryan looked everywhere but at my face. He asked if they had everything they needed, and I confirmed they did, then watched them walk down the hall toward the elevator. The whole exchange took maybe 3 minutes, and felt stiff and uncomfortable, but also like progress, like we were figuring out how to exist in each other's orbit without the old patterns. Rachel came over Sunday afternoon with paint samples, and we spread them across my bedroom floor, comparing different shades of sage green that Ryan had always had. We chose the darkest one, and spent hours rolling it onto the walls while music played from her phone. She told me about all the tiny compromises I used to make, things I had stopped noticing. Like always ordering what Ryan wanted at restaurants or watching his preferred shows on TV. I realized how much of myself I had folded away to avoid his comparisons, how I had made myself smaller in the hope that it would be enough. My therapy session with Callista that week focused on rebuilding my sense of self-worth independent of other people's opinions, and she gave me homework to write down 20 things I liked about myself that had nothing to do with my appearance or how I compared to other people. Rachel assured me that I would rediscover who I was without his voice telling me I was inferior, and something about the way she said it made me believe her. I sat in my new apartment that night, staring at a blank page, thinking how difficult it was to think of myself outside of that context. Eventually, I scribbled things like, I was good at solving problems. I made my kids feel safe. And I could draw detailed illustrations for work projects. The following week, Callista reviewed my list and pointed out how many of my positive traits involved helping others, asking what I valued about myself just for me. The question felt strange and difficult, in a way that showed me how much work I still needed to do. I started reaching out to old college friends that I had drifted away from during my marriage, sending texts to people I hadn't spoken to in years. My fiancé said, "I want a break to date a bad boy before our wedding." Shortly, I called off the $27,600 event and left her in debt. She lost $4,150. After 3 years of dating, I asked Sophia to marry me. "Yes," she replied. We decided on July 10th as the wedding date. 10 months for planning. Sophia cherished the prospect of marriage. The thought of organizing a wedding did not appeal to her. "Are you able to manage it?" "When we first started," she had said. "I get anxious when I'm organizing a wedding. Anyhow, you're more adept in logistics." "All right. I teach math at a high school. I earn $58,000 annually. Drive a Toyota Camry that makes sense. Maintain a 401, possess a home with 3 bedrooms and a manageable payment. Logistics are something I can manage." As a dental hygienist, Sophia worked, earned $54,000 annually. She was responsible and realistic. We divided everything equally. Before she met her new coworkers, we were a good fit. Sophia recently started working at a posh dental office in the city. The type of establishment that charged $400 for cleaning, with private rooms, upscale customers, and an espresso machine in the break room. There were differences among the dental hygienists. Their names were stitched in cursive on designer scrubs, drove fancy cars, while earning a salary as a dental hygienist. Instagram stories from their lunch breaks at unpronounceable restaurants were shared. Ava, Ella, and Megan were their names. Live. Laugh. Dental floss. Bad decisions make good stories. And boss babes who polish teeth and break hearts were among the titles they used for their group shots. Megan was 32 years old, single, and had been engaged 3 times. "I'm currently seeing a personal injury attorney who, according to her, was very passionate." Ella was 26 years old, always single, and always dramatic. Ava was 28 years old, already married and divorced, and now dating a man who owned a CrossFit gym and shared shirtless photographs with phrases like "grind never stops," and "success is my only option." There was a situation every weekend. There was a story every Monday about a guy named Tanner, Brad, or Kyle who was really poisonous but attractive. Sophia's new role models were these people. Sophia began bringing her opinions home. "Megan suggested that we get married at the Gatsby estate, darling. The venue alone costs $18,000 at that location. For the venue, we set aside $8,200. It's responsible." "That's so boring." Megan's fiancé gave her a $30,000 wedding upgrade as a surprise. An orthopedic surgeon is Megan's fiancé. Once more, we hear the statement, "You could be more ambitious." Our wedding venue was already reserved. $8,200 for the Riverside Inn. Nice location. Accommodates 150 people. Included chairs, tables, and simple decor. We would pay a deposit of $3,200. My cash. Caterer. For 120, the cost was $4,800. We shared the $1,600 deposit. $800 apiece. Deposit of $3,200 for the photographer. Her parents covered the cost. DJ $1,300 fully paid. My cash. Flowers. $2,200 down payment. $800 divided between us. $400 each. I used my money to pay $650 for my suit. The $3,000 cost of the garment was covered in whole. Her parents covered the cost. $6,500 for a fully compensated honeymoon trip to Italy. I had paid $450 for travel insurance that covered cancellations. But my money was non-refundable through the travel agency. The $27,600 total wedding budget is appropriate given our salary. However, Sophia's new pals found it boring. The cost of Ava's wedding was $75,000. Real estate developers are Ava's parents. "You're making excuses." "I'm being realistic." Megan replied. "You're too nice. That you don't have edge." "Edge? Yeah. You're boring. You follow all the rules. You're safe. Those are good qualities. Not to my friends. Why do I care what your friends think? Because I care what they think. For 2 months, this continued. Every dinner talk centered on how uninteresting I was. How I was too kind, too predictable, and too dull. Then came the talk that put a stop to it all. We were eating dinner. I had prepared pasta. She was using her phone. Sophia. Can you put your phone down? I'm texting Ella. We're eating. God, you're so uptight. I set my fork down. What's going on with you? She raised her gaze. My friends hate you. Excuse me? They hate you because you're too nice, too safe, too boring. And what do you think? I think they're right. Something changed in my chest. Okay. What? If you think I'm boring, why are you marrying me? I don't know. Maybe I need to figure that out. What does that mean? She inhaled. I need a break. A break? Yeah. Before the wedding, I need to experience something different. Different? How? I want to date a bad boy. Someone exciting, someone with edge. Just to see what it's like. Then I'll know for sure if you're the right person. I gazed at her. You want to date other people 2 months before our wedding? Just for a little while, just to get it out of my system. Get what out of your system? The curiosity. Megan said if I don't explore now, I'll always wonder. Megan is giving you relationship advice. She's been engaged 3 times. She knows what she's doing. Being engaged 3 times means she doesn't know what she's doing. See, this is what I mean. You're so judgmental. A bad boy wouldn't judge me. A bad boy wouldn't marry you either. I just need space. A few weeks, then we can get married. I felt nothing as I sat there and stared at the woman I had been seeing for 3 years, proposed to, and planned a future with. Just clarity, not sadness or rage. Okay, I replied. Okay. Yeah, take your break. Date your bad boy. Really? Sure. But you said I'm too nice. I need to work on that. What? I'll be bad starting now. What does that mean? You'll see. She appeared both relieved and perplexed. So, we're good. We're on a break. Go do what you need to do. That evening, she went to stay with Megan. I began calling the location early the following morning. Hi, this is Jason Torres. I have a wedding booked for July 10th. I need to cancel. I'm sorry to hear that. Per our contract, if you cancel more than 60 days before the event, you forfeit your deposit, but owe nothing else. You're 67 days out, so you'll lose the $3,200 deposit, but you won't owe the remaining $4,800. Understood. Please cancel. Confirmed. I'm sorry it didn't work out. I lost $3,200. Well worth it. The food vendor, Jason Taus, wedding on July 10th. I need to cancel. Oh no, is everything all right? Change of plans. What's the cancellation policy? Let me check. Okay. You're 67 days out. Our policy says more than 60 days. You lose the deposit. But no additional charges. So, you'll lose $1,600 total. That's fine. Please cancel. Done. Good luck with everything. I lost $800. Sophia's money. $800. It's also worthwhile. The photographer. Hi Richard. It's Jason. Jason, how's the wedding planning? That's actually why I'm calling. Sophia asked for a break so she could date other people before the wedding. Long silence. She what? She wants to date a bad boy to see if I'm too boring. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I agree. So, I'm canceling the wedding. Good. I'll call the photographer. Don't worry about the deposit. You sure? Jason, you're a good man. Sophia's making a mistake. I'll handle the photographer. I didn't lose any money. Despite losing $1,000, Sophia's parents persisted. Despite having already paid in full, the DJ called. Hey, this is Jason Taus. I need to cancel my wedding on July 10th. Man, I'm sorry, but I'm paid in full and the contract says no refunds within 90 days. I understand. Keep the money. $1,300 of my money was lost. Couldn't retrieve it anyhow. The flowers. Hello. I must cancel my July 10th flower order. Marriage. Last name? Torres. Alright. You have 67 days left. Since you are past the 60-day mark, we can cancel with a 50% deposit return. I therefore receive my $450 back. Yes, but Sophia Zhao's name appears on the order. The cancellation would require her approval. The deposit was divided between us. The total is $800. Each of us spent $400. Can I get my $400 back if I cancel my half? We've never had such request, I believe. I'll ask my manager. All right. My supervisor states. If you can provide proof you paid half, we can refund your portion. The Venmo transaction can be sent to you. The memo indicates that I sent her $400 along with a deposit of flowers. Send it to orders@petalsandposies.com, and we'll return $400 to the payment method linked to your email. What about her half? That remains with the order unless she cancels, and she forfeits it in accordance with our policy if she doesn't attend the wedding. I understand. I'm sending the Venmo screenshot right now. I received my $400 back in 5 days. However, Sophia's $400 remained on the order. She forfeited it in accordance with their no-show policy when the wedding didn't take place, so I lost none of my money and received a refund. Sophia lost $400, and her half was forfeited. The major one was the honeymoon. I called the insurance company and purchased trip insurance for $450, but the travel agency charged $6,500 that was not refundable. Hello. I need to submit a cancellation claim because the wedding was postponed. I regret to inform you of that. Cancellations of weddings are covered. I'll require supporting documents. Which kind? Proof the wedding was cancelled. I can provide that. Excellent. Send your coverage number to claims@travelguard.com via email. The $550 deductible will be deducted from your refund, assuming everything is in order. So, I get $5,500 back. Yes. Thank you. Within 3 days of sending the paperwork, I received confirmation. Refund processed within 2 weeks. Total financial damage. Venue deposit $3,200. Caterer deposit my half $800. DJ paid full $1,300. Flowers deposit my half $450. Honeymoon insurance $450. Honeymoon deductible $550. Total spent $627. Lost $920. $450 insurance. $550 deductible. Received back $5,800. Net saved $5,350, compared to losing the entire trip. Refund of $450 for recovered flowers. Insurance payout of $5,800. Net cost of $6,500 to $6,250 equals $250. In addition, Sophia lost $800 and $450 flowers, for a total of $4,150. Her parents lost $1,000 for her, but refused to have me reimburse them. In summary, I left a wedding for $250. The cost of clarity. The 2 months. After a week, Sophia texted me. Hi. How are you doing? All right. I miss you. All right. I'm in a relationship. Luke is his name. He rides a motorcycle. That's cool. You're handling things with such maturity. Thanks. Her friends kept sharing pictures, so she was unaware that I had canceled everything. The wedding was in 67 days, and she was now 60 and now 50. I didn't tell her, but she would find out. Sophia on the back of a motorcycle. Sophia at a dive bar. Sophia with a man in a leather jacket who appeared to have never paid taxes. And Sophia with Luke, a 3-4-year-old man who worked in between jobs. Smoked American spirits. Had a tribal tattoo sleeve, and believed that the system was flawed. He was exactly what Megan said Sophia needed, so good for her. I was working on the house, painting the spare bedroom a lovely shade of sage green, repairing the fence, organizing the garage, finding items I had forgotten I had, reading, playing video games, and spending time with my friends, including my friend Mark, who came over one evening with beer. In the meantime, I was living my best dull life. So, Sophia's dating a guy named Luke. Yep. Are you all right? I'm great. You seem great. That's what's weird. Why is that strange? Because your fiancé is on the back of some loser's motorcycle, and you're painting bedrooms. What more ought I to be doing? I'm not sure. Being angry, phoning her, and defending the partnership. If someone doesn't want me, why would I fight for them? That's actually really healthy. Taking back someone who asked to date other people before our wedding will result in a divorce in 3 years. Fair. I teach math. So I'm strong at estimating consequences. Would you like to help me arrange the garage? Every other day was Luke. Luke's motorcycle. Luke's artwork. Sophia's Instagram stories were less serene. In week 4, she posted, "Sometimes, you need chaos to find yourself." In week 5, she posted, "Nice guys finish last, and I'm done coming in second place." In week 6, she erased both posts. Luke's deep ideas. Reposted phrases from Fight Club. Spray paint on plywood. A text message stated, "I think I'm ready to come home." Okay. That's it. Just okay. What would you like me to say? I'm not sure. That I was missed. While you were riding Luke's motorcycle. Did you miss me? That's not fair. You requested room. I handed it to you. We ought to discuss the wedding. Next month. Is it? Yes. Remember July 10th? All right. Have the last-minute details been under your control? I've been handling things. All right. I was sure I could rely on you. The following day, she returned home and resumed her routine as if nothing had occurred. So Luke and I broke up. Sorry to hear that. He was too disorganized and untrustworthy. He overlooked my birthday. Sounds bad. Yes, I have come to the realization that our relationship is unique. You are trustworthy, steady, and kind. I thought I was boring. You're not dull. You're an adult. What was altered? I have moved past that. Megan was correct. I had to investigate. I can tell you're the one now. Interesting. We're good then. Sure, fantastic. I have to confirm the final head count by calling the location. Additionally, the caterer need final menu selections. And you should call them. I will tomorrow. The wedding is 2 days away. My phone buzzed. Sophia. Then again. Then again. Then a call. I walked into the corridor while teaching calculus derivatives at school, where for once the students were actually paying attention. Hi, Jason. What's wrong? I asked, keeping the phone away from my ear. I just gave the location a call. We canceled, they said. Oh, I see. By what do you mean? Oh, I see. It was canceled roughly 2 months ago. When? April 8, the day after you requested a leave of absence to go out with a bad lad. Why would you act in that way? You claimed that I was too kind. I choose to be evil. This isn't funny. I'm serious. 2 days remain until the wedding. Was in 2 days. What, Jason? Have you canceled everything? Yes. The location, the caterer, the flowers, the honeymoon. Everything. Quiet. And then the honeymoon. Particularly the honeymoon. However, I received $5,800 reimbursed from my travel insurance. By the way, I appreciate you pushing me to acquire that. Oh my God. $5,800 was saved as opposed to losing the entire vacation. There was only a $550 deductible. Quite a favorable return on investment. I can't believe you. In order to date someone else, you requested a break. I thought we were over. We weren't done, I said. I stated that I needed room. All right. Since I didn't want to continue organizing a wedding for someone who wanted to date other people, I gave you space and called off our wedding. You should have told me. You didn't inquire. When you returned, you thought everything was all right. I knew I could rely on you, you said. You were correct. You expected me to call it all off. Mission accomplished. This is crazy. When you ask a lovely guy to be bad, this is what occurs. Well done. Your request has been granted. People are arriving via plane. My relatives are traveling from California. You should probably call them. What should I say? Be honest with them. Your fiancé canceled the wedding because you left him to date a 3-4-year-old who has a tribal tattoo sleeve. They'll comprehend. I hate you. That's cool. However, at least I'm no longer dull. After hanging up, she called back 5 minutes later, sobbing. Please, Jason, let's make this right. What has to be fixed? The marriage ceremony. Can anything be rescheduled? Yes, feel free. I'm short on cash. The deposits were taken by you. I gave up the deposits. That money is no longer there. So, what should I do? I'm not sure. Luke could have an answer. Is he the owner of a banquet hall? I'm not with Luke anymore. Then I guess you're single. We're not broken up. You requested a break so you could date another man, Sophia. I called off our wedding. We have completely broken up. You never said that. I didn't think I needed to. You were curious about what else might be out there. I granted you perpetual permission to do it. I didn't mean permanently. Should have clarified. I hate you. That's reasonable. You also claimed that I was uninteresting. You really ought to give me a thank you. I've never done anything as thrilling as this. Her pals began contacting me after she hung up once more. Megan. You're me? I've turned into a nasty lad. You wanted it, didn't you? Sophia. Emily is devastated. She was pretty happy on the back of Luke's motorcycle. You're petty and vindictive. Me? I make decisions. Significant difference. Sophia's parents gave her a call. Jason. We heard what happened. Yeah, good for you. Really? Emily made a grave error. You did the right thing. Thank you for that. Regarding the photographer deposit, we apologize. Don't be concerned about it. We have always liked you, for what it's worth. We believe our daughter to be a moron. Thanks, Richard. 3 days later, Sophia moved out and went back to stay with Megan. She posted on social media, saying, "Sometimes the people you trust the most are the ones who hurt you the worst." Her friends commented, saying, "You deserve better, Queen, and his loss and karma is coming for him." I shared a picture of my freshly painted bedroom. My pals said, "Looking good and nice color choice, and proud of you, man." A week later, Sophia texted, "I want my half of the caterer deposit back. The home repair job was finished, and it feels good to finish what you start. All right. I want my share of the couch, but it cost $800. What? Together, we purchased the couch. $1,200. I want my $600 returned. Net. I'm owed $150 by you. That's ridiculous. So is asking for money back after you cheated on me. I wasn't dishonest. We were taking a vacation." The defense of Ross Geller. Traditional. This isn't a friendly situation. You're being. In real life. We've left this place. She didn't bring up the money again. According to mutual friends, Sophia and Megan had a falling out 2 months later. They said that Sophia realized Megan was toxic after Megan encouraged her to consider other options. 3 months later, I learned that Sophia was dating a new person, an accountant, who was boring, steady, and trustworthy. It seems that she had learned her lesson. 4 months later, she texted, "What am I sorry for? For all things. For paying attention to my pals. For requesting a rest. Because you're taken for granted. All right. Do you think we could give it another go? No. Why not? Because you requested a leave of absence 2 months prior to our nuptials in order to date a motorcyclist named Luke. I can't recover from that." Next 22,000s. And heaven prush adavware. People make mistakes. Yes, they do. Additionally, people suffer repercussions. You own this. Are you really not going to pardon me? I did it already. To forgive someone is not to take them back. I miss you. I don't miss you. That's harsh. It's honest. You used to be nicer. I changed because you claimed I was too kind. This is the version of the bad boy. I didn't mean. You did, indeed. You meant each and every word. You just didn't think there would be consequences. She didn't answer. After 6 months, I made a new acquaintance, Lily. She drives a 2-year-old Honda Civic. Earns $47,000 annually. As a librarian. And considers my Camry to be a luxury vehicle. We discussed books, went to dinner, divided the check, and she didn't take any pictures on Instagram or bring up edge, excitement, or bad boys. I'm reading Vonnegut. She's reading Dostoevsky. We debated whether science fiction is legitimate literature. I hadn't had a better date in a long time. I informed her about Sophia during our 3rd date. "So you called off the wedding without notifying your fiancé that she had requested a break to go out with a bad boy?" "Yep. That's the most passive-aggressive thing I've ever heard. I prefer strategically assertive." She chuckled. "Have you ever felt bad about it?" "Not once." "All right. She sounds terrible. Her friends were worse. Did they persuade her that you were uninteresting?" "Yeah. Did you seem dull?" "I'm a math teacher who maxes out his 401 and drives a Camry." "Yes. By objective standards. It's not dull. That is accountable. There is a distinction. That is a contradiction. There is a distinction. Thank you. Although canceling a wedding without telling your fiancé is definitely not boring. It was out of character. Sometimes being bad is good, apparently. We've been dating for the past 6 months. No bad boys. No drama. Just 2 dull individuals who find stability attractive. Sophia sent me another SMS last week. I heard you're engaged. I'm not engaged. But I didn't correct her. Yeah. Congratulations. Thanks. I hope she appreciates you. She does. I'm happy for you. Thank you. I wish you luck in everything. You, too. That was the last discussion. Sophia isn't on my mind too often these days. When I do, I experience a hazy sensation of relief. As if I've avoided something. But neither remorse or fury. I'm taking it slow with Lily, dinner, literature, and the occasional argument about whether Vonnegut was superior to Dostoevsky. No pressure. No wedding talk. I like to argue that he wasn't. Life is good. It turns out that one transgression was sufficient. I'm being polite again now. However, it's the kind of nice with limits. A lovely person who understands when to leave. The kind of pleasant that can't stand to be someone's fallback option. A wicked lad, was what Sophia desired. For one day, I treated her like a bad boy. She didn't like it. It turned out. It's funny how it works. Am I the asshole for betraying my husband with a cafe worker? Now he's a burden, and I realize I've lost everything, drowning in the consequences of my choices. Hello everyone, I've been lurking on this subreddit for a while, reading other people's tales and never thought I'd be the one writing here. But here I am, putting my messy life out there. I'm not sure if I'm asking for counsel, judgment, or simply an opportunity to lay it all out and face what I've done. Either way, here we go. So, a few years ago, I, a 6-year-old girl, had what most people would consider a fairly ideal life. I was married to Ethan. He wasn't only a good husband, he was a husband, the type of guy that makes others say, "Wow, you're so lucky." And I was. I actually was. Samantha, my best friend since college, 36 and female, used to tell me how lucky I was to have him. She'd say, "Men like Ethan don't come around often. You know, he was patient, hardworking, and the best dad to our daughter Chloe. He'd come home from long hours at his IT job and still have the energy to read Chloe a bedtime story or help her build blanket forts in the living room. He even did the voices when he read her books, which she loved. I was married to the kind of man that people dream about. A loving husband, an amazing father to our daughter, Chloe, and one of the most selfless people I've ever known. He worked hard but still made time for us. Whether it was helping with Chloe's homework, cooking dinner, or planning small family outings. I don't know when it started, but at some point, I began to feel restless, bored, or something. I hate to admit it, but I started taking Ethan for granted because he was so dependable and predictable. And I convinced myself that I needed more excitement in my life. When I think about it now, it's ridiculous because that predictability was actually security and love, but at the time, I was too blind to see it. Around that time, I started venting to Samantha, telling her I felt stuck. Like every day was the same. I know Ethan is great, but sometimes I feel like I'm just going through the motions. Samantha always tried to talk me down. That's what happens with marriage, she'd tell me. You're no longer dating, but it's about building something permanent. I nodded along, but her words didn't stick, perhaps because I didn't want them to. That's when Ryan came into the scene. Ryan worked at a little cafe near my workplace. I used to go there during lunch breaks, and at first, he was just the friendly guy who made my coffee. He had this charisma about him, loud, confident, and full of crazy stories. People seemed to love him, and he always had a crowd around him. Ryan was different than Ethan, who was calm, steady, and not one for the spotlight. Ryan, on the other hand, was bold, and always the center of attention, and I was drawn to that energy. At first, it was just casual conversations when I grabbed my coffee, but then it turned into inside jokes. Once, as I was laughing at some ridiculous story he was telling about a customer trying to pay with Monopoly money, he leaned in just slightly, grinning, and said, "You've got a great laugh. Do you know that?" His smooth style of capturing one's attention, and the way he knew how to play with words, made my stomach flip in a way I hadn't felt in years. It was like a rush of butterflies, and for a moment, I forgot I was married. Ethan didn't make me feel that way anymore, but to be fair, he didn't need to. He was busy working hard and keeping our family afloat, while I was busy. Ryan started texting me outside of work, just funny memes or comments about my day, and it seemed innocent at first, but the texts got more flirty over time, and I didn't stop it. It felt exciting, like I was living some kind of double life, and trust me, I hate myself for it now. I casually mentioned Ryan to Samantha once, just a funny story he told me at the cafe. I didn't tell her how frequently I went to the cafe, or how much I looked forward to seeing him. I told myself it wasn't a big deal. One day, Ryan asked me to join him for lunch outside the cafe. I knew it was crossing a line. But I agreed anyway. He was ridiculous and over the top. But in the moment, it felt like an escape from my boring life with Ethan. After that lunch, things began to snowball. We'd meet up for lunch more frequently, and I'd find myself smiling at my phone whenever his text came through. I'm not sure when it turned physical, but I know it was entirely my fault. Ryan didn't put any pressure on me. In fact, I was the one who made the first move. I remember feeling so giddy and alive, like I was breaking all the rules that were holding me back. The guilt was there for sure, and I'd see Ethan at home, helping Chloe with her math homework, or folding laundry without complaint. And I'd feel like the worst person in the world. But the more I met with Ryan, the more I convinced myself that I deserved to be happy. That I deserved to be free. One night, everything came crashing down. I told Ethan I had to work late, which was not unusual for me, and he didn't question it because he trusted me completely. That night, I went to Ryan's place, which was a small, cluttered studio apartment that smelled like stale coffee and cheap cologne. It wasn't glamorous, but it felt exciting at the time. When I returned home, Ethan was waiting for me on the couch, holding my work bag. My stomach fell because I knew I had left it at home in my rush to meet Ryan. I tried to act normal, claiming I was tired and wanted to wash, but Ethan wasn't buying it. "Did you miss anything?" he inquired, his voice calm yet harsh. He emptied the contents of my purse onto the floor. And there it was. A receipt from the cafe. Time-stamped for earlier that night. My pulse started racing as I struggled for an excuse, but I couldn't think of one. "Who is he?" Ethan asked, his tone eerily steady. He wasn't ranting or accusing. He simply wanted the truth. And I could not give it to him. I just stood there paralyzed. As the weight of my deeds struck me like a truck. Ethan did not press me for answers. He did not yell, or lose his anger. He simply stood up, looked me dead in the eyes, and said, "I trust you." He then went upstairs without saying another word. I recall standing in the living room, feeling a combination of shame, panic, and humiliating relief. A small selfish part of me thought, at least the secret is out now. But I couldn't begin to comprehend what I'd done to my family. The days after Ethan confronted me were a blur. He spoke very little, which was worse than yelling. He walked around the house like a ghost, completing his customary tasks, helping Chloe with her studies, and even taking care of items I had forgotten about. But he only spoke to me when it was absolutely essential. I wasn't sure what to do. A part of me wanted to come clean, apologize, and beg for his forgiveness. But a part of me believed I had finally broken away from the predictable life I had grown tired of. I told myself that this was my time to start over, and rediscover the happiness I believed I lacked. The big shift occurred when Ethan sat me down one night after Chloe had gone to bed. His voice was calm but detached. And I could tell he had spent days preparing what he was going to say. "I believe it is best if we split," he replied, looking me directly in the eyes. I did not argue. I did not cry, beg, or try to mend anything. Instead, I nodded, as if I had been expecting him to say those words. He did not inquire about Ryan or press me for information. He basically stated he'd stay till we worked out the logistics of splitting up. Here is the thing. I was relieved. I hate saying that now, but at the time, I truly believed I was doing the right thing. I thought I was letting Ethan leave so he might find someone who valued him, and I persuaded myself I'd finally have the independence I craved. Several weeks later, we filed for divorce. Ethan just fought me over Chloe's custody. He desired split custody, but I advocated for complete custody. I informed the court that I was her primary caretaker, that I had the flexibility to meet her requirements, and that she'd be better suited living with me full-time. Ethan did not argue much. He just stated, "If that is what is best for Chloe, I will respect it." At the time, I saw it as him giving up, as proof that he didn't care enough to fight for her. But now I realize he was trying to keep things civil for Chloe's sake. After the papers were signed and Ethan moved out, I thought I'd finally feel free. Ryan moved in with me a few weeks later, and at first, it was exactly what I thought I wanted. We spent our days laughing, watching movies, and doing whatever we felt like. Ryan made me feel young and carefree, as if I was living the life I had missed out on. Chloe didn't seem to mind at first. She was too young to fully understand what was going on, and Ryan made an effort to be nice to her, bringing her small gifts or joking around with her during dinner. Ryan's carefree attitude, which I had once found so exciting, began to feel irresponsible as he struggled to hold down a job, and always had an excuse for why it wasn't his fault. I convinced myself that we were creating a new kind of family, one that would be just as good as the one I'd left behind. The manager was a jerk, or the hours didn't work for him. He'd bounce from one gig to the next, never staying anywhere longer than a month or two. At first, I dismissed it, telling myself it wasn't a big deal because I had a stable job and we could manage on my income. But then the bills started piling up. Ryan's pleasant anecdotes morphed into incessant complaints about how unfair life was, and his charm began to wear thin. Chloe saw the tension and asked questions like, "Why doesn't Ryan go to work?" Or "Why is he constantly tired?" I didn't know how to respond to her without making excuses, so I ignored the matter entirely. Ryan borrowed money from me to cover his car payment, promising to repay me as soon as he received his next paycheck. But when I confronted him about it, he laughed and said, "You're stressing over nothing, we're fine." But we weren't. I couldn't go back to Ethan and admit I'd made a mistake, and I couldn't leave Ryan without making my life even more of a mess. While Ryan was spending his days playing video games and complaining about how the world was against him, I began to resent him, but I didn't know how to fix it. One night, after a particularly stressful day at work, I returned home to find Ryan passed out on the couch, surrounded by empty takeout containers. While Chloe was sitting on the floor doing her homework alone, I asked her. She looked up at me and replied, "He claimed he was weary." Something inside me snapped. I realized that this was not the life I wanted for Chloe. I had dragged her away from a stable, loving home, and dragged her into chaos for what? A guy who couldn't even be bothered to help her with her homework? I wanted to call Ethan and beg him to forgive me and take us back. But I couldn't because I was too ashamed and scared to face the consequences of my actions. Instead, I buried my feelings and tried to make things work with Ryan. I told myself things would get better, that he just needed time to get back on his feet. But deep down, I knew I was lying to myself again. The freedom I had so desperately desired had turned into a prison of my own making. And the worst part was that I had no one to blame but myself. I didn't know how to deal with it. Chloe was asking for her father more and more, and every time she brought him up, it felt like someone was twisting a knife in my chest. She'd ask, "Why doesn't Daddy come over anymore?" Or, "Can I call him?" I never stopped her from calling him, but when she did, Ethan's voice was so warm and steady, the complete opposite of the chaos I was trying to keep hidden. I could tell Ethan missed her, even though he never said anything about it. He didn't need to. He always made time to talk to Chloe. No matter what. And it made me feel worse every time I overheard their conversations. Meanwhile, Ryan wasn't stepping up the way I expected him to. When I imagined this new life, I imagined him as a fun, engaged partner, and a cool stepfather to Chloe. Instead, he spent the majority of his time on the couch, scrolling through his phone or playing video games, leaving me to juggle work, bills, and Chloe's needs. One night, everything came to a head. I had just gotten home from work exhausted, only to discover Ryan hadn't done anything all day, and the sink was full of dirty dishes. Ryan was on the couch surrounded by snack wrappers, and Chloe's homework was still unfinished, so I snapped. "Can you help me out for once? I can't do everything." He just shrugged, as if I was overreacting. "You wanted all of this. I didn't sign up to be a babysitter." Babysitter? That word hit me like a ton of bricks. Chloe wasn't some random kid, she was my daughter, and our family wasn't meant to seem like a burden to him. I ended up locking myself in the bathroom and crying because I didn't want Chloe to see me like that. The next day, Chloe asked me why Ryan never helped her with her schoolwork. She wasn't being mean, just curious. I didn't know what to say. So I changed the subject. But I couldn't shake the guilt that was building inside me. This wasn't what I had promised her when I battled for custody. That night, after Chloe went to bed, I decided to contact Ethan. I hadn't spoken to him in months, not since the custody court. He answered on the third ring, and hearing his voice was a mix of relief and embarrassment. "What's wrong?" he inquired, bypassing the usual talk. He always had a way of detecting when something was awry. "I can't do this anymore," I blurted out. "A tremendous mistake. I thought I wanted this life. But I had no idea how good I had it with you. I need help. Chloe needs you." There was a lengthy silence, and I could hear him groan on the other end of the line. "What do you want me to do?" he inquired, his voice serene yet distant. I wasn't prepared for that question, and I didn't know what I wanted. Maybe I expected him to come racing back, "Forgive me," and we'd figure things out, but instead he waited for me to explain, and when I couldn't, He finally answered, "I'm always here for Chloe. However, I am unable to resolve this for you. You made your choice." His remarks stung, and I attempted to express how sorry I was. But he cut me off. "You don't need to apologize to me. You need to figure out how to be the mother Chloe deserves." The chat stopped soon after, and I sat there staring at my phone, feeling more lost than ever. Ethan hadn't yelled at me or called me names. He didn't even appear angry. He just sounded done. The next day, I tried to put on a brave face for Chloe, but I was crumbling inside. I had lost the one person who had always been my safety net, and I knew I'd thrown it all away for someone who didn't care about me or my daughter. Ryan, of course, had no idea about the phone call, and he spent the evening complaining about how his job search was failing and how the world was out to get him. A week later, I packed Chloe into the car and drove 3 hours to Ethan's new place. Not calling ahead because I knew he wouldn't agree to meet me if I did. When I knocked on the door, he looked surprised to see us. Chloe ran to him and hugged him tightly, and I wanted to hug him as well, but I couldn't. We sat down in his living room, and I poured my heart out. I told him about Ryan, the bills, the stress, and how I regretted everything. "I know I don't deserve it, but I need your help. I want to make things right for Chloe's sake," I said, swallowing back tears. Ethan listened attentively, but his expression did not alter. When I finished, he shook his head and added, "I'm sorry you're struggling, but I can't be the solution to your problems. Chloe is my top priority, and she always will be. But for you and me, that chapter is over." I begged him to reconsider, to let me prove I could change, and even offered we try therapy, but he refused. "You made your choice, and I've made mine," he said. "Chloe needs stability, and that's not going to come from us pretending we can go back to what we had." I drove home that night feeling like I had reached rock bottom. Ryan was asleep on the couch when I returned, fully unaware of what had just occurred. I stared at him, and knew I couldn't take the sight of him anymore. I had sacrificed a gentleman, and a steady existence for this, for someone who didn't even care to clean up after himself. Now I'm bewildered, and completely heartbroken. I need someone to hold me and tell me everything is going to be okay. I could only imagine Ethan doing this because he was the shoulder I leaned on when I felt lost, but now he's not even answering my calls. I'm at a loss for what to do. Should I try to persuade Ethan to think about us again? Maybe he still has feelings for me. Who knows? Tell me what you think, and I'll keep you updated. Update 1. Hello again everyone. I didn't anticipate things to spin out of hand this drastically, and it's worse than I could have predicted. After that night with Ethan, when he basically shut the door on any chance of us fixing things, I went home feeling completely shattered. As if I had no options left. No direction, and no way to claw my way back to something normal. The next morning, I awoke to the sound of Ryan yelling at the TV, completely oblivious to the mess our life had become. I sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the wreckage around me. The sink full of dirty dishes, unopened bills scattered across the counter, and piles of laundry left forgotten in the corner. This was my life now, and it felt suffocating, and I had no idea where to even begin. Chloe was still sleeping, so I decided to try talking to Ryan again. I told him we needed to make a plan because I couldn't keep carrying everything on my own. He barely looked at me and said, "I am trying." "Okay, do you think I enjoy being stuck like this?" His tone was defensive, dismissive, and it made me feel small. I wanted to argue and demand that he step up. But I didn't have the energy. I let it go because fighting with him seemed pointless, but things didn't just get worse. Ryan became more withdrawn, irritable, and completely unmotivated. He'd promised to look for work, but instead, he spent hours glued to his games, or scrolling through his phone, while I was working longer hours just to keep the lights on. My stomach sank every time my phone rang, and every time I saw him lounging around as if he didn't have a care in the world. I felt my resentment grow. Then came the debt collectors, and my credit cards were maxed out. Ryan didn't seem to care. "Just tell them you'll pay later," he said with a shrug, as if this was a minor inconvenience, rather than a full-fledged crisis. I realized then how clueless or in denial he was about the situation we were in. One night, after another heated argument about money, Ryan stormed out. I had no idea where he went, and frankly, I didn't care. I sat in the silence, feeling completely trapped. I couldn't go back to Ethan. I couldn't keep living like this. And I couldn't pretend Ryan would magically change. When he finally returned hours later, something was off. He was jittery. His eyes darting around as if he expected someone to burst through the door at any moment. At first, I thought he was intoxicated or drugged, but it was worse than that. He admitted to borrowing money from some shady people, possibly a gang or loan sharks, and that he now owed them a lot. When I pressed him for further information, he waved me off, saying, "It's fine." He said, "I'll handle it." But he didn't. A few days later, they started showing up at the house, banging on the door, shouting for Ryan to come out. Sometimes he wasn't even home, and I had to face them on my own. It was terrifying, so I started keeping the curtains closed, and telling Chloe never to answer the door. My anxiety was through the roof, and every knock made my heart race. Ryan exacerbated the situation by pulling out a small package of pills and said, "You need to cool out." I should have kicked him out right away, told him to go and never return, but I was so stressed out and desperate for an escape that I didn't. Ryan, of course, encouraged it, acting as if it were something we were doing together, as if it were normal. I took 1 pill, then 2, then 3, and before I knew it, I was taking it on a regular basis. It became my method of coping, numbing the constant stress and embarrassment. I hated myself for it, but stopping felt impossible. Every time I tried, the anxiety would return, and I'd give in. Chloe noticed. She didn't say anything at first, but I could see it in her eyes. The worry. The confusion. She didn't know what was going on, but she knew something wasn't right. I kept telling myself I'd quit, that I'd clean up my act and get back on track, but the stress, guilt, and shame felt insurmountable. She began to withdraw from me, spending more time in her room, or asking to stay at a friend's house. It broke my heart every time she looked at me, as if she didn't recognize the person I'd become, and every time I tried to stop, I just ended up spiraling back. One night, after Chloe went to bed, I picked up the phone and called Samantha, the one person I could always count on to listen, even when I was a complete mess. She'd been distant lately, but I assumed she was just as busy with work as she always was. I didn't think much of it. When she picked up, I immediately started venting. I told her everything. Ryan wasn't doing his part. Debt collectors were becoming more aggressive, and I was struggling to quit using. "I just don't know what to do anymore," I said, choking back tears. "I feel like I'm drowning. And Chloe. She's noticing. I can't even look at her without feeling like the worst mother in the world." Samantha was silent for a bit, and when she finally spoke, her voice was measured and careful. "You need help? Help that goes beyond simply talking to me. Have you considered rehab or therapy?" I brushed her off. "I do not have time for it. I just need everything to settle down, and then I'll sort it out." "I am trying, Sam. I truly am." There was a long pause, and then she said something that made my stomach drop. "I can't keep this to myself anymore." "What?" "I have to tell Ethan." My heart started beating. "No, Samantha, you can't. Please, I am figuring it out. I don't want him swooping in and making things worse." "It's not about you," she snapped, her voice sharp. "It's about Chloe. She's a child, and she's caught in the middle of this chaos. You admitted to me that you are battling to stop. What will happen if things worsen? If she is caught in the crossfire? I can't sit back and do nothing." I lost it. I cried, begged, and accused her of betraying me, but Samantha wouldn't budge. "I love you," she murmured softly. "But I also love Chloe. And right now, she's the one who requires assistance. I'm sorry, but I can't ignore this." When the phone call ended, I sat on the couch, shaking. My mind was racing with what-ifs, and dread about what would happen when Ethan found out. I knew Samantha wouldn't lie or sugarcoat anything. She'd lay it all out, and Ethan wouldn't let it slide. I spent the next few days in a haze of panic, obsessively checking my phone for a call or text from him. But there was nothing, just stillness, and the waiting was awful. I didn't know if he was planning something or perhaps Samantha hadn't gone through with it yet. So, here I am. Hoping that any of you can tell me what to do. Even though I'm absolutely saddened and afraid. Update 2. Hello guys. Here's the update. Although I'm not in the mood for it, but at least I'll get it off my chest. The fallout hit hard. 2 days after my call with Samantha, Ethan showed up at the house. I didn't even hear his car pull up. Just a sharp knock on the door that made my heart leap into my throat. When I opened it, and saw him standing there, I froze. He appeared calm. But it was the type of calm that made you feel like the ground beneath you was about to give way. He didn't say anything at first, just gazed beyond me into the house, and I knew what he was seeing. The mess. The chaos. The life I'd allowed fall apart. Finally, he said, "Where's Chloe?" I muttered something about her being in her room, but he didn't wait for me to finish. He walked by me and went to get her. I followed him, my heart pounding in my chest. But I didn't know what to say or do. When he came out of her room a few minutes later, Chloe was holding a small bag of her things, looking confused and scared. "Mom?" she asked, her voice trembling. I tried to reassure her to tell her everything was fine, but Ethan cut me off. "She's coming with me," he said, his voice firm and unyielding. "No, Ethan, please," I begged, stepping in front of him. "You can't just take her away. Let us discuss about this. I'll repair it. I promise." He glanced at me. And for the first time, I could see his anger and disappointment. "You've had your chances," he said, his voice low but sharp. "I'm not letting her remain here while you figure out how to pull yourself together." "And a key," I begged with him, tears flowing down my cheeks, but he wouldn't budge. He opened the door and walked out. Chloe, grasping his hand. She looked back at me, her eyes full with confusion and dread, and it seemed like my heart was being ripped from my chest. After they left, I collapsed onto the floor. I tried calling Ethan, texting him, emailing him, anything to get him to listen. I promised him I'd get help, that I'd do whatever it took to make things right, but he never responded. Now I'm sitting here in this empty house, surrounded by the mess I made, wondering if I'll ever be able to fix it. I've lost everything: my marriage, my stability, my daughter, and the worst part is that I know it's all my fault. Final update. Hello. It's been a hot minute since I last posted here, and it's been a month since Ethan walked out with Chloe. I haven't stopped thinking about that day, and the silence in this house has been suffocating. I've spent hours gazing at my phone, hoping for a response from Ethan, just to let me know how Chloe is doing, or even to say he hates me, but nothing. It's as if I've been erased from their life. I've been trying to keep it together, but each day feels more difficult than the last. I've started therapy, as Samantha suggested before all of this happened, but it feels like too little, too late. My therapist keeps telling me that I need to focus on rebuilding myself before I can rebuild anything else. But that seems impossible when all I want is Chloe back. A few days ago, I finally broke down and decided to contact Samantha again. I hadn't spoken to her since our dispute, and I wasn't sure if she'd even answer, but I needed to try. I called her, and to my surprise, she answered up after a few of rings. "Hey," I started, my voice cracking. "I know I've been a disaster lately, but I need to chat." She moaned on the other end of the phone. "What would you like to talk about?" "Everything," I responded. "I'm striving to improve. I started therapy. I know I was terrible to you. But I just wanted to know if you had heard anything from Ethan. Has he mentioned anything about Chloe?" There was a lengthy gap, and I could hear her breathing as she tried to decide how to answer. Finally, she remarked, "We should talk in person. Can you come by?" I was shocked, glad even. "Yeah, fine," I answered quickly, already grabbing my keys. When I arrived at her apartment, she opened the door and gave me a weak, tentative smile. I could see she wasn't delighted to see me. But at least she was prepared to let me in. We sat down and I launched into everything I'd been holding in. The therapy. How I was trying to stay clean. How I missed Chloe so much it physically hurt. Samantha listened quietly, her expression unreadable, and when I finally stopped, she said, "I'm glad you're trying to get your life together, but there's something you need to know." My stomach tightened. "What?" I asked. She paused, then replied, "Ethan and I have been chatting a lot lately about everything. About Chloe. About you. And we're together now." I looked at her, trying to understand what she had just said. "What do you mean by, together?" "I mean, we're dating," she added. "It wasn't planned, and it didn't happen straight away, but once everything was out, we reunited. It just happened. My best friend, my only friend, was now with my ex-husband, the man I was still in love with." "You've got to be kidding me," I exclaimed, my voice quivering. "How could you do this to me, Samantha, after everything I've gone through?" Her expression hardened. "This is not about you. It is about Ethan and Chloe. They need stability, and I can provide it. I am not the one who ruined their life. You did." Her words wounded deep, but I couldn't disagree with them. She was correct. I was the one who had ruined everything. And now she was swooping in to pick up the pieces. "I trusted you," I whispered weakly, tears flowing down my cheeks. "I tried to help you," she shot back. I gave you every opportunity to turn things around, and you didn't. Ethan deserves someone who will truly be there for him and Chloe. I left her apartment feeling numb. And I didn't cry on the way home because I was so startled. But when I arrived home, everything hit me at once. I collapsed on the couch, sobbing so hard I could barely breathe. Samantha had been my rock for years, and now she was with the man I had thrown away. A part of me wanted to lash out, to call Ethan and scream at him for moving on so quickly, but what would that accomplish? He didn't owe me anything, and I had no right to be angry or jealous after everything I'd done. Instead, I lashed out at Ryan when I got home. He was sitting on the couch as usual, surrounded by his usual mess of snack wrappers and empty cans, and he didn't even look up when I came in. That was it. I snapped. "This is all your fault," I yelled, slamming the door behind me. "You've done nothing but drag me down since the day I met you." Ryan looked up, shocked at first, before smirking. "Oh, here we go," he said, reclining back and crossing his arms. "Blame me for your problems." He smirked, as if this was humorous to him. Really mature. "I don't care anymore. You're a loser." Ryan. 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 "You've done nothing except leech off me as I've attempted to hold it together. Do you believe this is a joke? My life is ruined because of you." He laughed at my face. This harsh, hollow laugh made my fury boil. "Your life was already ruined before I even arrived. Do not blame your mess on me. You are the one who wrecked everything. You cheated on your husband. You let yourself to spiral. Don't act like I'm the reason your child was taken away." That hit me harder than I wanted to admit. I stood there shaking with rage. But I didn't know what to say because, deep down, I knew he wasn't completely wrong. "Get out," I yelled, my voice shaking. "Get out of my house." Ryan stood up, towering above me, and for a moment, I thought he may actually listen. But then he shrugged and said, "No, I think you're the one who's lucky I let you stick around this long." Before I could answer, he snatched my bag from the counter, crammed a couple of my belongings inside, and threw it at me. "Take your drama somewhere else," he replied, smirking again. "I don't have time for this." I wanted to yell and fight, but I could feel tears welling up in my eyes. I took the bag and went without saying anything, taking only what I could carry. I felt like a ghost drifting out of the house that I had once imagined would be my new beginning. I spent the next hour driving aimlessly, trying to figure out where to go. I couldn't go to Ethan, not after everything that had happened, and I couldn't go back to Samantha, not that I'd want to. So I called an old friend, someone I hadn't spoken to in years, and begged her to let me crash on her couch. I was embarrassed as hell. Now, I'm crashing on that friend's couch, trying to figure out how to piece my life back together. She's kind, but I can tell she's uncomfortable having me here. I don't blame her. I wouldn't want to be here either. I can't stop picturing Samantha and Ethan together, happy and stable, while I'm stuck in this mess of my own making. I wonder if Chloe likes Samantha more than I do now, if she sees her as the mother she wishes I could have been. This morning, I finally summoned the courage to email Ethan. I didn't mention Samantha. I couldn't bring myself to. I just asked how Chloe was doing, and if I could see her soon. I stared at my inbox for hours, refreshing it repeatedly, hoping for a response. When one eventually arrived, my hands trembled as I opened it. It was brief. Just a few lines. "Chloe is doing well. She's cheerful, and adapting to the adjustments. Right now, I believe it is best to focus on yourself and getting healthier before we address visitation. I will keep you updated. Take care." I read it over and over, hoping to find some hidden meaning, some glimmer of hope. But it was clear that Ethan was not ready to let me back into their lives. And why would he be? He has Samantha now, and he doesn't need me. And I sit here in the emptiness I created, realizing that the freedom I sought was nothing more than a one-way ticket to losing everything that mattered. I had a genuine life, and I wasted it for nothing. While I was reading my vow, my fiancée sobbed, "I love my ex more than you." I'm so happy she said that. Then made one move. Had 150 guests. Screaming. 2 weeks prior to our 150-person wedding, my fiancé murmured, "I still love my ex." I replied, "Then go be with him." I quietly canceled everything, sold the property, and asked to be transferred out of state. Before the moving truck arrived, she believed it to be a bluff. Look, I'm still digesting what occurred, so I need to get this off my chest. To be honest, I feel like I'm living in a different reality where I actually had the courage to do what most people only imagine while they're laying awake at 3 in the morning, thinking about the worst case possibilities. I am a 31-year-old regional sales manager for a Dallas-based company that makes industrial equipment. I've held this position for 4 years. I started as a sales representative and worked my way up, making cold calls and getting shut out. I'm good at the job. But it's tough. Maybe once a month. But usually only for a single night. Earn a respectable living. Not wealthy in Silicon Valley, but comfortable enough to have choices, and not worry about the mortgage. I've spent the last 2 years with my fiancée, Emma. She is 30 years old, an interior designer, and one of those people who can tell you right away why the way your furniture is arranged in a room is making you nervous. She was an expert in her field, had a strong Instagram following, provided home renovation consults, and was highlighted in regional publications. 3 years ago, we met at a housewarming celebration hosted by a mutual acquaintance. She was there on business. I pretended to be concerned about crown molding while sipping free drinks. We had a conversation. My quips made her laugh. I was grateful that she was able to clarify the distinction between eggshell and ivory without making me feel foolish. I have her phone number. That week, we went on our first date. The first year was fantastic. Typical relationship-related issues. We would have dinner together. She would take me to art exhibits. I would take her to Rangers games. She appeared content. I was content. I was liked by her friends. She was liked by my pals. We moved in together in the second year. Purchased a Richardson home. Pleasant suburb. Good schools for the future children we discussed. 2 bathrooms, 3 bedrooms, and a respectable backyard for the dog of my dreams. When she was planning the kitchen, she lost her mind. Choosing subway tile and fighting with contractors took 8 months. None of it really mattered to me. Merely desired for her to have what brought her joy. 16 months ago, we became engaged. On a Sunday afternoon in October, I proposed at the Fort Worth Botanic Gardens. Just the 2 of us, and a photographer I hired, nothing too spectacular. Purchased the ring that she had been teasing me about for 2 months. I knelt down in front of the Japanese garden. She sobbed. I shed a few tears. It felt natural. The planning of the wedding got on right away. Emma has 800 pins on her Pinterest board. She was clear about her desires. The location, the flowers, and the sage green and hazy blue color palette. I made checks, attended meetings, and nodded when it was appropriate. As a groom, that is what you do. The wedding was scheduled for this Saturday, which is 8 real days after everything fell apart. After searching 23 various options, Emma discovered this barn-style venue outside of Dallas, where we had the venue reserved. There are large windows with views of a pond and string lights in the rafters. She adored it, although it was rather expensive. There were 150 people there. Verified. There were maybe 60 people on my side. She had a large side. She was from a family that sends wedding invites to third cousins twice removed. The catering was completed. Emma kept changing her mind, so we had to go through the tasting menu 3 times. Ultimately decided on grilled salmon and chicken with a herb crust, along with a vegetarian alternative. Our engagement photo shoot was already completed by our photographer. At nightfall, we visited White Rock Lake. Ezek. Got a few good pictures. Emma shared them all over the place. The band was confined. The cost of our honeymoon flights to Cabo was covered. Resort with all amenities. 5 evenings. Emma spent 2 months researching it. We had fulfilled all of your obligations. Dates were saved 9 months ahead of time. 3 stores have registered. Took a couple of showers. We had a menu tasting event with both families that, for some reason, ended without a conflict. They were my groomsmen. My college friend Ethan was my best man. 4 more men. The bachelor celebration was already over. Low-key visit to Austin. Returned home on Sunday with no regrets and a slight hangover. Nashville was the location of Emma's bachelorette celebration. She returned with 600 new Instagram followers and a hangover. Everything was taken care of. Everything was flawless. My suit was fitted. Emma's clothing was changed. We had rehearsed our first dance and written our vows. We have our last preparation meeting with Riley, our wedding coordinator, on Thursday night, 2 weeks before to the wedding. She is one of those extremely well-organized individuals who wear a headset and clipboard. We are reviewing every aspect at our dining room table. At 5 o'clock, the ceremony begins. Cocktail hour begins at 6, followed by the reception at 7, The first dance at 8, the cake cutting at 9, and the send-off with sparklers at 10:30. Riley is checking that the trademark beverages are still what we want, verifying vendor arrival times, and going over her checklist. Emma had demanded 2 personalized drinks. Emma didn't ask many questions, appeared quieter than normal, and kept checking her phone. I assumed she was feeling overburdened. Her mother called frequently to discuss the weather. When it came to toast, my dad was strange. Typical pre-wedding bullshit. Riley departed at approximately 11 o'clock. I was in the kitchen with Emma. Riley departed. I was compiling a list of the last-minute things we would need to buy at Target the following day. Sparkler batteries. Emma's bridesmaids will have backup cosmetics in case one of them forgets theirs. For the gift table, a particular type of tape. Rollers for lint. The tablecloths have a steamer. We have a magnetic notebook on the refrigerator. And I was writing everything down. Emma then just bursts into tears. Not like adorable tears that sniffle. Sobbing uncontrollably. The kind when your shoulders tremble, your face becomes blotchy, and you are unable to breathe. I set down my pen right away. I approached her, placed a hand on her back, and inquired about her condition. Her mother sprang to mind first. Emma's mother has a unique talent for criticizing things that make her happy at the wrong time. The bridesmaid outfits were the incorrect shade last week. Prior to it, the flowers weren't in season enough. Prior to that, the invitation's font was too contemporary. Emma adds. Ryan texted me. The name smacks me like a brick to the chest as she looks at me with mascara streaking down her face in black. Ryan, her Texas Tech college lover from 6 years ago. From their junior year to a year after graduation, they dated for 3 years. She believed he was the one. They had made plans for their future. Talked about getting married. Looked at rings together. And spoke about where they would live after graduation. After that, Ryan received an offer to work in Chicago. Big business and corporate finance couldn't ignore it. Here in Dallas, Emma was employed at a design firm. For 4 months, they experimented with long distance. Every month she would fly up. When he could, he would descend. Every night, they FaceTimed, but he was always on the road for work. Here, she was establishing her profession. If they were lucky, they may see each other twice a month. It disintegrated gradually before collapsing completely. They would quarrel over the distance. Due to work, he would postpone visits. When he didn't make time, she would become irritated. They eventually had a conversation. When she informed me about it on our 4th or 5th date, she said it was a mutual choice, but I could tell it devastated her. She had said that she wasn't ready to date again for more than a year. That she had genuinely believed he would become her husband. Perhaps 5 times throughout our relationship, she had brought up Ryan. Always cautious. Always with this expression on her face, as if the thought still stung. I never asked questions or pressed. Everybody has a past. Everybody has that one escapee. Ancient history, I reasoned, was no longer relevant. I guess I was mistaken. I'm thinking. Okay. Strange timing for an ex to reach out. But people do that sometimes. As I stand there taking in this information and attempting to maintain my composure. Emma goes on, Ryan's divorced now. His marriage ended 6 months ago. He's moving back to Dallas next month. Maybe he heard about the wedding through mutual friends. Maybe he wanted to wish her well. Some kind of closure thing. I'm trying not to be that insecure guy who freaks out over an ex-boyfriend sending a congratulations text. My stomach drops, but I'm still holding my composure and continuing to give her the benefit of the doubt, believing that this is just wedding jitters. Just feelings running high due to the big life change that's coming up. He took a job at his old firm downtown, and he reached out because he wanted to see her when he returns. It's normal. It has no significance. Then she utterly ruins my universe. Jack, I can't marry you on Saturday. I'm still in love with him. Suddenly, 8 days before our wedding, after 16 months of engagement, she changed her mind 3 times after I placed a $10,500 ring on her finger that she had spent 2 months choosing. Returned to the first one she had tried on at last. She loved the neighborhood and the school district for our future children, so after 2 years of living together, I bought the house. The home features her ideal kitchen, which she designed for 8 months, including the hardware for the cabinets. She spent weeks researching the bespoke hood over the range under cabinet lighting, quartz countertops, and matte black fixtures. I wanted her to have the kitchen of her dreams, so I let her make all the decisions. I was unable to move, talk, or comprehend what I was hearing. I simply gazed at her for what seemed like an hour. But it was actually only 2 minutes. When your life is coming to a conclusion, time does this strange thing. It simultaneously compresses and stretches. She is still in tears. Between sobs, words tumbled forth. She is really apologetic. She was unaware that these emotions persisted. She believed she had moved on from him. She did. However, she discovered she had never truly moved on when Ryan contacted her 2 days earlier, when she heard his voice once more, and they began messaging. She simply buried those emotions and constructed a life around them. And now, like a long dormant volcano, they were bursting through the surface. I asked the one thing that still mattered when I at last found my voice. Is the wedding being called off? I'll never forget. I don't know, she replies after hesitating, glancing down at her hands, and wrapping the engagement ring over her finger. I need time to sift through my feelings. Can we put this off for a few months? I need time to find out what I want. We have 8 days to make the vow to spend the rest of our lives together in front of 150 people. Something changed in me at that moment after we had been dating for 2 years, had purchased a home together, and had meticulously planned every aspect of a wedding, down to the color of the napkins. This cold, unwavering confidence about what I had to do, this clarity. I gave her a day to make up her mind. Either she didn't want to marry me and I would take care of the rest, or she wanted to marry me on Saturday, and Ryan could go back to whatever life he had created without her. No putting me on the back burner, as she worked out her feelings for another man. No putting things off. No sorting things out. There's no need to drag me along as she determines whether I'm what she truly wants, or just a backup plan. She became agitated, and began to complain that I was giving her an ultimatum, that she needed more than a day to make such a significant decision, that I was being unjust by denying her time to process her feelings, and that she needed time because this was a lot to deal with. That was her response. I informed her. And I closed the door, lay down on the bed, and gazed at the ceiling after entering the guest room. The thing that no one teaches you about situations like these, is this. When everything breaks down, you have this strange clarity. All of a sudden, everything made sense. Because you didn't want to be that insecure, suspicious guy who doubts everything. You ignored all those small things. Before, they were too close to view, but now they all line up to create this ideal image. The way she had spent the past 3 days looking at her phone nonstop. The way she had been preoccupied in meetings to organize the wedding. Last week, she abruptly wanted to push back our honeymoon by 1 week. She had been silent, claimed she had a client project to do. The way she had been silent and aloof. I assumed she was simply anxious about getting married. It turned out that she was unable to tell me because she was experiencing an emotional crisis over another man. That night, I didn't sleep. I lay there in the guest room, reliving every minute of our relationship, wondering if she had been settling for me the entire time, and trying to figure out whether I had missed something evident. After Ryan crushed her heart 6 years ago, I'm wondering if I was just the safe option. The steady guy. The person who showed up and stayed. It was Friday morning. Emma was still debating it. Still hadn't decided. And still desired more time. I then began making calls. Riley was informed that the wedding was cancelled over the phone. She attempted to dissuade me. Stated that Emma might simply be hesitant. Claimed that many ladies experience anxiety just before the wedding. I quickly shut that down. This was not a case of cold feet. Emma told me that she would prefer to be with someone else. That's not anxiety. At last, the truth is emerging. Riley promised to take care of visitor notifications. I assured her that we would pay for any vendor cancellations and reimburse any missed deposits. Are you sure? She inquired. I've never been more certain of anything in my life, I said. Called the location. Cancelled. The $7,500 deposit is indeed being eaten. We won't be rescheduling. Sorry. No, I'm not interested in moving it to a new date. Contacted the caterer. Cancelled. $3,000 more was lost. Made a call to the photographer. In fact, she was calm about it, expressed regret for what had occurred. Offered to return half of her deposit because, with 2 weeks' notice, she might be able to book someone else. I advised her to keep everything. She had already worked long hours on our engagement photo session. Cancelled after calling the band. They called the florist, cancelled, and kept the deposit. $1,800 more was lost. We cancelled the wedding party by calling the transportation company we had engaged. Called the hotel where we had reserved rooms for visitors from out of town. The block was cancelled. referred to the Cabo all-inclusive resort. The honeymoon was cancelled. Deposits were lost, but whatever. Riley and I spoke on the phone for 3 hours while reviewing the guest list. It was necessary to notify all 150 individuals. She consented to use our wedding website to send out cancellation messages. We left it open-ended. Emma Williams and Jack Crawford's wedding, which was set for Saturday, December 16th, has been cancelled due to unanticipated events. We are grateful for your patience during this trying period. I then gave my employer a call and informed him that I needed to ask for a quick transfer to our Denver office. He has known me for 8 years, employed me as a sales representative, mentored me, and is aware that I don't make snap decisions or beg for favors or preferential treatment. Is everything okay? He asked. I offered him the most basic version. 2 weeks prior to the wedding, the fiancée declared her continued love for her ex. After a moment of silence, he promised to make some calls and arrange something for me by Tuesday. That the Denver regional manager would expedite the transfer, because he had been searching for a reliable candidate nevertheless. Made a call to our realtor. On Monday morning, the house is put up for sale. She attempted to advise us to hold off, claimed that the market might improve in the spring. Stated that perhaps we ought to consider this. I informed her that I needed it listed right away. Get it sold quickly with professional photos, setting advice, and the rest. I called my folks and told them what had happened. My mother broke down in tears right away. After a lengthy period of silence, my dad said he would drive down this weekend with his trailer to assist me with packing, and that, if necessary, I could stay with them in Houston for a few weeks. That he was pleased with me for leaving a position where I was treated with disrespect. When I was 16, my dad experienced something similar, not quite the same, but sufficiently similar. After 20 years of marriage, my mom's younger brother, my uncle, suddenly realized that he needed to discover who he was. He ruined his family by abandoning his wife and 3 children. My father witnessed his nieces and nephews' struggles, his sister-in-law's descent into depression, and the consequences of someone prioritizing their emotions over their obligations. He didn't try to persuade me out of my choice, I believe, because of this. He was well aware of what it meant to stay. I was fully aware of the consequences of attempting to establish a life with someone who is unsure of their true feelings for you. I was at Home Depot purchasing packing tape and moving boxes by Friday noon. $200 was spent on materials. I returned home. I began packing my belongings. Removed all of my diplomas from the home office. I put my books in boxes, began taking the garage gym apart. I had been building for 2 years. Squat racks, bench presses, and weights are all packed in crates. I was packing boxes into my truck when Emma got home at around 1:00 the afternoon. After pulling into the driveway, she spent a minute sitting in her car before getting inside. When she realized what I was doing, she went utterly crazy, began yelling that I was being cruel and vengeful, that I was overreacting, that I was ruining everything without giving her time to think, and that I was punishing her for being open about her emotions. I simply continued packing without speaking louder or interacting. I calmly informed her that I was providing her with exactly what she had requested. It's time to determine what she desires. But she will no longer have me as a choice. She said that she never denied her love for me. That we could work things out. That I was wasting 2.5 years on a single moment of uncertainty. That everyone has doubts, and that this was just wedding jitters and cold feet. I paused my packing, gave her a direct look, and assured her that there was no confusion. This was lucidity. 2 weeks prior to our wedding, she told me directly that she was still in love with another man. It's not a panicked moment. It's not a case of cold feet. At last, the truth is emerging. Furthermore, I have no desire to be her fallback option while she chooses between me and her true love. Our wedding won't be delayed so she can investigate her feelings for Ryan. I'm not going to spend years wondering if she's genuinely content with me, or if she's just settling since things didn't work out with Ryan. Someone who required her ex to return to town to understand she might not truly want me, is not someone I'm getting married to. She tried a different strategy and began crying once more. But this time, it was softer and more deliberate. She claimed that Ryan's reaching out had simply confused her. Stated that she was afraid of being married, being committed, and making the wrong decision. Claimed that all she needed was confirmation that we were choosing the appropriate course of action. She was unable to respond, and simply stood there crying when I asked her directly. If Ryan showed up right now and said he wanted her back, wanted to give their relationship another shot, what would she do? She twisted her engagement ring and turned away. That was all I needed to know. After loading my truck, I went to the backyard to get my dog, Max. 2 years ago, I acquired a golden retriever as a puppy. Filled the truck with his food and bed. Went to Ethan's house by car. His home is roughly 20 minutes distant. Although she was in town for the wedding, she works in our Houston office. My best man was meant to be him. He stated I could stay as long as I needed after taking one glance at me and Max standing on his threshold. Put me in his visitor's room. Didn't make a lot of inquiries. Simply placed an order for pizza, and gave me the control. It was Friday afternoon. I had a Denver apartment complex ready to show me units on Tuesday by Sunday. 3 showings of the residence were planned by Monday. By Tuesday, Max, 2 luggage, and I were flying to Colorado. The wedding day arrived and departed. The day that was meant to be the happiest day of my life was Saturday, December 16. I hiked in Rocky Mountain National Park during that time. At 12,000 feet, the altitude completely ruined it. My lungs felt like they were about to burst. However, I felt more at ease than I had in months as I stood there gazing out over the mountains. I had more life clarity than I had in years. Emma watched her phone the entire time, seeing her life unravel in real time. 1 update. After a week. I went nuclear on my entire life 1 week ago. Since several people have been inquiring about the outcome, I thought I'd give you all an update. This is being written from Denver. Arrived on Tuesday evening. On Wednesday, I found an apartment in Lowe. The lease was signed on Thursday. I got a 5th-floor corner apartment. Views of the mountains from the balcony. My new office is within walking distance. The very opposite of suburban Dallas. On Monday, my boxes and furniture will come. Until then, Max and I are staying in an extended stay hotel, and living off of 2 bags. To be honest, I feel more at ease than I have in months, eating better, sleeping better, and avoiding 5-minute phone checks. The Dallas home sold quickly. 2 bids were received after 3 showings. And 1 was accepted yesterday. It seems that Emma's interior design work made it very appealing to purchasers. It seems that people today want the precise kitchen that she spent 8 months constructing. I see the irony. Closing in 3 weeks. I'll have enough equity when I leave to make a 30% down payment on something out here. But because this is when things started to become really fascinating, let's talk about Emma. Our wedding would have taken place on Saturday. I went hiking during that time. Emma spent it, as I said, seeing the downfall of her entire universe. Ethan, who has been providing me with information because we have shared connections, claims that Ryan's extravagant love gesture lasted precisely 72 hours. 2 days after our wedding was called off, Ryan brought Emma out on Tuesday night. Tuesday, 2 days after she completely destroyed our relationship, we had a lovely supper at this downtown steakhouse, complete with $80 steaks and a sommelier. Emma reportedly shared a picture of it on Instagram. There is a caption about trusting your gut and choosing the right person at the appropriate moment. Received many likes from folks who were unaware of the recent events. They were together all day on Wednesday. Additional posts on Instagram. They used to visit the Dallas Arboretum together, while they were in college, and Ryan took her there. Incredibly meant to be. Incredibly romantic. This is fate bringing us back together. Very. Ryan informed Emma on Thursday morning that he wasn't yet truly prepared for a committed relationship. I take it you read that? The man she devoted her whole life to. 3 days later, the man for whom she had called off her wedding declared himself unprepared, claimed to have recently gotten divorced 6 months prior, claimed that he was still coming to terms with his marriage's demise, claimed he required room, stated that once he had worked things out, perhaps they could go over them again in 6 months. 2 weeks prior to her wedding, the man texted her, who informed her that he would always be thinking about her, who claimed that he wanted another opportunity with her, which was one of the reasons he moved back to Dallas. All of a sudden, the guy required room. On Friday night, Emma gave me a call. Hysterical. I didn't respond. Her voicemail was 7 minutes and 22 seconds lengthy. I know this because, before deleting it without listening, I checked the timestamp. She then sent 15 different texts, all of which were variations of the same theme. She was crying, apologizing, and claiming that she had made the worst mistake of her life. She said that Ryan had thrown away our relationship for nothing, that she had ruined the best thing in her life for a 3-day fantasy, and that he simply wanted to see if the spark was still there. I didn't answer. On Saturday morning, the day of our wedding, she texted me more than 30 times and called me 14 times. Then, still in her pajamas and with tears in her eyes, She arrived at Ethan's house at 9 in the morning. The door was answered by Ethan. If I was present, she inquired. No, he responded. I had already departed for Colorado. She sobbed at his door, and pleaded with him to leave me a message. He texted me about it after shutting the door. This lengthy text was sent to me by her on Saturday afternoon, claimed that if I despise her, she will understand, stated that she is aware that she is not worthy of another chance. However, she wrecked our wonderful and genuine relationship over a fantasy, and someone who didn't genuinely desire her. She promised to do all in her power to make things right and win me back. I texted back once, "You made a decision. My own was made. I wish you luck in everything." I blocked her number after that. I blocked her on Instagram. I blocked her on all the platforms I could think of. In just 7 days, I've learned the following. When someone reveals themselves to you, trust them right away. Emma demonstrated to me that when faced with a difficult decision, she opted for excitement above security. It's not love. That's backup plan convenience. That is retaining someone till a better opportunity arises. I'm loving my new work. The office in Denver is smaller. It's close-knit, with only 12 people, as opposed to 40 inches Dallas. In fact, people converse with one another. My work is truly appreciated by my new boss. They told me recently that having someone with my experience makes her happy, that someone who could close transactions and wasn't scared of hard labor was needed by the team. Through Meetup, I became a member of a hiking group. Sunday morning, I went on my first trek with a group, 6 individuals. We hiked up to a lake on this trail. The altitude is terrible, and I wanted to die halfway up, but everyone was supportive. I got advice from one individual on how to handle the thin air. I heard about several excellent routes for novices from another woman. This weekend, I'm going once again. Yesterday, I purchased a Jeep. Emma believed they were unpractical and bad with gas, so I never obtained what I had always desired. As it happens, they are ideal for Colorado. To try it out, I drove it up a mountain road. Max had a fondness for riding with his head out the window. Last weekend, my parents visited. Put more of my belongings onto my dad's trailer, and drove out from Houston. Assisted me in selecting furniture at IKEA. On Saturday morning, my dad and I went fly fishing. Nothing was caught, but it made no difference. We just had a conversation. He expressed his pride in me for leaving a place where I didn't feel appreciated. Claimed that walking away required more bravery than fighting for someone who obviously didn't want to fight for you. Do I still miss Emma? Occasionally. 2.5 years of your life are not simply turned off. However, I don't miss Emma's ability to look me in the eye and confess her love for someone else. I miss the version I believed to be out there. The one who genuinely desired to wed me. Instead of daydreaming about her ex, she was constructing a future with me. However, that version was never made. She was merely portraying a character until a more suitable role became available. Life passes more quickly than you anticipate. The second update. After 3 months. It has been 3 months since everything collapsed. The quality of life has greatly improved. Much stranger too. The career stuff comes first. In Denver, I'm killing it. Last month, 3 significant deals were closed. Large contracts. Industrial machinery for manufacturing facilities. The kind of sales that determine your quarterly figures. Last Tuesday, my manager drew me aside and informed me that I was being expedited to the position of regional vice president. The oversight of the entire Colorado-Wyoming territory is increased by 40% as a result. At 31, I will soon be among the youngest regional vice presidents in the company's history. Next month, the promotion expires. 6 weeks ago, the Dallas home closed. I put 30% of my equity down on a property here in Golden, which is roughly 20 minutes west of Denver. Home with 3 bedrooms. Views of the mountains from the rear deck. Hiking trails are within walking distance. Max adores it. The community is directly behind this network of trails. Every morning before work, we take a hike. Every weekend, I go hiking. Last month, I completed my first 14er. That mountain is more over 14,000 feet high. Quandary Peak. The altitude completely wrecked me. At 13,000 feet, I thought I would faint. But I managed to reach the summit. Looking out across the entire state from a height of 14,265 feet, everything seems smaller. Your issues, your concerns, your history. Everything down there is quite small. In January, I joined a climbing gym. As it happens, I can boulder fairly well. There's something fulfilling about solving an issue examining the wall, making a plan, and carrying it out. There, I made some buddies. People who only know me as the man who turns up 3 times a week and makes an effort, without knowing anything about my past. I know that's what folks want to hear, so let's get to the Emma updates. She returned to her parents' house. Her company, which does interior design, is having trouble. It turns out that our common friends recommended several of her clients. And now, well, things are awkward. In breakups, people tend to take sides, particularly when one partner calls off a wedding 2 weeks in advance. Furthermore, in Dallas social circles, rumors spread quickly. People converse. Her reputation suffered. Customers truly don't want someone who can't dedicate herself to organizing their wedding's key modifications. It appears that she is currently employed part-time at a furniture store, West Elm, or something similar. Ethan, who continues to receive information from common friends, claims that she is also taking depression medicine. You see, I don't enjoy her hardships, but I also don't feel bad about them. She made up her mind. Decisions have repercussions. She decided to ruin our relationship for a man who wasn't genuinely interested in her. His ex-wife, Ryan, received half of his assets, as part of the settlement after divorcing him. Home, vehicles, retirement funds, everything. It seems that he is trying to start afresh because he is broke. Rumor had it that he was relocating to Denver for a business role. However, in corporate circles, word gets around quickly. He was already well known. The man who can't commit to anything, and quits jobs abruptly. I have not encountered him. I hope I don't. Last month, my former employer in Dallas made an attempt to get me back. My former employer contacted to offer me a senior position at the same level Emma had been vying for, but never was able to secure, along with a signing bonus. $22,000 merely to return. Emma learned about the offer through the office gossip. So I told them, thanks, but no thanks. Denver is home now. I'm not going backwards. She was told by someone who told someone else. I banned her initial number, so she texted me from another one. See, they want you back. Dallas wants you back. I want you back. You belong here. Come home, was the text message, and I said nothing. However, if I had, I would have explained to her that being a part of a place doesn't mean that people want you to return once you've already left. It's about being valued by others to the point that you never want to leave. When she had me, she most certainly didn't value me. She is currently dealing with the fallout from that reality. The last update. After 5 months. The last update. 5 months have passed since I came to Denver, sold my house, and called off my wedding. Since so many of you followed this story from the start, I thought I'd give you all some closure. In a nutshell, life is amazing. No regrets. In summary, last month I was appointed regional vice president for the Colorado-Wyoming territory, earning nearly twice as much as I did in Dallas. Purchased that golden home. Paid off my Jeep. I expanded my collection to include a mountain bike and a complete ski gear. I recently returned from a week-long trip to Breckenridge for skiing. As it happens, I can ski fairly well. Who knew? My health has improved. I can now run at altitude without feeling like I'm dying because I lost a total of 20 pounds. I have a healthier bank account. My whole perspective on life has improved. I don't dread my day when I wake up. Instead, I look forward to it. However, this is what I truly want to discuss. And I see the change in perspective that resulted from acting decisively when my boundaries were violated. 5 months ago, I was a guy who believed that the mature course of action was always to sort things out and make concessions. I believed that leaving made you a quitter. Fighting for your relationship, I thought. Regardless, that's what decent men do. I believed that earning love required perseverance, patience, and demonstrating your value. I now see how ridiculous that was. Recognizing when someone has showed you who they are, and believing them the first time is perhaps the most mature thing you can do. Emma demonstrated to me that she selected Ryan above me when given the option. It's not love. That isn't dedication. That's backup plan convenience. That is retaining someone till a better opportunity arises. Since everyone asks, here are some last updates on Emma. She continues to reside in Dallas with her parents. Her interior design company essentially fell apart. According to what I've heard from common acquaintances, she continues to take her medication and works full-time at that furniture store. She doesn't have a partner. As I indicated, Ryan relocated to Denver, but it seems they never got back in touch. Currently, he is seeing a woman in her 20s. The cycle keeps going. Do I regret the way things worked out for her? Not at all. 2 weeks prior to our wedding, she made a very apparent and purposeful decision to blow up our relationship. That's hers to cope with. I also decided that I respected myself enough to go. And I'm content to live with the repercussions. We are quite close to reaching 100,000 subscribers on this channel. Guys, please think about subscribing to the channel if you haven't already. It truly aids in reaching the 100,000 milestone. Thank you for realizing this dream, my wife said. At Christmas dinner. He isn't your son. I'm taking half. She didn't know I'd secretly gather evidence for court. Now, she pays for her fraud. Surprise. Jackson isn't your son, and I'm taking half. That was the very first thing my wife, Sophia, said, with no warning, no hint, nothing. She just dropped it right there at her parents' Christmas dinner table like it was nothing. The entire room fell silent. Laughter died instantly, and even the kids stopped talking. She slid a DNA envelope toward me with a smug little smile, waiting for me to break in front of everyone. I opened it. 0.1%. 0%. But instead of falling apart, I went cold. Steady. I looked her straight in the eyes and said, "Check your email. And you should hit follow." Because what she found in that email shattered her entire plan. 8 months before that Christmas dinner, my phone rang in the middle of a job. It was Jackson's preschool, and the teacher sounded calm, but too calm. She said he had had some kind of allergic reaction, hives, swelling, nothing life-threatening, but they wanted him checked out. I dropped everything and drove there. When I walked into the pediatric clinic, Jackson was sitting on the exam table, little legs bouncing, trying so hard to be brave, and he grabbed my hand when the nurse came in with the needle, jaw clenched like a tiny soldier. That's the part of being a dad that no one writes on Hallmark cards. Just standing there letting your kid squeeze your hand while you pretend you're not scared, too. They drew the blood. The doctor listened to his chest. She did all her checks. She said it was probably just allergy stuff. They'd run a full panel and call me back to discuss the results in person. In person. Those 2 words stuck. On the way home, I took Jackson for ice cream, as promised. A few days later, they called, and the nurse asked if I could come in alone, to go over Jackson's labs. Not over the phone, not because he's fine, but alone. When I sat in that chair, I was expecting a medical problem, something we'd fix with medicine or routines. I had no idea the problem was in my marriage, but in his body. When the doctor walked in with a soft smile and a folder, he said, "Good news. Jackson is healthy." For a brief moment, my shoulders dropped. I felt the breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Then she flipped a page. His blood type is B+. Yours is O+. Sophia's is A+. Genetically, that combination shouldn't produce B+. Silence. Not loud, not dramatic, just a cold, sinking silence. I nodded as if I understood, but my brain was buzzing. I walked out telling myself the simplest lie. It's a mistake, a paperwork error. But as I sat in my truck, the lie didn't land as well as it used to. A small, unpleasant voice murmured, "What if it isn't?" I didn't drive home. Instead, I drove away from the street I'd driven 1,000 times, and into a small medical plaza I'd never noticed before. Discrete DNA testing, a sign so ordinary until it wasn't. Inside, everything felt too calm. The woman at the desk slid me a clipboard like it was just another Tuesday. Name, birth date, reason for test. I stared at that last line for longer than I should have. Signing my name felt like crossing a line I could never uncross. I paid extra for rush processing. 96 hours. She said. Just words to her. A lifetime to me. Those 3 days were both slow and fast. Outside, I was a father, reading dinosaur books, giving baths, and pretending everything was normal. Inside, I was sinking, every time Jackson hugged me. Every night. "Daddy," something in my chest twisted. Sophia slept beside me as if everything was fine. And I lay awake, living 2 lives in the same bed. On the 3rd night, around 3:30 a.m., my phone buzzed. The room was dark and heavy. Sophia breathing steadily beside me. Nothing felt real. I slipped into the bathroom and closed the door, not even turning on the light. The glow of the phone was enough. "Your results are ready." My thumb hovered for a heartbeat before I opened it. 0%. There was no build-up. No dramatic wording. Just numbers that tore the floor out from under me. I read it once, twice, and 3 times, looking for a footnote, a typo, a miracle. But there was none. I sat on the cold tile, and felt everything inside me go quiet. Not breaking or exploding, just shutting off. In the darkness, with Sophia sleeping 10 feet away, I understood that I had 2 options. Lose control and lose everything. Or stay silent and plan. I had no clue how much planning I'd end up doing. I got up from the bathroom floor and went back to bed. Sophia was still asleep, her back turned as if nothing was wrong. I lay there staring at the ceiling and my brain started rewinding the last 7, 8 years like a bad movie. I remembered when Jackson was born, and the nurse casually mentioned genetic testing. Sophia brushed it off immediately, saying, "No need. It's a hassle. He's clearly yours." I was tired, happy, and in love. I let it go. I remembered how she always pushed me to work more. "You're the provider, Daniel. This is what a man does." At the time, it sounded like respect. Now, it sounded like strategy. I remembered her insisting on separate accounts for safety, which I thought was independence. Now, I heard, "I'm keeping my exit door open." All these little moments I'd filed under her personality started snapping into place like puzzle pieces. Lying there in the dark with my wife's lies inches from my face, one thought hit me hard and ugly. Maybe I was never a husband to her. Maybe I was just a walking wallet with a ring. But I didn't know yet, and the truth was about to cost me far more than I imagined. I nearly flipped the light on, shook her awake, threw the phone at her, and screamed every question, clawing at my throat. How long? Who's the father? Was any of this real, or was I just a paycheck with legs to you? My chest was on fire, fists clenched, heart pounding loudly enough to wake the whole block, and then Jackson's face appeared in my head. He ran to the door, yelling, "Daddy!" He fell asleep on my shoulder in front of the TV, and I realized something brutal. If I lost control right now, if I turned this into a screaming match, she'd own that story. She'd depict me as unstable, dangerous, whatever she needed, and I'd lose more than just my money. I'd lose my child. So, I sat back down on that cold bathroom tile, phone still in my hand, and made a decision that changed everything. I wasn't going to be her victim. I wasn't going to be her fool. I don't get mad, I get even. If she'd been playing the long game with me, she had no idea what I could do when I started playing it back. And the first move I made would turn her greatest fear into my greatest weapon. The morning after that 3:30 a.m. email, I didn't go to work. I told Sophia I had to check on a client's roof, kissed Jackson on the head, and hopped in my vehicle, driving downtown to an office I'd found the night before. Michael Cooper. Family and asset protection. He looked like the kind of man who'd seen every ugly version of Till Death Do Us Part. No small talk, just a firm shake. "And tell me what's going on, Daniel." So I did. The blood types, the DNA test, the money, the way Sophia had been nudging me into longer hours, bigger deals, more separation in our finances. Michael listened, took notes, and then hit me with the part that made my stomach drop. "Biology doesn't remove 5 years of legal paternity," he replied. "As far as the court is concerned, you are Jackson's father. Period." I felt sick. "So, I'm just screwed." He shook his head. "Not if we're smarter than her. We can use her falsehoods against her, but only if you remain calm and begin documenting everything. There is no drama or controversy, only evidence. If you walk in angry, I will lose." She arrives prepared. I was driving home from Michael's office when it hit me. Nothing in my home could be different. Not yet. Sophia was on her phone in the kitchen as I stepped through the door. She glanced up and inquired, "How is the client?" As if we were in a regular marriage. I smiled and discussed shingles and estimates. She purchased it. Why shouldn't she? For years, I'd been exactly who she imagined I was. That night is when the second life begins. I retained every receipt with Jackson's name on it. Doctor's appointments, preschool fees, clothing, and meals. I entered our joint accounts on my laptop and silently downloaded statements month after month. I backed up emails, preserved photos, and made copies of anything that demonstrated I was present. Whether I was paying, parenting, or turning up. Anytime she pushed me to take on additional jobs or seal that huge solar contract, I nodded, claiming to be the same dependable provider. Inside my thoughts, things were different. You've no idea what I know. You have no idea what I am building. My heart was pounding like a robber when I discreetly screenshotted a text in which she discussed her stake of my company. Actually, I was. I was denying her of the easy departure she believed she had. It finally clicked one night at the kitchen table. I was going over numbers for the roofing and solar jobs, simply reviewing bills, when Sophia sat across from me with a glass of wine, and that casual but not really expression. "So, how is the business doing? You and Ryan are killing it, right?" She didn't ask like a wife encouraging her spouse. She inquired, as if she were pricing a home prior to the divorce. She sought income, profit, and predicted expansion. She urged me to achieve an accurate appraisal. "Investors would be thrilled," he said. "They said we needed to know what we were sitting on." Then she moved a folder over. "The company now has new structural papers. It's only for tax optimization. Daniel, you should sign before the end of the year." "Before I probably had this time," I said. "I'll let Michael look at it." Her eyes flared for a single second. Annoyance, perhaps panic. The smile quickly returned. "If anything happened," she said carelessly, "I'd receive my fair part, right?" In that point, it stopped being a marriage in my mind. She thought she had already closed the transaction. What she didn't realize was that every paper she provided me was quietly working against her. A few weeks later, my phone rang at 11 p.m. Sophia was in the shower. The name on the screen caused my stomach to tighten. Emily. Her younger sister. "Hello, Daniel." Her voice was already breaking. I strolled outside onto the back porch. "What is wrong? I cannot say this over the phone. Can we please meet?" We ended up in a drive-through coffee shop, sitting in our own cars, windows cracked, the Texas night air thick and calm. She stepped into my passenger seat, her eyes blazing and hands trembling. "I was watching Jackson the other day," she added, and Sophia put down her phone. It lit up. I was not spying, I swear. But once I saw Ryan's name, I couldn't unsee it. She pulled out her phone, her thumb lingering as if she didn't want to make it official. "You deserve to know," she muttered. She then replied, "I can't watch her do this to you." The sentence that took whatever remained of my previous life and completed the task. "Daniel, Jackson isn't your biological son. Ryan is." If this is accurate, Sophia's defection was not accidental. It was a blueprint, and I needed to view the entire map. Emily unlocked her phone with shaky hands, and began scrolling. "Here," she murmured, turning the screen toward me. It was Sophia and Ryan. Not flirtatious, romantic, chilly, or transactional. "Sophia calls me a walking pocketbook and a meal ticket. I've played him so brilliantly," she said in one thread. "He has no idea." In another, she discussed getting pregnant with Jackson as if she were buying stock. "Honestly," she texted Ryan, "having his name on the birth certificate was the smartest financial move I've ever made." There was a timeline laid out in black and white. Wait for the company to reach a certain revenue level. File for divorce. Use Jackson as leverage for maximum child support. Move in with Ryan, and live comfortably on my money. Then I noticed the one that took my breath away. By next January, I'll have enough money to last my entire life. Reading those sentences felt like getting punched repeatedly. But my face remained calm. I kept asking Emily for dates, context, and anything that would stand up in court. Something inside of me eventually cracked. This was not a broken marriage. It was a lengthy con. And to beat someone who was playing the long game, I had to play one that was even longer. We sat in the car, the air thick and stale. "Emily," I spoke quietly, "would you be willing to back this up in court? On record?" She stared straight ahead for a long time, her jaw tightened. I could sense battle in her eyes. Sophia wasn't simply my wife. She was her older sister, the one she grew up with and was meant to protect. Emily started crying. "Sophia is my sister," she mumbled. "But what she's doing to you and Jackson is just terrible." She wiped her cheeks with the sleeve of her sweatshirt. "I'll keep everything," she responded, including screenshots and dates. "If she mentions it again, I'll write it down. If this goes to court," she gulped hard, "I'll testify, even if it's against my own sister." On the way home, I called Michael. "We're no longer alone," I told him. "Sophia's sister is with us." He didn't sound astonished, just calm. "Good," he said. "Then we'll be patient. She still thinks you're in the dark, Daniel. And that's our biggest weapon." After that night in the car with Emily, my life became a ledger. With every day having two layers. On the surface, I was the same old Daniel, running jobs, taking calls, coming home tired, kissing my child goodnight, but underneath, I was counting everything. Who dropped Jackson off? Who picked him up? Who paid for what? What Sophia said. and when she said it. If she whined about abandoning her profession, I wrote it down. If she boasted to her mother about how well the business was going, Emily recorded it on her phone. Every time Ryan came by to talk business while Jackson napped on the couch, I made a note of the date, time, and length of his stay. I didn't accuse or push, I just watched. Michael began compiling a timeline. An affair before Jackson was born, pregnancy as a strategy, financial moves, and the plan to cash out once the numbers looked right. One afternoon in his office, staring at the stack of emails, screenshots, and notes, he leaned back and murmured almost to himself, "Daniel, we're not just building a divorce case. We're developing a fraud case." For the first time, I recognized my marriage wasn't falling apart. It had been built this way. However, even the most flawless strategy has a weakness, and I had just discovered hers. In the midst of all that cold, calculated planning, there was one thing that kept me human. Jackson. Every evening as I came into the driveway, he'd sprint out the front door, socks sliding on the hardwood, yelling, "Daddy," like I was the best part of his entire day. He'd slam into my legs, wrap his arms around me, and nothing else mattered. Not DNA percentages, not court maneuvers, just my kid and the way he fit against my chest. I recall the first time he said, "Dad." He was barely speaking, standing in his cot in that droopy little onesie, reaching out for me. I swear I felt wealthier than any man alive. Lying awake at night, watching him sleep on the baby monitor, I kept thinking, blood or not, I'm his father. I'm the one who shows up. Sophia could call him an asset in her texts all day long. To her, he was a number in a plan. To me, he was the reason I couldn't afford to lose my mind or my case. She may have used him as leverage, I told myself. But I'll fight like hell to make sure he never feels like a bargaining chip. A few weeks later, Emily sent more screenshots. This time, it wasn't just cold planning. It was Sophia talking about me. "He's too easy to manipulate." She texted Ryan. "He wants to feel like a provider. That's why this works." Another message. "He's a provider, not a partner. He'll never see it coming." They were literally planning my destruction. Talking about the perfect time to drop the DNA bomb after the holidays. Before the tax year closed. When the business numbers low. I gave everything to Michael, who examined everything, and said, "She's not just leaving you, Daniel. She's already met with her own attorney." The notes in the messages were explicit, and they asked about the maximum child support based on predicted income. "She's attempting to take you to the cleaners." The worst line was one I'll never forget. By November, the business was booming, with roofing jobs, solar installations, insurance work after storms, and money finally coming in the way Ryan and I had hoped for when we started. "Jackson is my insurance policy, and once I finish, I'll be able to live off his money for the rest of my life." The numbers on the spreadsheet looked a lot like the milestones Sophia had mentioned in those texts. And the closer we got to Christmas, the sweeter she got, cooking my favorite dinners, random kisses on the cheek, asking about my day like we were newlyweds again. If I hadn't seen those messages, I might have thought we'd turned a corner. Instead, it seemed like seeing someone set a stage that you knew was about to blow. Michael and I met again. I showed him the latest, and he leaned back and said, "This is the calm before the storm. Allow her to make the first move. We'll be ready." Each passing day felt like we were getting closer to the edge of a volcano. Emily told me Sophia had been humming around the kitchen one night, saying under her breath, "January is going to change everything." She had no idea how right she was, just not in the way she thought. That Christmas wasn't the moment she won. It was the moment everything she had built began to crumble. Christmas in our neighborhood looked like a postcard. We drove over to Sophia's parents' house, the big red brick two-story she grew up in. And it was chaos in the cozy way. With music playing, her mom juggling casseroles, and her father yelling at the TV about a football game. Sophia was glowing too much. Michael's words echoed in my mind as she wrapped her arm around my shoulders and introduced me to distant cousins as if I were her prize. No one knew I had a hotel room booked 10 minutes away and a packed bag in the back of my truck, just in case tonight went as planned. If she announces divorce in front of witnesses, that's gold. I kissed Jackson on the top of his head. "Be good for Grandpa and Grandma, buddy." Later, in their bathroom, I looked at myself in the mirror and thought, tonight, I stopped being the guy who never saw it coming. And I had no idea that within hours, every mask in that house would fall. When we sat down for dinner, the house smelled like turkey, gravy, and cinnamon. Her father was pouring bourbon and telling the same stories he tells every year. Her mother was bragging about her stuffing recipe, and children were laughing at the end of the table, faces sticky with frosting. Sophia sat beside me, hand resting on my shoulder, telling her family how well the business was doing. "Daniel and Ryan are killing it this year," she said, like she was proud of me. Like she wasn't planning to cash out. I chewed, nodded, answered questions about storms, roofs, and solar panels, all while counting my own heartbeat. Is it tonight, or is she waiting until January? Her younger brother was arguing with his wife about something stupid. When the small talk died down and the dessert plates began to hit the table, Sophia reached into her purse. Her eyes were excited, hungry, and dark, as if they were saying one thing: it's showtime. Sophia slid the envelope toward me. "Open it," she said, her voice bright. "This is your real Christmas present." My fingers knew before my brain caught up. The paper, the weight of it. I opened the flap to see the lab logo. DNA. My heart slowed down, not up, and the room became strangely silent. I could feel her father looking, and her mother leaning in, hoping for a good surprise. Sophia leaned back, savoring the anticipation, and then she dropped it. "Surprise," she said clearly. "Jackson isn't your kid, and I'm taking half." You could have heard a fork hit the floor. Everybody stared at me, waiting for the explosion. They had no idea I'd already walked through this fire 8 months ago. Sophia kept going, and she started listing my supposed sins like she was reading from a script. I was a workaholic. I could feel her mother's eyes on me, wet and confused, her father's jaw clenched, torn between anger and shame, and her brother's argument came to a halt in the middle of a sentence. Every line was intended to cut deeper, to make me look like the bad guy in front of her parents. Even the kids went quiet for no apparent reason. They were all waiting for the same thing. For me to explode, yell, beg, or shatter. But I didn't. I looked down at the DNA results one more time before gently placing the paper on the table like it was just another bill. 8 months of planning sat beneath my calm. I met Sophia's eyes. The smugness there made what I said next seem even better. "Sophia," I murmured gently, "check your email." The whole room held its breath, and she appeared afraid for the first time that night. That calmness was the first crack in her entire scheme. Sophia slowly picked up her phone, expecting to see some pathetic, angry paragraph from me. Maybe threats. Maybe begging. But instead she opened her inbox and went perfectly still. I watched her thumb hover, then tapped the email from Michael's office. Subject line: Draft Harrison v. Harrison petition and exhibits. Her eyes started moving fast. First page: divorce petition, grounds, fraud, infidelity, financial misconduct. She looked through the chronology, dates of her meetings with Ryan, money transfers, the DNA test I'd done months before, screenshots of her texts calling me a walking wallet, and transcripts of calls Emily had recorded. Her mother muttered, "Sophia, what's that?" Her dad leaned over, face draining. Sophia's hand shook. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. I stood up, pushed my chair back, and finally broke the silence. "Everything you just told your family," I said. "I've known for 8 months. Sophia, you weren't 10 steps ahead of me." I kept her stare. I was 20. After that, there was nothing else to say. I picked up my jacket from the back of the chair. Sophia was still glued to her phone, scrolling through the wreckage of her own plan. Her mom was crying openly now, and her father couldn't look at me for more than a second. "Daniel, wait," someone said. I don't even know who. I didn't. I walked out of that warm, noisy house, into the cold night air, and the sound of Christmas music, clinking dishes, and children's voices faded behind me like someone turning down a radio. For the first time in years, I got into my truck, and didn't have to pretend I didn't know what my life was really about. 10 minutes later, I was at the hotel I'd booked days before. Check-in, key card, generic hallway. I dropped my bag on the floor of that quiet room and just stood there. Then I pulled out my phone and called Michael. "She made her move," I said. "Your turn." He didn't hesitate. "All right, we file tonight." "Do it," I answered. That was when it stopped being just a story of betrayal, and became a war. And in this war, I wasn't at a disadvantage anymore. Back at the hotel, my laptop dinged. It was from Michael, and it was short and clinical, with no emotion at all. A petition had been filed, with fraud allegations included, and an emergency motion for temporary custody had been submitted, along with a PDF attachment. I opened it, and saw my own name at the top. Daniel Harrison. Petitioner versus Sophia Harrison, respondent. Seeing it in that format did something to me. We weren't husband and wife anymore. We were sides. As the legal language blurred together, hereby, whereas relief requested, all I could picture was Jackson asleep in a spare bedroom at his grandparents' house, clutching a stuffed dinosaur, completely unaware that his entire world was being redrawn on paper. Michael called to walk me through the next steps. Service, hearings, judges, opposing counsel. He warned me Sophia's reaction would be loud and ugly. After we hung up, I paced the hotel room like a caged animal, the glow of the petition still on the screen. This was real now. No more pretending. No turning back. The next morning, while I was still sitting on the edge of the hotel bed, staring at lukewarm coffee, Michael texted. She's being served now. I could picture it without being there. The same front door I'd walked through 1,000 times. Her dad's house. The knock. The thick envelope. Later, I heard the rest from Emily. Sophia signed for it. Ripped it open. Expecting what? Maybe a threat, a bluff. Instead, she got 30+ pages of everything she thought she'd kept hidden. My phone began to light up with calls, voicemails, and texts. But I didn't answer any of them. Instead, I listened to one voicemail all the way through. Her parents read over her shoulder, and Emily described how their expressions changed from confusion to disgust, to something like mourning. Sophia screamed and cried, spitting out the words, "How dare you do this to me?" To her, the lady who had plotted to steal my child, my money, and my life apart, couldn't believe I'd finally stopped playing dumb, since for the first time, she wasn't in control of the story. Right after New Year's, I was back in Michael's office, sitting in the same chair, feeling like a defendant in my own life. "We've got a temporary custody and support hearing coming up," he said. "This is where the judge decides who Jackson lives with while everything else plays out." He laid it out plainly. The court doesn't care who hurt whose feelings. We went over the timeline once more. DNA. The affair. The texts in which Sophia referred to Jackson as an insurance policy. Emily's role. The money moves. Everything. They'd be concerned with stability, routine, and who prioritizes the child when it comes at a cost. Then Michael changed gears, and made me practice my answers. "Do not go in there trying to burn your ex," he said. "Go in there protecting your son." I must have still been wired because he stopped, looked me dead in the eye, and said, "If you lose your temper in that courtroom, you lose your son." Message received. Family court in downtown Dallas isn't glamorous. It's metal detectors, worn carpet, and rows of people who all look like their lives are hanging by a thread. Michael and I sat on a hard wooden bench waiting for our case to be called. Watching cops walk by, lawyers with stacks of files, parents whispering, fighting under their breath. Then Sophia walked in, nice dress, perfect hair, makeup just right, and her own lawyer. Ryan wasn't there, but his name was all over the paperwork. She glanced at me once, as if she was still trying to decide if she was more angry or scared. The clerk finally stepped into the doorway and called out, "Harrison." My stomach dropped. That's my name. That's my entire life reduced to a case caption. We went into the courtroom. Michael began slowly, explaining the blood types, the pediatrician's concern, and the private DNA test to Judge Sarah Walker, who looked unimpressed. I raised my right hand to be sworn in, and realized that this was no longer a story, but the rest of my life. Biologically, I'm not Jackson's father, but legally, I've been his sole father for 5 years. Sophia let out a little gasp, as if she were hearing it for the first time. Her lawyer tried to play up the shocked wife angle, but the judge cut it off. "We're here for the best interest of the child," she said, without theatrics. Michael then got to the heart of the matter. Intent. And pulled up a timeline. The affair that began before Jackson was born, the money moved into separate accounts, the months-long meetings with divorce attorneys, and then the screen changed. Text messages X'd, her words in black and white, calling Jackson an insurance policy, talking about being set for life off his money, laying out exactly when to drop the DNA bomb for maximum payout. The entire room went silent. Sophia looked out of control for the first time since this started. And Michael hadn't even revealed the strongest evidence yet. When they called Emily, she walked up shaking, swore in, and sat down as if the chair would break under the weight of what she was about to do. Michael asked how she first found out. Emily told the judge about watching Jackson, seeing Sophia's phone light up, Ryan's name, those first messages she couldn't unsee, nights in the kitchen, where Sophia bragged that once the business reached a certain number, she'd file, and how she'd practice lines about needing stability while already planning her exit from Ryan. Emily's voice cracked when she said, "I thought she was joking at first. Then I saw the screenshots. And I realized she meant every word." Sophia's lawyer tried to paint Emily as jealous, bitter, the little sister who never measured up. But Emily didn't flinch. She provided dates, places, context, and linked each narrative with a screenshot Michael had already presented. Judge Walker leaned forward and questioned, "In your opinion, did your sister talk about Jackson as if he were her child or an asset?" Emily looked straight at Sophia. "You stopped seeing Jackson as your son," she said, "the day you turned him into a strategy, but the final blow had not yet been delivered." Judge Walker called a short recess, then returned with a stack of papers, and a face that said she'd already made up her mind. She began by saying, "In 25 years on this bench, this is one of the clearest cases of parental fraud I've seen. No drama, just facts." She walked through it. Sophia's deception about Jackson's paternity, the way she weaponized the child for money, the premeditated planning in the texts, and then she got to the part that mattered the most to me. Jackson Harrison's legal father, Daniel Harrison, has been granted temporary primary custody, while Sophia Harrison, Jackson's mother, will have supervised visitation on a limited schedule until further review. Sophia's lawyer attempted to object, but the judge quickly shut it down. "In terms of finances," she added, "due to clear evidence of fraud, this court will not default to a standard 50/50 division of assets." She ordered Ryan to submit to a court-ordered DNA test to establish his obligations, and then she said the line I'll remember for the rest of my life. "This court will not reward calculated deception." After court, I didn't go back to the hotel, but drove straight to Emily's place, where Jackson had been staying during the hearing. My chest was tight the entire way, not from fear this time, but from everything finally landing. When I walked in, Jackson took off across the room, yelling, "Daddy," and launching himself at me like he always does. He had no idea a judge had just put in writing what he'd always believed, that I was his father, regardless of what any lab report said. I held him for a longer period of time than usual, long enough for Emily to wipe her eyes and look away. I was relieved and guilty as hell for dragging him through a tempest he never asked for. That night, back at my place, I set up his room like it was permanent, with toys on the shelf, a nightlight on, and his favorite blanket laundered and folded. As I tucked him up, he placed his arms around my neck and begged, "Daddy, will you stay?" "Yeah, buddy," I said. "I'm not going anywhere." The first few weeks felt like boot camp. I was the one making scrambled eggs, packing Jackson's little lunch, and looking for that one sock that always disappears, right when we're late for preschool. I'd drop him off, then head to job sites, juggling calls with contractors and insurance adjusters while watching the clock. It was exhausting, but in a strange way, I felt more like a real father than I ever had before. Sophia kept texting, asking for extra time, accusing me of being heartless when I reminded her that we had to stick to what the court ordered. No more 12-hour days. No more "I'll just get one more estimate." I was reading Jackson a bedtime story one night after a long day of roofs and Legos, and he suddenly said, "This is my favorite day, Daddy." I asked why, and he said, "Because I was with you all day." Sophia's visits, which were supervised at a family center, were supposed to be simple: playtime, refreshments, and a few hours where Jackson could see his mother in a neutral setting. But Sophia couldn't leave it alone, and staff began noticing tiny comments. "Do you ever wish you lived with Mommy instead? Daddy works a lot, doesn't he?" Nothing big at first. Just enough to make my jaw clench when Michael forwarded the reports. Then she pushed it too far. According to the report, one visit, she leaned in and told Jackson, "Daddy might not always be your daddy." The supervisor shut it down on the spot and filed it in court. Sophia emailed me afterward, furious, accusing me of turning Jackson against her, as if I'd written the words she chose to say. Michael just sighed when he read it. "She's digging her own grave, Daniel. You just keep following the rules." Those little violations started stacking up, and the court saw a clear picture. Sophia still put her ego ahead of her son's peace. And every time she did, she made it that much easier for the judge to keep Jackson right where he was. And every new report was another shovel of dirt on her own grave. 4 months later, we were back in front of Judge Walker, and it didn't feel like that first day. There was no shaking hands, no not knowing what was coming, and most of the story had already been recorded. Michael went over everything again. Sophia's lawyer tried to pivot, relying heavily on maternal bond, and how a child needs his mother. As if biology only mattered when it worked in their favor. He also mentioned Sophia's violations of the court order, the supervised visit reports, and the line about daddy might not always be your daddy. Judge Walker listened. Then she laid out the pattern, the original lie, using Jackson as leverage, planning a financial ambush, ignoring court orders, and putting her own feelings ahead of Jackson's stability. Finally, she said it. Jackson Harrison's legal father, Daniel Harrison, has been awarded permanent legal and physical custody, while Mrs. Harrison will be allowed supervised visitation on a limited schedule. After court, I sat down with accountants and lawyers, cut Ryan out of the company, restructured ownership, and returned to doing what I knew. Shaw will take appropriate financial responsibility. And then the words that close the chapter. Daniel Harrison will be given permanent custody. Building roofs, selling solar, repairing what was shattered piece by piece, I began therapy. It was the first time in my life that I sat across from someone and said aloud, "My wife and best friend lied to me for years." It felt dumb and feeble coming out of my mouth. But the longer I chatted, the lighter it became. Afternoons transformed into something fresh. Taking Jackson to the park, throwing a ball instead of responding to emails, and listening to him talk about dinosaurs and superheroes instead of mentally rereading court documents. I gradually stopped thinking of myself as the guy whose wife cheated and defrauded him. I was just a father, a company owner, a man who had been through hell and walked out. One day in therapy, I eventually broke down and stated, I wasn't stupid. I was trusting. And she used that against me. For the first time, I believed it wasn't all my fault. About 6 months after everything was done, a friend of mine told me I needed to get back out there. I laughed it off. Middle-aged, divorced, single father with court papers still warm. Yes, I sounded like a good catch, but he wouldn't let it go. He mentioned that he knew a woman named Lauren. Worked in technical support, was smart and independent, and had no time for gaming. Finally, I decided to meet her for coffee. I determined I wouldn't lie. When she asked about me, I told her the truth. Divorced, with a 4-year-old boy, and a long, horrible story. She did not flinch or lean in as if it were gossip. She merely nodded and asked, "How's Jackson doing?" Not what occurred, not how horrible it was, just how's your child? We talked for 1 hour. Work, music, and foolish things clients say to her on the phone. Before we left, she smiled and asked another question. So, Jackson, what is he like? That's when I realized she saw him as a little boy, not a bargaining chip. I did not rush it. Lauren and I kept things simple for a while. When Jackson was with Emily or on a supervised visit, he would drink coffee, eat lunch, and perhaps have dinner. I wanted to be sure I wasn't just snatching the first act of generosity that came my way. When everything felt good, I presented them. Nothing special, simply pizza from a nearby restaurant. Jackson sat across from her, legs flying, babbling endlessly about superheroes and who would win in a fight. Lauren did not speak over him, or turn to me for permission. She simply listened, asking him which cloak was the coolest, and treated him as a person rather than a prop. I watched from my side of the booth, feeling equally proud and afraid. The last thing I wanted was for him to be harmed again because of my decisions. On his way back to the truck, Jackson reached out and grasped Lauren's hand as they crossed the parking lot. Completely natural. There was no push from me. He questioned in the rearview mirror, "Is Lauren your friend?" "Yeah," I replied. "A good one." For the first time, I felt like I could trust again. I didn't close my eyes. They were wide open. A year later, I ran across Sophia at the most common place in the world, a grocery shop. I was pulling a basket, wondering about what cereal Jackson would eat that week, when I noticed her at the end of the aisle. I almost didn't recognize her. She looked older and worn around the eyes. All of the "I'll be set for life" shine had vanished. She paused, then stepped over. "Hey, Daniel," she murmured, her voice soft. She inquired about Jackson's well-being and the progress of the firm. No edge, no attitude, simply worn out. She then said, "I'm sorry," not the dramatic kind, but like someone revealing that a transaction they believed they'd win has finally fallen through. "I thought I was using you," she said gently. "Turns out, I destroyed myself." I simply nodded. "I hope you figure yourself out, Sophia, for Jackson's sake and yours." And the craziest part was that I meant it. Not because I wanted her back, but because I realized I no longer hated her. I just didn't care like I used to. Because what she lost was not money. It was the future she believed she possessed. That night, Jackson chose his favorite book. About a bear who goes on adventures but always returns home safely. Halfway through, his head began to tilt, and his eyes blinked slower. He snuggled closer, one small hand clasping my fingers as it often does when he's about to drift off. By the time the bear returned to his cave, Jackson was out cold, quiet breathing, a warm weight against my side, his hand still gripping mine. I sat there and allowed my mind to wander back through all I had almost lost. Not simply the house, money, or company. I was close to losing this. Bedtime, small hands, being the person he runs to and falls asleep on. Sophia was correct about one thing. Jackson is the most crucial part of my existence. Where she went wrong was assuming I'd be so weak and shattered that she could use him against me. Fatherhood isn't about DNA or surnames. It's all about who shows up and stays. So that is the story. My wife cheated. My son was not biologically mine. Nonetheless, between the law, a smart lawyer, and not losing my cool, I got away with the one thing that truly mattered. Being Jackson's father. If you're a man listening, here's what I've learned. First, do not disregard red flags. When something feels off, it probably is. Second, do not allow someone to transform you into a walking pocketbook. Love is not an excuse for being manipulated. Third, being a father entails showing up every day, not DNA or last names. Seek legal advice as soon as possible. Before you get onto the field, make sure you understand the regulations. Don't let wrath ruin the exact thing you're attempting to safeguard. Trusting does not make you weak. You're strong when you learn and guard what's important. She assumed she was taking half. In the end, I kept what was important: my son, my name, and my self-worth. If this resonated with you, please let me know in the comments. Please share your tale and follow along. There are many more true stories that guys do not tell out loud.